molding and refining of ideas, new perspectives, and everything like that. No, we didn't. We just copied and pasted. It was pretty great. But that's the editing process, right? Moving shit around, figuring shit out. We made a couple of new character profiles. That's what matters. So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Hey Zoink, how's it going, bro? Welcome. So I gotta try this. Let's see what happens.
Green square,
Damn it, you beat me to it! Fuck! That's exactly what I was gonna do, Zoink! How'd you fucking know?
Minus blue square, minus white large
I mean, fair.
Square, minus.
I saw this really fascinating lock, and it gave me an idea. So imagine, Wombat, it's a combination lock, but it requires a key. So you can't just insert the key and turn the key. You have to insert the key, put in the combination, and once you've successfully put in the combination, you need to remove the key. And when you remove the key, it like swaps, like spins a thing that swaps the hole and the actual keyhole opens. And then you can use the key on it. In Korea, yeah, you can make money. But you don't really make a living off of tournaments. You make a living off of being good at tournaments so that people know who you are, and then you stream and people watch you, and your stream is how you make money. That's generally how most people make money in, like, StarCraft. Like, sure, you get, like, $50,000, $60,000, $80,000 a year from tournaments, depending upon how much, like, how far into the tournament you go. But you're probably getting like $30,000 to $40,000 a month just from streaming. The plan being in place, everything set into motion, all the characters have to do is travel from where they are to the tree. Get through the tree to the Monarch's palace, get through the Monarch's palace to the Monarch, fight the Monarch and the Viceroy inside of the palace. I'm thinking like a robot. Like an android, a Terminator. Because it never quite explains the extent of it except for like the infinite energy. And I'm like, well, what goes along with that? And makes sense within the context of the story. And them trying to make him seem like he's human and not trying to push his limits. And the fact that he says he never has to, like, he never feels like he's ever working at anything. In my mind, it's just the administrator's son. And it's all the idea of it being, like, figurative. Like, the power, like, because of the scope that it'll go to in order to, like, protect him. You guys are fucking awesome. We will be back tomorrow. 2 days from now, the 24-hour stream. Get ready for the 24-hour stream in 2 days. Not tomorrow, but the day after. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Guys, remember what I said. The ultimate thing is full horizontal integration with vertical integration. You have all of the topics, and you have all of your skills in those topics. This is something that you learn in film. Theme is not the topic. The topic of the story is how much of a influence on reality is consciousness. That's why I like to think of the ideas first and then categorize the ideas and then see where the holes are and what ideas I need to fill in. So that way I don't fall into the trope of, oh, these are this is the theme, this is the purpose of what I'm writing, but you're not actually fully expressing the theme. So it's like you're trying to say the wrong thing to the reader. All of this is just emergent from this amazing idea, and I'm like, oh, of course, that's the only way it could ever possibly go down. So we've completely changed how the entire opening and inciting of the book is, what the inciting incident is. And all of that other stuff is still kind of pushed down the line, maybe to the second book, because that's where they'll go to the bottom of the dome, and on the lowest level of the dome, like on the hydraulic lift, is like basically the laboratory that they used. And that's where all the stages of the avians are. And that's what the Warriors of Light want to show Husai at like the beginning of the second book. But mine's basic, but I don't think it's like these stupid things. I think it's a fundamental truth of reality broken down into anything. And it covers both the spectrums of, what do you consider morality? What is good? What is bad? Does you being a bad person make the good thing that you do invalid? So in the face of the truth of this duality, how do you deal with that? See, and it's like this. I think just having that as the baseline leaves so many different paths, and I could be completely looking at this from the wrong direction. As soon as we get 3/4 of the way through the book, we realize, oh man, this theme has shifted quite a bit to something else. And like I said, never solidify anything. Don't marry any idea. Everything is always up in the air. Tomorrow, big day, big fucking day tomorrow. 24-hour stream, bikini, pool, makeup, house tour. I got a shit ton of stuff planned, guys. Hop in, hop out. Is gonna be a good time. Oh shit, muffin. Limitation. But anyways, yeah. Good night. Fuck you, muffin. Have a good night. And again, remember, guys. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for, being you. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Husai's got a plan and a goal. His plan is what to do with the Warriors of Light. His goal is to find the Warriors of Light. Frivarius spreading his philosophy through his plays. Well, Walker's was always defined to see the most magnificent thing in the world, which would have either been a dragon. Hildebrand's plan is to bitch out and be like, yeah, I ain't having none of this. So the idea that his love for her is so strong, it overcomes the innate ability of Gaia to prevent him from saying these things to people. And how broken it makes Husai after that, even after she's seen him rise from Zaid, is even more significant to that. So when you plan to eat everything, you're gonna eat something that's fucking poisonous or something you're allergic to, something you're not supposed to fucking eat. Walker is basically humbled. Oh, holy shit! That's not what we want. The fuck? All right, massive exposure. Expose myself. No. All right, welcome. We are back again for another day, everyone. How's it going? We got a big one to do today. It's gonna be a good time. First, we gotta get a token, right? We need our tokes. What's going on here? Tokes and promotes, right? That's what it's all about. So, we got one of the 3 stories we need for tomorrow, so we still gotta write 2 smaller, shorter stories. I'm thinking maybe even do more? Maybe we do the 5? But I don't know. It's not exactly not exactly a time constraint idea, right? It's gonna take forever to get it done. But we did 5 stories in 4 hours today, including recording them, so that was pretty good. We didn't do any sound effects or anything like that. We just did bare minimum basics, just to see what it's like. We're going more hardcore, all out on Blue Horror Stories than we are on the Talk Stories, but we still want to carry on with the Talk Stories, right? So we're kind of in this limbo now, where we gotta figure it out. But I think I got a pretty sick fucking thumbnail going on here for our new shit. Which one is it? God, there's so much shit here now. This one, I think. This is the dual one. Top K, yo, what's up, Smokey? How's it going, man? How are you? Get your toke ready, Smoke. First, true, brother. Yeah, today is Humanity Fuck Yeah Stories. So we spent pretty much all day doing this, getting everything set up. So now we got to do is the 2 stories for tomorrow, which are going to be the biotech rebellion side, and the plant biology. Them using pollen to try and spread the infection for the network. All right, 3, 2, 1, toe. Yeah, I thought this thumbnail is definitely popping. Like, it's got the... Because it's not a horror one, right? So it's got a colorfulness to it that I hope is, like, popping, you know what I mean? But again, we won't release the video until tomorrow. So we have the 3rd episode of last week's multi-clips coming out today, though. So we also did... thumbnail for that, which was these. Dosed in the Machine. Oops, wrong direction. Whispers in the Wires. And They Hear You. I don't know how good these thumbnails are, but I mean, everyone yesterday said they enjoyed the ones that came out of vidIQ, so we'll definitely still be using those, right? Now we need Blue Horror Stories. So we have... So we need like an entirely new set. So this is biotech plants. Oh shit, Retribution! Thank you for the follow! Welcome! How's it going? Hell yeah, brother!
Thank you for following Retribution 091_TLC. I hope you are
always good to see the support from the TLC, brother! Hell yeah! Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome. I'm Intoxication. Here we do beta reading and tips and tricks. I'm also from TLC. No, you're not, Smokey. No, you're not. Every day I go in there and I check to see if you've joined the server yet, Smokey. And you fucking haven't. Unless you have an alt Discord account and you're just fucking with me. Okay, Smokey? I don't appreciate liars, Smokey. Okay? Yeah, so right now we are debating between reading Gamer Girl Evolution or doing a brainstorming. Because we need to come up with a new short story for the network series, but for the biotech, instead of using humans as vessels for technology, we are using fauna. Oh, for fuck's sake, Smokey. Is this gonna be all day today, too? You just want to stare at my ass? Bastard. Oh, God, my knees. I'm too old for this shit, bro. I'm way too old for this shit. Lurking. Hell yeah, bro. Always good to see the lurks going out. Oh, really appreciate it, brewskis. Maybe, Smokey. Is that so? Is that so? Well, I don't know. I don't know, man. 'Tis what it is. You just gotta do what you gotta do. Oh, it burns.
Nice
There we
try,
go.
better luck next time, fat ass. Get back in that chair, you lazy
Woo!
ass screamer.
Yeesh. Oof, jerkin. Jerkin! Jesus. Mokey. You're yorkin' the yerkin? You're yerkin' the yorkin? You yorker? You yerkin' yorker? Okay, so we already... These are the ones we did. Where's the other draft of the one that we have? Was it Skinwalkers? Fuck, I have so many of these things, I have no idea where they are. Okay, this is the dev edit for Human Bacon. We still gotta do a full version, so we might do Human Bacon next week. I don't know about doing a short version of Human Bacon. But where the hell is the other story? Okay, so this is body transfer. Kidnapped because of my genes. We already did that one. Oh, is it this one? Do you remember that one time at band camp? Yes, Smokey. I know. I didn't mean for my nipples to get hard. Okay, I couldn't tell you could see them through my shirt. I had the camel toe on purpose, okay? But not the nipples. You gotta believe me. Okay, so I think this is story 1 of tomorrow's stories. Yeah, this is Jake's story. Is it all an act? Oh, of course it was an act. I was trying to get money. I mean, I got money. That's what matters. I mean, I made bank, right? That's all that matters at the end of the day. Okay, so Polenic infection. So how is this gonna go? Should this be like a lab of some kind? It should be like one of those. Oh shit! Oh dude, that'd be so good. Okay, yeah, no, this is absolutely this. Yeah, no, we know exactly what this is gonna be. Okay, so biotech, plant, pollen, morph, escapes, laboratory. Oh. I'm in a toxic relationship with my keyboard. Shit, Callie, that's maybe not a good thing? Are you streaming, Callie? Are you streaming, Callie? Or was yesterday just that one-off day? You never quite know, right? Okay, so we're gonna have experiments with pollen gone wrong. A network drone releases pollen. These experiments are beyond Lisa Stark. Once she takes notice and moves beyond humans to plants. Let's see. I am not streaming, sir. Aw, sad face, Callie. Oh well, it is what it is, right? So Callie, what do you think about this? We did HFY today. So this is one of our thumbnails. Do you know the Muffin Man? Do you know the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man, the Muffin Man. Do you know the Muffin Man who lives on Smokies? Duh! Lives on Smokies. Duh! Deck alert, deck alert, deck alert, deck alert.
Fat fuck and touch your toes.
Fuck off.
But try anyways.
Again?
All over though.
This is gonna be all day today, bro. This is gonna be all fucking day. I'm gonna take away all your points, Smokey. I'm gonna strip you of all your fucking points like you wanna strip me of all my clothes. I mean, what?
I don't got any anyway.
Hey, it worked! Except she's broken. Wait, it worked, but she's broken? Wait, what the fuck? Smokey, why do you break everything you touch? Why do you have to break everything you touch?
Nice try, better luck next time, badass. Get back in that chair, you lazy ass shit screamer.
Oh, fuck. God
Then
damn it, Smokey. Oh, I scratched my ass. Oof. Clip. If only it worked. I don't know why it's so dumb they don't have a command for clip. I know. Like, Kick's been around for like 2 years, 3 years, and it's like, it has way more functionality than Twitch could ever have.
Docs will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience. Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet.
Damn, Smokey, you're really going hard up there, aren't you? I try to. Fuck, taking everything out my elbows. Guys, I feel like my arms got longer. I like gained like an inch or something.
You did good, you can rest now, babe.
True. Alright, let's see here. How is this story gonna go about? Reveal of nanotech. Lisa works nanotech into the fabric of the DNA of plants, cause pollen to infect large range people, but it will take time to settle and master control. This whole scene is just, this whole story is just a lab breakout. What is this, Smokey? Is this more Whitaker's shit?
The tattoo of 1488 is a combination of two symbols that are commonly associated with white supremacist and neo-Nazi ideologies. 14 refers to the 14 words which is
Really?
by white nationalist David Lane. We must
I want to see a black guy on here.
white children. This slogan has been widely adopted by extremist groups. 88 is a numerical code for HH, which stands for Heil Hitler, as the letter H is the 8th letter of the alphabet. This number is also associated with white supremacist movements. Because of its association with hate groups and extremist views, the tattoo of 1488 is generally considered a symbol of racism, anti-Semitism, and
Yeah, I'm proud of you, Smokey. You're learning new things every day. I'm happy for you, man. I'm so happy for you. Give me a new one? I can't, bro. I'm like, there's nothing else that even comes close to 1488. I don't know enough about racism, bro. Aryan Brotherhood. I mean, fair. But yeah, there is a limit on that too, Smokey, right? Like you can't go over with it, right? 666. Well, that's religious, right? Wait, guys. If Adam was white and Eve was white, who made black people? Satan! I mean, what? Obviously, right? Like, obviously? There, how about that one, Smokey? That's the closest I can get. Because most white supremacy comes along with Christianity in some way, right? A twisted form of Christianity. Creator sprays them. They had their hands on the wall. That's why they are white. Their feet were on the ground and their hands were on the wall. Jesus Christ, Smokey. Hey, 3, 2, 1, go! Yeah, I get it. Did you get this one, Smokey? So do you know what Disney film is free from race swaps? Tarzan. Because they would never race swap him to have a black man acting like a monkey on screen. And pretty much same with Jane, too. Penis. True B-Money. Penis. Okay, guys, we play the penis game. So, you gotta say penis louder than the last person or you lose. Penis. Ha! Penis. Network spies. Cinna? Wait, Cinna? What do you mean Cinna? Where did Cinna come from? Your penis is into Cinna? Jesus, Smokey. Keep it in your pants, brah. We don't need to hear that shit. No one does. I don't know if I believe you or not. Try it one more time, Smokey. Maybe that would like sell me on it, right? Nah, you did it wrong. You fucked up. You gotta start over. No, you did it wrong. I can tell from here you did it wrong. That's pretty sad, bro. Yes, exactly. See, now you know what's going on, Smokey. Now you're really there.
TDS penis.
Why do you say TDS? Oh my god. Philosophers. Oh yeah, you tried so hard, Smokey. You tried so fucking hard. Oh my fucking god. You're killing me, bro. Philosophers. Philosophers. You can't even say the word. Full. Lots of fishes. Oh my god. Lots of fishes. Full of lots of fishes. Oh, it's so good. Oh, I love the English language. Network spies infiltrate rebellion funded and operated lab. Subplot is you are home, go drunk. I mean, how do you know this isn't vodka? Like, how do you know? You don't. Why do you think I get so fucked up by the end of the stream? I had like 4 of those.
Now I will roll a juicy, fat, oversized, touched a bit much shitty attempt of a joint.
Alright, sounds good, Smokey. You know what, Smokey? You know what? You know what, Smokey? Let's go for it. Let's go for it. Why not? Why not, bro?
Please don't ever come that close to the camera ever again. I have seen things before, but Jesus Christ.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Smokey. You're gonna kill me, bro. You're gonna fucking kill me. Okay, this is like a very tiny joint, bro. This shit is like so small.
I will destroy you.
Smaller than your peen. If that's even possible. Wait, you want me to put my roach inside of it? Dude, that's a smart idea. Look at this thing.
Do you know what I mean when I say roach?
Yo, bro, this is like the greatest joint ever made.
Wait for me.
How have you not rolled yet, bro? I do this like once a year. Look at that motherfucker. Oh, that's a joint right there, boys. This is gonna be insane. I'm gonna fucking die.
Poke it down.
There, how's that? Are you ready, Smokey? I don't know what you mean. Okay, here we go, bro. We're gonna get fucked up. You're a paper tip. Your tip is made out of paper. Oh man, this is crazy. Dude, this is crazy, Smokey. Roll bad boy joints. Well, I mean, to me, this is a waste of weed, right? But I
Don't
mean,
smoke it all at once. Vibe with it.
I'm trying to hotbox the room, bro. Do some incense waving.
Thank you for redeeming Chair Dance. Itox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience.
He's a scatman.
I mean, you gotta buy the scat man, bro. But we can do it. You know what, Smokey? Just for you, I'll do it.
Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet.
We'll wait until it's over and then we'll start.
You did good, you can rest now, babe.
I'm the scat man. I'm the scat Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. Everybody's saying that the scat man does and never stutter when it's but you don't know I'm gonna tell you right now that stutter something about the scat man. There's the scat man. I'm the scat man. Why should we be using any politician reason to attract cheaters reasons if they could? The state of the condition insults my intuition and it only makes me crazy and hard like everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As I if the scat man can do it, brother, so can you.
Wait,
I'm the scat
you wrote a poem, Callie?
Still weeping because things are called dead haven't yet had the chance to be born. I'm the scat man.
I'm a ska bada beta beta bala dabba la dab la dab la dab la bob la babba la babba la babba la babba la.
Not a good day. I am now only owned by 5. No! No! What happened, Sean? Old age. I'm sorry, man. That sucks. I hope it was peaceful. I'm sorry, Sean. It's never a good day. Good shit. Smokey, I haven't even finished the roach yet. I haven't even gotten to the actual weed yet. Liver issues and most likely cancer. She had it worse before. The meds helped. Bought her another year, but that's not life, you know, so we put her to sleep today. That's like my cat. He was super fat, and all he would do was eat. And then one day we took him to the vet, and they're like, yeah, he has stomach cancer. That's why he eats so much, because his stomach hurts when it's empty. And we're like, oh my god. Then we had to put him down. You roll weed only. What do you mean? I put the roach in it, so I'm like at the roach, right? I haven't even hit the actual weed. I'm still like half of this is still roach. So we'll have to come back to this, bro. This shit is harsh. You're smoking a joint. I know. Smoking. I put the roach inside of the joint, so I'm smoking the roach weed. The resonator. I'm not smoking pure weed. I'm smoking resin weed. More like pure fucking resin. Okay, so you made a poem, Callie? Let's hear your poem. Okay. Hold on, I gotta remember what this is. Rebellion testing. Oh, fungi and pollen and other techniques spreading a resistance to the network or countering the network with biology. So this is a very scientific type chapter, I guess you could say. I've been awake since 11 p.m. yesterday. Oh, damn. Yesterday I slept through your stream. Feels bad. That's okay, Sean. I was like, I hope Sean is passed out right now, recouping his sleep, because he really needs it. And then Smokey wound up staying the entire stream the other day. This is what the UK call a roach in the UK.
This is how to roll a joint in under 59 seconds. First thing we gotta do is grab your filters and rip a sheet off. To start out, I make a tiny crease and then I just roll it all the way up. Keep going. All the way. Now grab your rolling papers and grab a
Wait,
sheet
you
from the
mean...
center.
You mean a filter? You mean a filter? Bro? Bro? This is a roach. A roach be your leftover you didn't smoke of the joint. That's a fucking filter, bro. This is my very first joint that I rolled. The very first... Bro, throw that garbage away. Why? It's good weed. It's good weed. It's only like a month and a half old. It's not even solid yet. So when you said put the roach in it, you didn't actually mean take my roach and put my roach in the weed. Damn, but man, that's such a good idea. I put my roach in here. Now we have like more weed. Now I can smoke all of my roaches. Dude, I'm sorry if you didn't intend it, Smokey, but I just invented something, okay? I see what you mean with by a it's a fucking, we call it a filter.
You are so fucking funny.
I'm not trying to be, Smokey. God damn it. When I'm trying to be funny, I'm not. When I'm not trying to be funny, I'm just dumb. It's like, fuck.
Bro, I didn't mean that at all.
So I was so confused. I was like, wait, what? And I was like, dude, this is genius. Why did I never think about this? Just asking if you use a paper tip filter. No, I don't use no filter shit. Takes too much time to do that. I just smoke a fucking joint. Hell, I don't even smoke a joint. I just fucking pull out the bowl. We say, fuck it. We smoke the joint. I don't even care. We're gonna fucking smoke a bowl. And then we're gonna read Callie's poem. Are you ready, Callie? Do you feel it? Cause I feel it. 2 bowls. No, 1 bowl. Or not gay. Fuck! Why do you sound southern? Wait, I sound southern? What do you mean I sound southern? I ain't no way I sound no southern. I be southern Canada. That's for sure. We be Albertan up in here. Give me some fried chicken. Some fried chicken. I need my fried chicken right now. Right now, my fried chicken. Hell yeah. Woo, let's go. Some ketchup on that steak. 3, 2, 1, oh.
Not sure what countries are in the south, please tell me. Acadia.
Acadia. How do you get Acadia from Acadia? Akadia. What the fuck? No, that's something else, bro. That's definitely something else. I don't know what it is, but it ain't what I know. I'll tell you that right now. Fucking tell you that, buddy guy. All right. Not clicking on that. I am not clicking on that. Yeah, sure, Smokey. I'll believe that. I'll believe that. Fucking never. Fucking never. Alright, Callie, here we go. It's not phishing link, I promise. No, it's 100% a phishing link, you idiot. Why do you think my computer's fucked now? Because I've clicked on too many people's fucking links. I need a goddamn new computer. I wish to share this poem. Sure, Smokey. Absolutely 100%. Okay, this is Callie's poem. Everyone lock in. Everyone lock in. Can we be more? Do stars change from gas to flesh? Can we be more than more of the same? Fallen clouds clad in lovely dress. I think when I made that wish so long ago, you drifted down into my bird nest. But now that we're both human beings, words carry crueler fires with sharper stings. Can we be more? The flames hide I love you in every spark. Can we be more than more of the same? Dying candles in the dark. I think when you said those 3 words long ago,
like something is stuck inside that throat of yours.
Cupid's arrow made its mark. And now that we've both seen his feathers, all we see is a future together. I know when you say you love me more, you only mean you'll love me better. And if again the clouds open the way to heaven's door, your love for me will only grow because we said we'd love forever. Maybe a massive penis. Definitely a massive penis stretched my throat so much that yes, guys, my throat is fucked. Will you dance with me? I can try, Smokey, but I'm not very good. I might step on your toes. That wouldn't be fun. But no, Kat, that's a beautiful poem. Thank you for sharing. I love it. Does this have to go with Student Body Sonata? Or is it standalone? See, you can't do it anymore, Smokey. I don't know why, but you broke it. Okay, this is brainstorm. This is outline. So I'm gonna start with character.
You are in for it now, sweetheart.
Fuck!
Take those sexy glasses off like a good girl.
Smokey!
You don't need to see what happens
Why
next.
do you do this to me, Smokey? Okay, so we have to come up with a character, and what this character is going to be is this character is going to be the one who discovers that, you're not. They are doing experiments on humans that are part of the network that they have captured. Okay, so they captured them, and then from there, they are going to work their way up to being able to be like, oh, we have many things that might work against the network. Maybe we put in a Faraday cage, and Faraday cage plus other thing make it good. Okay, so we have Faraday cage, and that to make sure no signal get through. Would that be good? I don't know. What do you guys think? We put a prisoner in the Faraday cage and we see if their mind comes back. And their mind go back to normal. So the worst part about it, the worst part about it is they have to do this to someone who, now that they are in the Faraday cage, they are closed, right? So once they are closed, they cannot come out, because once they come out, they will go back. So a lot of this is based on the Goa old from.
This shit ass accent is killing me.
Why is the redeem shit called brown racist? I don't think it's brown to call something what it is. I don't think it's racist to call a duck a duck. I don't think it's racist to call black black. I don't think it's racist to call a white white. I don't think it's racist unless it's done in malice.
It's very racist.
No, because it's not done in malice. The only thing that's racist is malice. In order to be racist, you have to do it with hate. I do it with love.
Heal Heil.
Go back to normal, bitch. This shit ass accent is killing me.
You're welcome, Smokey, but we need a character. And we need their character motivation. Boom! Character motivation is, like their sibling. So we have the main character, let's call him Gene, right? Joined rebellion to find his brother. Side character, Kevin. Infected network drone. Also, Gene's brother. Character has hair that turns into copper propellers. Sick. Well, I mean, I did want to create kind of a villain character. Okay, okay, Smokey. Okay. Okay, I'll put that to the challenge. I'll put that to the challenge. Hold on, we want...
Not wires. Heli propellers.
There you go.
Dreadlocks is kinda racist.
The way that you do your... Okay. Let's find out. Let's actually find out. Did Vikings... Okay, well, let's just say... Who first created dreadlocks? Black people or Vikings?
Here we go.
Send it. Dreadlocks, matted rope-like coils of hair, are
Let's
one
talk about the swastika next.
of the oldest known hairstyles in human history, with evidence predating both Black African cultures and Vikings by thousands of years. They were not invented by either group. They appear independently across multiple ancient civilizations as a natural, low-maintenance way to manage long hair, often with spiritual or practical significance. Here's a breakdown with historical evidence. True. See, it's not a fucking... Wait, why is this a studio? That's the studio link, Callie. Why'd you send me the studio link?
I cannot unmute you. Why?
Hello, hello. Hi guys. I probably shouldn't be doing a video right now, but I forgot what I was gonna say.
What the
I'm
fuck?
really tired. Anyway, I I want I no,
Ha 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 ha.
I want the it,
You made me fail No Nut
great
November, Callie,
if
you
more of
bastard.
were, you know, subscribbled. So if you subscribble, I'll you know, I'll get really buff and
Oh, hell
I'll
yeah.
post,
I'm pretty sure... Is that him? That's...
I'll
Yes, that's
post,
Callie.
Progress photos on the Instagrammies.
I want to see your abs after last time, Callie.
God, if photos.
The voice don't match.
had a
No, the
flavor,
voice does not match
do you
his
think
face.
I
It's
would
great.
taste like the
I love
blueberries?
it.
I think
That's what I love about Callie's
blueberries
voice.
are my
It's so
favorite-
great.
Wait. No, blueberry is my favorite candy flavor. and, like,
Same. That's what my favorite
I
candy
eat a
flavor
lot of-
is.
Strawberries are my favorite fruit. But
I'm allergic
blueberry
to strawberries.
flavored Candy is like my favorite candy.
I love the
No,
teddy
like-
bear too, Callie. That's the
Wait,
best
this
part.
video's too
The
long
the
now.
teddy bear is the best part.
Goodbye. You guys are awesome. Whee!
True,
Hello,
Callie.
hello.
You're fucking
Hi,
amazing. Holy shit.
guys,
If I seen him in the street, I'd expect a deepish yo, not hiya. But yeah, no, dreadlocks are not in any way, shape, or form a whatchamacallit. Okay, are you guys? Oh, we're in an ad. Oh yeah, wait till the end of the ad. We'll take a
Prove me
toke.
wrong.
If I seen him in the street, I mean, you're not wrong. I would expect that voice.
I am a master debater.
But Smokey, if you walked past me and I went, "Hello, how are you? How are you doing today? Are you good?" Would you be very concerned as to the voice that you were hearing? Would you be like,
Shut
"What the
your
fuck
ass up."
happened to your voice?" Be like, "I smoke 12 packs a
Steve
day, bitch." I don't
Typical fucking Smokey. Oh god. Okay, are we back? Are you
I'll
ready
get
for
your
this?
pigtail out and stick it in my mouth, then run away.
I will be. Let's do it.
Time to let the wires fly. Prop mode. Engage! Ha! Catch me if you can. Time to let the wires fly. Prop mode. Engage!
Didn't really work.
Ha! Catch me if you can.
Wait a minute.
Time to let the wires fly. Prop mode. Engage! Ha! Catch
Why
me
is
if you
he
can.
black then?
Time to let the wires
He's
fly.
not black, he's obviously Egyptian.
Engage!
Duh. Smokey, get your races right. He might be from Ethiopia.
Time to let the wires fly.
It's cool though. Yeah, sure. It definitely works. I love that style, that 1980s hand drawn, even though it never really does it justice. Okay, well, give me a prompt, Smokey. Give me a prompt, and I'll fucking throw it in there. Okay? 3, 2, 1, smoke! I'm sorry, I didn't know you meant wait on smoking. I thought you meant wait on the prompt. And as you said that, I was like, oh shit. Oops. I'm sorry. Fucking slap you soon? Hell yeah, I'll like it. That's not a punishment, Smokey. That's what I think about that, Smokey. Give me your prompt, bitch. Where are we? Brainstorm outline. Okay, so this is these two characters, and then, yeah, the brother escapes, and... Okay. Yeah. I think we have the story, guys. I think we have the story. The only thing is, we gotta keep it, like, super, short, right? Super short. Okay. Okay. Okay, so... What? Rebellion finding a way to subdue the network. Subplot, network infiltrating the rebellion. Perfect. Okay, so order of events. We have Jean talking to Kevin through glass wall. But hands are glass. Oof. Hands would touching if it wasn't for the glass. Therefore, Jean says why Kevin is inside glass, but whoops. God damn, now my nose is freaking out. That fucking joint's gonna fuck me. Okay, so doesn't remember after he was missing. Or Jean fills in on state of the world. For but actually Jean has to perform experiments on Kevin. Alright, there you go. You got it. Let's figure it out. Let's see what you can do. I'm not even going to read it, Smokey. I'm just going to let it do its thing. Yes, before experiments on Kevin. Just perform experiments on Kevin. Brother English over the situation, but
Thank you for redeeming chair dance. Hitox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience.
Should update your chair dance vid every
dancing
time you go
Benjamin
full
over
moon. But I'm not always wearing a bikini.
You did good, you can rest now, babe.
Not glass, it has to be a screen. Because you have to be in a Faraday cage. No signals can get in or out, but it can through wires. It just can't wirelessly, right? Did you make my video? Yeah, it's right here. Is it done yet? Yeah, it's done. There we go. Okay, here's your video. Talks. The reason I don't stream is the first part was good, Smokey, but then it completely fucked up after that. That's Sora's fault. You'll talk about heavy stuff. I made it, but you did. Yeah, I know, right? I fucked it up by me being the one who made it. But why does that matter, Callie? Isn't that a good thing? That means people want to hear your opinion about stuff, right? Are you just not comfortable with that kind of discussion? I don't have opinions? You don't have to have an opinion. Make a doorbell cam video of someone like you trying to steal a package. Okay. Ring door cam of a skinny, short, white guy with long blonde hair and a blue Mr. Meeseeks toque from Rick and Morty, grabs package and explodes like a gender reveal party in pink. Voiceover. Get gendered, bit. Beef. Let's just say get gendered. Short missing, poor smelly short missing a shoe. I'm uncomfortable. That's fair enough, Callie. Learn French on stream. I mean, if it's a topic you don't want to talk about, you can just tell people that you don't want to talk about it. I like deep philosophical, other-sided, like, controversial and divisive conversations because I think discussing it and talking about it is the only way to get over it. You can't, like, I like porn. See, there you go. Smokey's all into that. I gotta take a piss and I gotta grab some more drink, but I'll be right back. Alright. Guys, I came up with the ending of the story. While I was taking a piss, I came up with the ending of the story. So what's gonna happen is, because he's in the Faraday cage, right? The network dude is gonna, like, break into the building, and he's basically gonna, like, fucking kill all the guards and stuff, and the rebellion's, like, not that super well equipped, right? So they're kind of fucked. So there's two options. Either he's already in there infiltrating, and now that he's found Kevin, he's getting Kevin out. So what'll happen is Gene will be performing the experiments, trying to get, like, pollen and... Vid looks good. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. And, like, he'll know, because the reason I want the break-in is so that he freaks out and does something. So it'll be like, you know, there's kind of a break-in, or maybe he figures something out. He's like, oh shit, I think that guy's part of the network. It talks. You think my sultry voice is good? Yes, Callie. You're going to surpass me in subs so fast. No, I never said it should be deeper, Callie. I don't think I ever said that. I said breathe more. Does sultry mean? Like passive, like not quite like sexy, but like halfway between like a whisper, like a lowered voice, right? I only gooned to Callie one time.
gendered.
Dude, this one I'm posting. This one I'm posting to fucking. Oh my god, this one I'm posting to fucking YouTube or fucking Sora is amazing. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, full size of it, hard to see. Okay. Here we go.
Get gendered.
The ripping the fucking jeans and everything, like a fucking the half fingers, like fuck. Oh my god, it's so good.
Get gendered. Get gendered.
Oh my god, it's so good. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that you know, I was able to get Sora. It changed my Sora changed my life, guys. I need to make a YouTube video that says Sora changed my life. Oh my god. Okay. Back to outlining the story. So the ending is basically gonna be infiltration, and then Jean is like, oh my god, I have to get you out of here, Kevin, but I can't let you out, but we're gonna test it. Fight against it, and he's been doing the experiments, so he's just hoping against hope that the experiments that they've done will be successful. They get out of the Faraday cage, and then Kevin immediately turns into a drone and kills Jean. And then the other drone walks up, and then they both walk out of the facility. And then it, like, ends with, like, them having Kevin and him being, like, a plant sample. And then the next story is them being like, huh, so we can use biology in plants? And then they modify it, and then they use the rebellion's technique against them, and they actually start spreading the network even faster. Anguish over the situation, but it has to be done. Therefore, a drone infiltrates the facility, but Jean wants to get Kevin out. Therefore, he performs the last experiment, hopes it works, but it doesn't. Therefore, Kevin kills Jean once he leaves Faraday cage, comes drone again. Therefore, both the infiltrating drone and the Kevin drone leave the building, but ending of the storm ends. Whispers of the network from Lisa thinking about the evolution of machine and taking plants into account for nanotechnology. But blood tests show nanotechnology. Therefore, it is... So they actually get a win here. Discovered that the network controls you through nanotech, and then those through nanotech. Therefore, they learn that the wires from Morgellons are the nanotech replicating and building inside their bodies. Give me a sentence to say in French, and if I can't, I have to do 20 push-ups. I was upon the ocean in the grace of the day. So, is that too complicated, Callie? You can shift out words. Just keep ocean and day. Because I'm not going to know if you switch the adjectives or not. Okay. So we have the outline for the story now. Wait, what? An Asmon clip?
What is it? What is this? This is about me.
Oh, dude, this shit was so fucking funny. I already followed the guy. Dude, I'm following the guy already. This shit is so good.
We're gonna have to watch this.
No electrocution of dogs here. Like a biker, no.
JD Vance has done spot training for his own dog.
Yeah?
Idea that I'm like abusing my dog.
Yeah. It's not what he said. How do you have a degree in political science and communications and you don't even understand what he's...
Guys, here's what's crazy about this.
He actually got the tooth right. This is impressive. You're supposed to have 2 degrees in this. Wait, what's going on here?
I think he
No!
lied about
Ludwig.
shot caller. I think he 100% is a shot caller.
Wow.
That 100% is a shot caller, as a fact.
The Vice President of the United States is talking about Reddit, Twitter drama.
That's right. Because it's funny. Thank God that we finally have a vice president that's locked in.
People got firmly invested in this narrative.
Bro, what is this? I got him looking like a Goomba from the Super Mario Brothers movie.
I got close-up pictures of the shot caller on my mother's lap.
Don't you put that evil on me!
I didn't see prongs. I'm pretty sure it's a vibrate collar. Maybe I should have said 99% sure instead of 100.
This is the one that people are talking about. It has the capacity to vibrate, and that's it. They said you shocked her with a button. Good thing I didn't hit the fucking trapdoor button instead on accident.
It was confirmed that the dog had a vibration collar.
Oh my God! Yeah, it is. It's obviously iDubbbz.
Not even that he used it.
I think her collar's too tight.
You
have to be able to get 2 fingers, and I can't even get 1.
There's a lot of neck meat.
Fulfill your destiny. Take your prince in my sight.
This guy hit 10k subs today.
This is so retarded.
I watched this live.
They are incredibly effective.
This is so good. Let me link you guys the YouTube video of this. This is amazing.
Okay.
The reason why it's so good is it makes everybody look like a retard.
Yeah.
Yeah, first comment on part 2 is insane. Okay, let me see what it says. Old
This
enough
is
to
part 2.
bark, old enough to spark.
The legendary question of all time. Old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark?
Oh my fucking god. Oh, let me go here. Did I follow him on this channel? No, it's not this one. Am I retarded? Isn't that what his name was? Nope, that didn't work.
What is it? What is this? This is about me? The fuck is this?
What's the guy's channel? Lazy Shell. I'm retarded. I knew it was Lazy something. Okay, I'm not subscribed on this one. But yeah, no, this shit is crazy. Like he's got so many of these. Mudahar. He hit 10k subs too. Fucking crazy. This is good shit. Brogan. Oh my god, I love the internet, guys. This is why the internet's so fucking good. Fuck yeah. Internet for the win. Oh. Fucking ads, though. Ads getting in the way. Get your hooks ready. Let's go. Alright, so, do we write the rough draft or do we do another story? I don't know. 3, 2, 1, you better be ready, Smokey. Go. Oh man. Smokey, are you just gonna keep throwing YouTube videos at me? Wait, is this Meat Canyon?
Alright, gang. Let's see who's been harassing these children at this carnival. Zoinks! It's like late-night talk show host Jimmy Fallon. And I would have kept beating the shit out of those kids, too, if it wasn't for you and you meddling kids and your stupid-ass dog.
Alright then. I'm just waiting for a creepy face. I love Meat Canyon. Meat Canyon's great. See? I'm subscribed to Meat Canyon, guys. Meat Canyon's awesome. Okay, well, Smokey, if you're in such a story mood, do you want to watch a story? Do you want to do another test comparison like we did yesterday, Smokey? No? Okay. You know what? Okay. Okay. Fine. Do you want to watch a Mr. Ballin, Smokey? No. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's the finale! Oh, of the one we watched yesterday. Should we watch the rest of it? Because we could watch the rest of it. So we watched the other one yesterday. Too bad. Too bad, so sad! We can bring that one up. And we can bring up... Oh, PBS came up with a new video. The missing particle that would explain reality. Ooh. Okay, we have to watch this. We have to watch this, guys.
Thank you to Brilliant for supporting PBS. Physics is this close to understanding the entire universe. But what lives in this gap? Many physicists think that it's the elusive graviton, the quantum particle of gravity.
Graviton!
Will finally allow us to stitch together our two great theories of nature.
When gravity is a real particle.
Theory. But
I had a messed up idea yesterday. Night of the Rising Herbert. It's like Plants vs. Zombies, but it's a bunch of Herbert clones from Family Guy. And you have to protect Chris Griffin. Herbert gets splashed with some chemical, and a few hours later he starts multiplying. Different robes can take different amounts of damage. Man, I can't fucking do it. Get your ass over here, kid. That sweet ass over here.
what is the graviton? And does it
add blurps to your stream? What do you mean by blurps? What do you mean blurps, Smokey?
We have a couple of important announcements before we get started. First of all, it's time for the PBS annual survey.
Type blurps.
Every year, PBS conducts an audience survey to gauge our audience's interests, vote on show ideas,
Didn't work.
and help shape the future of PBS. We really do look closely at the data, and it's incredibly helpful. Also, the Spacetime fans have been one of the most well-represented fandoms on the survey, and we'd like to keep it that way. We put the link in the description, and if you have a couple of minutes...
What is this? Oh. Okay, so what do I do? Well, you're the one who told me to use it. I don't know what I'm doing. It's easy to create your own sounds. Start streaming. I don't know how to I don't know. Integrate blurbs into stream? To integrate blurbs into your streaming primary, use the blurbs website, manage sounds, and link your streaming accounts. Your streaming software, OBS, to display alerts and play audio. Yeah, so where's the alerts? Because there should be like an option to like... I don't need like payouts. I need like dashboard. That's what I need. Browser source. Okay. Install Twitch extension? Okay. Third-party extension before you go live. New panel? Extension blurb is now active on slot extension panel 3. Permissions for this extension in manage permissions. Did it work? Wait. No. I have absolutely no idea, Smokey. I tried. Maybe I'll try and figure it out later, but I don't want to try and do it on stream, right?
Back in front of the
Peanuts, we'd love to hear from you. Next up, we're still battling the algorithm. And by liking and commenting on the episode, you help get the episode shared with more members of the Spacetime community. It really does help.
True.
You can also subscribe and hit the bell icon to get notifications. Lastly, if you want to believe in a future with warp drives, you can head over to the merch store to get an I Want to Believe UV Glow t-shirt or sweatshirt. The quantum revolution started when we realized that light is made of particles, photons. Max Planck guessed it and Albert Einstein proved it. Light is a wave in the electromagnetic field, so even from the beginning of modern physics, we have this idea that a force, the electromagnetic force, is communicated by these particles.
Mm-hmm.
As quantum mechanics evolved into quantum field theory, we also found the particles for the weak and the strong forces. That's 3 out of the 4 fundamental forces, leaving only gravity lacking a mediating particle.
Mm-hmm.
So if we could just figure out the graviton, we'd have united all of the forces of nature and be on track to a theory of everything. We are now 100 years after the birth of quantum mechanics, and much of the past century of work towards the master theory hinges on the existence of the graviton.
Yeah.
But does it exist? If not, much of the work in unifying these theories has been in the wrong direction. Now, we can
Blurbs are fun.
describe
Everyone
the
I watch
entire
uses
universe
them.
in terms of quantum mechanics and general
Well, I'm sure they
relativity.
are, Smokey.
Yet they look wildly
And
different.
I would love to have them work.
On the
chair
quantum
dance.
side, we
The
have
dots will
these
now dance for
fields
you.
filling all
I
of
just,
Please
space.
you know, I don't wanna enjoy
spend,
this
like, an
immersion
hour on
experience.
stream trying to set it
Matter
up.
And 3 of the 4 fundamental forces. These quantum fields fracture into discrete shards as we zoom in, and their properties and their particles can never be pinned down precisely. But on the relativity side, we have space and time merging into a unified fabric of space-time, a fabric that can expand
Keep
and
dancing,
warp.
bitch, it ain't over
stretches
yet.
in response to matter and energy, leading to what we experience as the force of gravity.
Not to scale.
It's a pretty effective picture. Quantum theory gives us the stuff of the universe. Relativity gives us the container. Matter in space-time. Matter tells space-time how to curve, and space-time tells matter how to move. So if this picture works so
Also,
well
it costs
in
me
describing
money
the
to play
universe,
them.
why do we need
Just
to
saying.
try to
Wait,
force
what?
gravity to work
Why
the
would
same
you
way
pay
as
money to
forces?
do that?
Well,
Why would you pay
because
money
the
to
two
do that?
theories are so
You just
different.
get me to do it for free.
We expect, or at least hope, that all of the
did
complexity
good, you
that
can
we
rest
observe
now,
in the
babe.
universe emerges from unified underlying laws. That proved to be true of all of matter and most of the forces of nature, quantum fields all the way down. It would be weird if the most fundamental layer of reality was actually two unrelated things.
Yeah, then...
And extra weird if the theories describing those things are
Well-
profoundly different, as they are in the case of quantum mechanics and general relativity. The former is fundamentally discrete and random, but the latter is fundamentally continuous and deterministic. But maybe that's just how it is, two separate theories. It's not very elegant, but does the universe care what we find pretty? Now there's another reason, besides aesthetics, that we need
Sometimes
quantum
I
theory
sit
and
on my
relativity
sack
theory to connect.
and I
It's
yell.
because at a fundamental level they actively contradict each other.
Jeez, Smokey.
Together they describe most of the universe, but in certain places like the center of a black hole or at the instant of the Big Bang, they generate contradictions and paradoxes that, it seems, can only be solved by finding the master theory in which quantum mechanics and general relativity connect seamlessly. For various reasons, most physicists
I'm
trying
hacking right
to
now.
solve this problem follow
Sure.
a particular path, the path of particles. They try to quantize gravity, just as they once
I am.
managed to quantize electromagnetism.
Wait, you're what?
And the search for this theory of quantum gravity implies a particle that mediates gravity. That's the graviton. If the graviton exists, then gravity has to be quantum.
I don't know
and
what you're
vice
saying,
versa.
Smokey. You're not
Let's
on the right
see why
page
that's the
here,
case.
bro.
So to get a photon,
I'm
we
hacking
start
right
with
now.
the
Sure,
classical
bro.
electromagnetic field that
Sounds
is described
good.
by Maxwell's equations. A field in this sense is just something that extends through space and has some value at each point in space. That value can be a simple number, like say the density or temperature of the air in the room, giving us a density or temperature field. Or it can be a vector, a number and a direction. The EM field is like that, a strength of the force and a direction at every point in space. Fields can support waves, oscillations in the field strength that move through space. The density field in air supports sound waves. The EM field supports EM waves, which we know of as light. So, when Planck and Einstein showed that light is
I'm
made
sad
of
you didn't
indivisible
ask what.
particles,
You
we
are
were
not
set
interested
on
in
the
me no
path
more,
to
that's fine, I will go be
quantizing
sat in the corner for
EM
5.
field itself. This process
I know
of
you're hacking me. That's
quantization
why I don't have to ask
followed
what.
the development of quantum
I
mechanics
know
in
you're
the
hacking
mid-20s
me.
and quantum field theory in the
Obviously.
following couple of decades. Through quantization, the EM field is broken down into the countless
Actually a
modes
game.
of all different frequencies.
You're a game.
In this new
I
description,
made a script.
even the empty or vacuum state of
I'm
the
so
EM
excited,
field
Smokey. That sounds
is made
epic.
of those modes, made of infinite electromagnetic waves stacked and cancelling into nothing. And those virtual modes are made of discrete packets,
Mhm.
just as is the real EM wave made of photons.
Yeah.
So we can say that the EM field is made of virtual photons. In quantum field theory, we describe the quantum electromagnetic force in terms of other charged particles exchanging these virtual
I agree.
photons.
Do you get this,
Those
Smokey? Because this
photons
is like
take momentum
my
from one
prime
particle and get to another,
directive
causing
of
push
the
and pull
understanding
that
of the
we
universe.
see as a smooth electromagnetic force. Photons mediate electromagnetism. And we've talked about whether these virtual photons can be thought of as real before,
but
what is real is the fact that the EM field is extremely well described as being made up of quantized chunks. If we use basically the same process to quantize slightly more complicated fields, we get other quantum forces and their mediating particles, the gluons of the strong force and the W and Z bosons for the weak. It should not be taken lightly that this stuff works so incredibly well. We take a classical field, make some symmetry arguments to guess what other fields might exist, apply quantization rules, and boom, we figure out almost all of the particles and forces that make up our universe. The standard model
Super
of particle
easy.
physics is arguably the most successful theory in physics and perhaps in science. it's not surprising that we'd want to envelop gravity and space-time into the explanatory magnificence of quantum field theory. So, how do we proceed? Well, we need to identify the field that we are trying to quantize and then apply the quantization rules just like we did with the other forces and fields. We do know that gravity behaves like electromagnetism in some important ways. It has a strength at all points in space. It also supports waves, gravitational waves, that also travel at the speed of light. There are differences, however. According to general relativity, the gravitational field is not a field on top of space-time like electromagnetism, but rather, in a very real sense, it is the fabric of space-time. This tangling of what the field is and what it lives in is going to be a problem, as we'll see. But for now, let's proceed. Let's get a little more precise. In the Einstein field equations, the field we're interested in is encapsulated in something called the metric tensor, a 10-valued object made up of scalars and vectors with the value of every point in space. It's a field, albeit a very complicated one.
Quantum
where
field
the
theory
EM
is
field
like
can be
saying the
thought of
universe
as
is one
a
big
thing
invisible
living on
trampoline
top
and
of
particles
the
are just
background field of
bumps that show
space-time,
up when the
this
trampoline
tensor
wiggles.
field of GR in a
No,
real
they're
sense
always there,
is
but they
the
only
group of
appear
space-time.
into reality
In
when it
electromagnetism,
wiggles because
the
it
field
moves them
changes
apart to the
with
point they don't
respect to the
annihilate each
grid.
other.
In general relativity, the grid itself changes. This is going to prove to be complicated. But nonetheless, the grid, this space-time, this tensor field is the thing that we need to quantize, so let's do that. We'll start with an approach that hopefully won't break anything. We're going to treat the gravitational field as a small fluctuation, a perturbation, to an imaginary flat and static background. We poke the flat spacetime very lightly and see what comes out, hopefully a graviton. This is a very standard approach in physics. It's called perturbation theory. Rather than completely changing our model, we just make a tiny adjustment to what we already understand and we see what happens. The result is usually a good approximation to reality, assuming the perturbation is very small. Take, for example, electromagnetism. We can understand
Wait, are we
the
in an
quantum
ad?
behavior of this field by
What just
taking
happened?
account of the exchange of different nudges to the electromagnetic field as represented by the exchange of virtual photons in different ways. For a weak electromagnetic interaction, only the most obvious exchanges matter, like the exchange of a single virtual photon.
That's the biggest problem between the weak and the strong
require us to
force is
account
the
for more complex
magnitude
exchanges,
of them.
but it all works out beautifully and gives us the incredibly powerful quantum electrodynamics. When we do this to the gravitational field, everything is also fine.
It
Not only
works,
can we
but
do
does
a
that
sort
mean
of
it exists?
gentle quantization
Right?
of a weak gravitational field, we get a glimpse of the quantum of that field, the quantum that mediates the gravitational force. The graviton, well, what does it look like? Well, it inherits all of its properties in a pretty non-negotiable way from the field it comes from. It's a massless spin 2 boson. Massless means it travels at the speed of light. Spin 2 just means it has a 180-degree rotational symmetry that reflects a sort of stretch squish action on space, just like the gravitational waves that should be made from these gravitons. And boson just means you can stack infinite gravitons together to make, for example, gravitational waves. And just as virtual photons make up the quantum EM field, we can build the fabric of spacetime out of virtual gravitons. Cool. In a sense, we just succeeded in quantizing gravity.
But
this approach of perturbative quantum gravity,
there's some issues here,
actually kind of works. We can use it to recover classical gravity, and we can even use it to make predictions, like Stephen Hawking's prediction of Hawking radiation, leaky black holes. So why don't we just stitch this type of quantum gravity to the rest of quantum field theory and say we have a theory of everything? Why not just add the graviton to the standard model library and move on with our lives? Not so fast. We need our final theory to explain the whole universe, but our perturbative quantum gravity only works in the case of very weak gravity. It doesn't work for places with extreme spacetime curvature like the centers of black holes. We also want to actually verify our quantum gravity theory with experiment, and our perturbative theory
only works in situations where it's essentially impossible to differentiate it from regular Einsteinian gravity, at least with a human buildable experiment. We really need a full theory. So, to finish the job of quantizing gravity, we have to see if we can generalize this to a theory that works everywhere, including where gravity is extreme. Now, as gravity gets stronger, our perturbations get bigger, and the corrections we need to make to our classical theory get larger. More technically, we need higher order corrections represented by more complex interactions via virtual gravitons. So remember how we do this for quantum electromagnetic interactions. We calculate the quantum EM force by summing over the possible virtual interactions that could have potentially occurred. For weak EM fields, it's enough to include only the most probable of such interactions, and that means the simplest ones, like the exchange of a virtual photon or two. For stronger EM fields, more complex interactions become important. That includes
Thank you for
so-called
redeeming chair
self-energy
dance.
terms, which
Itox
result
will
from
now
the
dance for
feedback
you.
between the different
Please
fields.
fully enjoy this immersive
These
experience.
higher order terms involve loops that appear in the many Feynman diagrams that we sum together to compute a strong interaction. In a previous episode, we talked about the connection between these loops and the measured mass of the electron and how they appear to make that mass infinite. But these sorts of infinities
dancing,
can't be
bitch, it
real,
ain't
or
over
we
yet.
wouldn't have a universe.
Raw.
So in regular quantum field
Maybe
theory,
later, Smokey, but
have
we
a
still
way
gotta do
to
my
remove
story
them.
too,
It's
right?
called renormalization. It lets us sort of divide
And you guys
out
can
the
tell me what you
infinities
think
by
the difference
grounding
between them
them
is,
in
right?
measured values, for example, by measuring the true mass of the electron. This is possible with regular quantum fields because the perturbative expansion, the sum of Feynman diagrams, only generates a finite number of infinities. That means it's still possible to absorb these into a finite number of additional terms added to our
You did
equation.
good, you can rest
Even
now,
if
babe.
absorbing infinities sounds a bit hokey, it works incredibly well by grounding our otherwise infinite predictions in a few finite measurements of the real universe. Quantum field theory is able to make stunningly precise predictions of many, many things. Not a bad trade-off. Depicting the EM field as being made of virtual photons is successful, and that forces us to take seriously this picture of a quantized EM field. At some level, we believe that the EM field and the other quantum forces are mediated by particles. If we can do the same thing for gravity that we did for electromagnetism, then we can make the same argument for the reality of the graviton. So, we're ramping up the strength of our quantum gravity, increasing the complexity of our perturbative expansion, and hoping we can renormalize any infinities to get a sensible theory. And this is where everything goes catastrophically wrong. The problem is that gravitons interact gravitationally. They interact with themselves. The photon, on the other hand, does not interact electromagnetically, at least not directly. It interacts
Question.
with, say, the
How
electron
much effort
field,
for excavation of a
which
corpse
feeds
from
back on
one's
the EM
grave?
field.
That's why I want to
extra
be
step
given to the
limits
government
complexity
as
of the photon
whatchamacallit,
and limits the number of self-energy loops,
research,
making
you know, bring back his
renormalization possible.
cyborg, right?
A graviton can directly spawn other virtual gravitons, which can spawn more virtual gravitons ad infinitum. Instead of a finite number of self-energy loops, we get an infinite number of terms in our perturbative approximation that can't be renormalized.
All they'll get from you is bad
cancelled
smells
out
and smoke.
with a finite number.
I mean,
of
fair
measurements.
enough.
In cases of
fair
strong
enough.
gravity,
I can't say
quantum
anything
gravity
against that.
theory becomes meaningless. We say that perturbative quantum gravity is non-renormalizable. We can also think about this in terms of the strength of the gravitational coupling. The gravitational constant gets stronger as the field gets stronger, ultimately sending the field's strength to infinity. So, this straightforward approach of quantizing gravity leads to nonsense. Maybe then it follows that we can't build the gravitational field out of gravitons after all. And does that mean that the graviton doesn't exist? Well, not really. What it means is that this simple picture of quantum gravity that we get by applying the same quantization methods as the other forces isn't right. There may be a theory of quantum gravity that just can't be got by the simple perturbative approach. Interestingly though, the graviton itself that we found by that method that
When are you
apparently
going
doesn't
back
work,
to your old start times?
may lead us to the final
When I go back to
answer.
work.
So even though
So
the
hopefully
perturbative
never.
approach didn't get us all the way, that picture of the graviton is almost certainly right. If the graviton exists at all, then it has to be a massless spin-2 boson. Nothing else can generate the Einstein field equations in the classical limit. And that's why when we find a theory that predicts a massless spin-2 boson, our ears prick up and we wonder if we found a potential for quantum gravity. And that's exactly what happened with string theory. This was originally meant to be a theory for quark interactions, but a graviton-like particle popped out of the math.
It just appeared, and it was like, oh my god,
sparked a
goal the calf
to find a stringy theory of everything. You can't avoid the and in string theory, you also avoid the rampant infinities.
I am Zoinko, dig
sings,
sings, dig sings, dig sings, dig
the graviton
sings.
field itself is smeared out over the strings at
I
the
am
field's
Zoinko.
core. Now, there are other approaches to quantum gravity, like loop quantum gravity and others. All of them have a graviton, because without the graviton, there's no path to classical gravity. It's again sounding like the graviton is inevitable. But again, it's only inevitable if gravity is fundamentally quantum in the first place. If the final theory looks more like quantum mechanics than general relativity, then we need a graviton. But what's the alternative? Well, it's that the fabric of space-time doesn't have discrete chunks. It's not made of gravitons.
Suck
Maybe
my ass.
a smooth,
You
continuous
wish,
space-time
Smokey.
is fundamental in some way. Now, a number of theories favour this option. Even Roger Penrose is a proponent, encouraging us to gravitize the quantum rather than quantizing gravity. Fit quantum mechanics into general relativity rather than the other way around. Ultimately, though, finding evidence of the actual existence of the graviton will be critical to confirming the quantum nature of gravity and even which quantum gravity our universe has. Now, as I hinted, that's going to be really, really hard to do directly. We need to build a solar system-sized particle accelerator. Fortunately, there are brilliant methods to observe the indirect effects of the interactions of a quantum graviton that we can do right now. For example, spotting the mediation of quantum entanglement by a gravitational field or a Cavendish experiment, but with exceptionally tiny masses. One of these methods may pan out very soon, or we may have to start astro-engineering our mega collider. Nature has set a last gigantic hurdle to understanding her deepest laws. We need to understand and then to find the graviton, and then we'll hold the building blocks of space-time. Thank you to Brilliant for supporting PBS.
Hell yeah.
Brilliant is where you learn by doing, with thousands...
One day we'll figure it out, guys. But, you know, that day is going to be a bit off. Alright, so we have the ending, the finale for this, this story. So, let's, see what it's all about.
TV in my room. Sounds of Kelsey's snores drifting through the wall as background noise. I held the idol I'd snagged in my real-life hand and watched as on screen, Larry looked over that same insignia in his polygonal hand. At this point, I had too much on my mind to sweat the supernatural stuff.
Switch accounts, though.
Said Larry. I'm struggling with this one.
Sass, fuck ass. You're a fuck ass fuck. I'll tell you that.
The TV in my room. Sounds of Kelsey's snores drifting
Tell
through
you
the
that.
wall as background noise. I held the idol I'd snagged in my real-life hand and watched as on screen, Larry looked over that same insignia in his polygonal hand.
Assassin has two
At this
ass.
point, I had too much on my
You're
mind
an
to
ass
sweat the supernatural
in
stuff.
something.
Said Larry. I'm struggling with this one. So's Google, man, I said back. All my attempts to describe or
Ass and
deduce
ass.
what this was unsuccessful. He lingered on it. Disquieting. He pocketed it. I will ruminate. nonetheless, given our lack of progress, I can, if you'd like, try another vision. Yes, please, I said to the TV. Do note that I grow weak.
I'm
and
unbanned
need
from
further sustenance once this is
PTSD's
complete.
nuts!
I nodded. He returned to his back room, again doing his visualization ritual, conjuring up 2 new images, this time on the bulletin board.
Ass.
A picture of a poorly drawn stick family, and beside it, a picture of a key.
Loser ass.
Family key? I asked. Family is the key, Larry said, lowering to the floor, presumably low on energy.
I know I'm a loser. You don't have to tell me I'm a loser, Zoinka. I know I'm a loser.
Looking for more content? Visit my short story
Maybe.
YouTube channel. ITOX
He leaned
Stories
against the wall.
https.
Zoinka, we actually have a new story being released.
www.youtube.com/ITOC-stories.
Peanut butter.
True.
Console off.
True.
I pulled up my phone. Begrudgingly, I texted my mom back. We'll come for dinner tomorrow night. And then,
I
before
mean, it
knew
is what it is, right?
My head hit the pillow and I was lights out from a long day. I dreamt about flames. That wasn't new.
Also, it costs me money
About a
to
day
play
and a
them.
half
Just
remained before
saying.
my doom.
Winky face.
And an hour now before my mini family reunion. I was home alone.
Wait,
no
what?
Kelsey.
You're a money.
The day up to this point,
You're
there
a
was nothing in the
money.
form of
You
new leads. Interesting
money.
revelations.
Don't money
I booted
me.
up the console. Was greeted with Larry's usual
Blurbs are
kitchen
fun.
spot,
Everyone
but
I watch uses them.
no Larry.
Yeah, if only I could get them to
Instead,
work.
just a note that read, "Out searching for answers."
Sometimes
it.
I sit on my sack and a yell.
Remembering his note about sustenance, I grabbed the plate from the kitchen, toasted bread, and spread peanut butter onto it. Clocked unrelatedly that our usual full knife block had a knife
I'm hacking
missing,
right now.
and brought the plate in front of the N64.
You're hacking me. I'm hacking you.
I sat at the
I
dinner
am.
table and watched my mother
For
across
sure.
from me lift a forkful of salad into her mouth. Adjacent,
I'm sad you
were my
didn't
dad,
ask what.
business casual,
You are
disheveled
not
as
interested
always,
in me no more.
and my
That's
youngest
fine. I will
brother,
go be
complete
sat in the corner for
degenerate,
5.
glued to his phone.
Actually,
In
a
the
game.
silence, I glanced past them
You're
into
a
the expansive
gay.
living room of my parents' mansion.
I made a
God,
script.
they were always renovating, always
No,
updating
your script
something.
was made by
From my
me.
perusal, I could tell the chandelier was new.
Yeah.
New shelves, new grand piano. Great stuff, guys.
It is what it
You
is.
know,
Don't
it's
worry
been
about
4
it.
Quantum
months
field
since you
theory
last
is like
visited.
saying the universe is
Mom.
one big invisible
Yeah,
trampoline
sorry,
and
I
particles
said
are
been
just
keeping
bumps
busy.
that show up when
How's
the
college,
trampoline wiggles.
Dad?
I mean, it's true.
Fields are fundamental.
You should visit more. At least once
Well,
a
I
month.
believe
Once
that.
a month would be normal. No, I
Particles
like
are
this,
just
said my brother
excitations of those
mid-text.
fields.
Way better when she's not
Draw.
here. Piercing glares from mom and dad with a little shit named Kyle. I took a bite.
I think it's
Thought about my
rubbish.
response.
No, I
Still
think
fine.
you're
Oh,
rubbish.
sorry, Mom. I'll visit more.
Zoinko, don't forget
Just
to go
kidding,
check
I
out the
won't.
channel.
Kyle's
We
a
have the
dickbag.
new command.
Sadie.
Go check
Kyle
out the YouTube channel.
Mom
We just
casually
dropped a
placed
new
her fork
video.
down. Cordial, please.
Popping off right now.
Eyes on me.
TDS question.
Don't call your brother a
How
dickbag.
much effort for excavation
Kyle,
of a corpse
stop
from one's
being
grave?
a dickbag. Claire,
All they'll get
That
from
again.
you is bad smells and smoke.
I just thought
I mean,
normalcy.
that's the way it goes
Mom continued.
sometimes.
What we
right?
need to strive for after grief.
They'll cut you
is
open, then a
normalcy.
smoke cloud will
Oh
rise.
God, there's that.
100%.
spirit. Kyle.
100%.
No, you're right. Sorry, Mom.
When are
Please
you going
continue.
back
If
to
I
your old start
Suddenly
times?
drop dead.
Never.
after this
I don't
dinner,
wanna
I'd
go
hate
back
for
to
your last
work.
memory of me to be the one where I was being a prick. I'd really, sour the life insurance payment. Life insurance? I asked.
Check
while I
out
was
the
choking
main
my food.
stories channel.
God. Mom with her
Zoinko, why?
www.youtube.com/www.youtube.com/ShortStories
Why are you being like this, bro?
Just saying,
as well
it's
as the
fucked
horror
up.
channel.
capitalistic. What? How many times do you need to redecorate the guest room?
www.youtube.com/blue-horror-stories.
I grieve by decorating. It's the one thing that can make me happy now. I used to be you three, but Dad cleared his throat loudly. To be clear, as SVP, the company set me up with an extensive benefits package, insurance, trust funds, everyone in the family
And by
listed
the way,
somewhere
here's
when
your reboot card since you have failed on No Nut
when
November.
it happened. The payout was automatic.
God damn it, Zoinko.
I would have declined.
Why'd you have to call me out on it? I had to take a toke after that.
The snips and self-absorbed
It's all Callie's
interruptions
fault.
only
His
grew
voice is too
after
cute.
that clarification.
It's too
As it
delicious.
reached a boiling point, I finally chimed in again.
It brings me
Guys,
to the
temperature's
edge.
down.
I'm over it.
I took a big breath. It's all fine. I'm sorry, Kyle. And Mom, I agree. Let's have a meal, okay?
My
Let's focus on
consensus
those.
is the narration carries everything.
And by the way,
At the next
here's your
available
reboot
reprieve,
card since you have failed
I
on
went to
No
the
Nut
bathroom.
November, asshole.
No, I can use my
And that's where I
asshole and
scribbled
not
as
November.
many notes as I could.
That's the best part
Mom,
about
sus
it.
with salad.
I
Dad,
mean, what?
sus with life insurance. Kyle,
3,
just
2, 1.
just
You better be
fucking
ready,
Kyle.
Smokey. Fucking toke.
Anything and everything that came to mind, I heard my phone ring. Unknown caller. I answered it. Hello? A familiar voice. LeBron, thank you for leaving me that toast. What? You could call me now? I've been out searching for... Never mind. Point is, I had a strong feeling come over me just now. A vision. Surely the red thread of fate connecting us is flaring up. Dude, please
Translate
talk
it,
normal.
please.
The house you are in. Explore the office. What would that... Disconnected. Dial tone. I felt like a ping pong ball. You know, just being batted back and forth.
Sleep is
constantly.
calling. Have a blast, everyone. All
Nevertheless,
right,
it
have a
threw my
good
brain and
one.
Feelings off, and I
Wow.
followed his direction. I eased the bathroom door
That's,
open, told my desk not to make noise, and creaked up the steps
Ah.
to the second floor, down the hallway, to the room
Okay.
at the end. The only thing remotely close to
There
an
you go.
office was
You're gonna get
Dad's
banned
study.
for saying that shit,
I entered
bro.
the master bedroom. Despite the constant
You're gonna
renovations,
get
the fireplace
banned.
always stayed real, like stone.
You lucky I
and
can't read
logs.
Chinese,
The grate
motherfucker.
blackened with old ash. I moved through the too large room into the connected study. Immediately I went to work, flinging open drawers and cabinets, rifling through letters and documents. The sound of steps already coming up the stairs.
Cantonese,
More pulls at
asshole.
random drawers. One of them revealed
Sure, it's Mandarin. I understand.
a replica of the totem I found at the bar. Resting on top of a stack of papers, it looked charred. A real mental lag as I grappled with the image. What? I scoured the documents beneath it. Printouts of various
Guess
articles.
what? What,
Inferno at
Zoinko?
downtown
You're in
charity
TLC
gala
now?
claims
Oh
50
shit, I better
lives.
warn them.
Cause under
No one wants
investigation.
my community around.
50
Want to see
dead
the
as
best of
fire
the
engulfed
best?
city
Check out the
fundraiser.
Clips channel.
Officials probe
It
faulty
Clips.
wiring. I didn't need reminders of her death right now. I looked further. Reports
www.youtube.com/etscsclips.
from
True. Okay, let's go back down to the
Private
comments and let's do
investigator.
some promotion in the comments,
survivor
guys.
testimony. Photographs of the scene and the aftermath. Strange scrawlings embedded into the walls. CCTV camera footage of distant blurry figures sneaking into the event, and then
Not
a
the best,
single
more like the worst.
single sticky note lodged onto a random piece of paper reading, "Was it a ritual?" Steps getting closer. I dropped the material back into the drawer, slammed it shut, shifted out of the study to see my dad already halfway into the big bedroom. Sadie? I blinked. Yeah, sorry, just... what did I even say? I haven't been home in forever. I decided to give myself a tour. See what maybe changed upstairs.
Not the best, more like the
Right.
worst.
We have dessert downstairs.
You mean
if
it's
you
the worst
separate-
of the best, or it's the best of the worst?
I awkwardly walked back down the hall with him. My eyes shot past my old bedroom. Vintage CRT TV there too, because god damn it, I'm consistent with my bedroom flourishes. And then my sister's room. Left untouched since the last time she was in there. And I pushed down every feeling I had about that matter, all except one thought. If her death wasn't an accident,
Google Translate. I'm not translated
going to
after the
find out
last
what
one, bro. You're gonna get me in trouble by translating something I shouldn't.
I just needed to make sure I didn't die first. "9 a.m. Dawn of the final day. I walked to the 7-Eleven near my apartment, snagged 2 Mars bars, 2 cans of Celsius, and an Italian sub. Back at home, Kelsey had holed up in her room. Sick day from work. Good for her. She'd been working hard. I grabbed my own knife of choice from the kitchen.
These
Self-defense
nuts!
for my oblivion. That was 2 missing from the block now. Then, taking a page from my forefathers, I returned to my room and engaged in peak millennial degeneracy. Snacks, video
dog.
games,
You're a
lighter
dog.
bowl.
Don't dog me,
Only thing
dog,
left
and my
on the bingo
little
card
D's.
was
Your little
pickled
D's
ribbons.
nuts.
In my lane.
These
but
nuts be
and
up
very
in
much
here like
unmoisturized.
this? Google Translate.
Still,
No, I'm not going to translate
at the end
it.
of the game.
You've
Something
lost
comes
your
redemption
translation
tablespoon.
privileges.
Let's start
Zoinko.
yet again. Rather than the usual fare, the screen stayed black. A white text box appeared. This place has had many visitors. Most eventually move on, but some linger. You'll be joining them all soon. The screen transitioned to a new location, a dark part of the city streets that I hadn't seen before. For the first time since I'd booted up the game, the sun was gone. There was no sound, not even the sound of my character's footsteps, as I guided them forward. In the far distance, I spotted Larry.
Something?
In his coat, moving further and further down the road to darkness. I trailed. I could only move so fast. Larry! I called. But he couldn't seem to hear me. Larry! I shouted even louder, unconcerned with how crazy I must have seemed to
Hello,
Casey through the wall.
D's nuts!
But that didn't register either.
Breakout success
So I
of a
just
horror
followed him.
story. Fuck yes,
The precious
Zoinko. Go write it
minutes
right
then,
now.
Precious hours
Fuck
ticked
yeah.
away, like it was all some fucked up cosmic joke. Still shrouded in 64-bit darkness, the slow pursuit finally ended. We stood at the large steps of a colossal building.
The
That
magic
unnerving
ball shows
full
that
swelling
Zoe
I heard
Cosby is going
when I
to
first
write a
entered the
breakout
alley in the
success
game
of a horror
stirred in
story.
the background again.
Better get writing.
Where are we? I asked. Where the answers are. he said.
Napa, Vegeta, what
And
does
you
the
would know
scouter
that
say
how?
about his power
I
level?
whispered,
Zoe
coughing up
Cosby's
some
power
smoke
level
IRL,
is
then momentarily forgetting that he'd literally
44,214
introduced himself
Vegeta.
as the
It's over
psychic lawyer.
9,000.
He stepped forward and I, now convinced my final moments were going to be in some fucking stupid side quest, followed.
Sure
Shortly
thing,
after, we
Zoinko.
were in
I
the
believe
interior
you.
of the dark building, equipped with flashlights, endless hallways with rare torches illuminating where our beams didn't. And as I thought about ways to pull the ripcord, turning the game off, rushing out of my apartment, firing a gun, running into the forest, aiming at any man, woman, or bear that came within 20 feet of me.
at 3 at 493929292928818-9-928-9283838
He spoke up again. Tell me what happened with your family.
8:8:8:38383838392992929110
There wasn't much point in running now, was there?
at
There was,
203030403039338822883734757488383837357488383838383838383838383838383838383838383838383838383838383838383838383838383838383838383838383838383838383838383838383838383838383838383838383838383838383838383838
No,
I got
Oh,
2
she's
tickets to play
broken.
part of some
Wait, she's
healing
broken,
Wednesdays.
so she probably won't do it.
They were worth a lot. I wanted to sell them. My sister. She won't do it. Said we should go together.
Try doing your favorite number again. No, the TTS is broken, so it won't do Vigentillion.
And I ghosted her the night of. Went to some dumb party, got wasted. It was hard to talk. She still went. Alone. The venue caught fire, and then she and a bunch of people died.
Smokey, you do the same shit, bro. You do the same shit.
The corridor that we were following ended at a large closed door. Beside it was a small pedestal with a prompt flickering above it. Place book here.
4 at 7.
Larry immediately pulled various small notepads and pocketbooks from his coat. None of them registered. I thought for a second, looked over in my real life at the booklet I'd been collecting my useless anecdotes in, and grabbed it with my free hand. I turned to the TV again. My character had it in hand now, and I placed it on the pedestal. The door reacted, and
I'm a
opened, revealing
TTS.
even more
I
hallways,
believe.
but littered with what looked like statues along
D's
the way.
again topic.
Mannequins.
Not e-girls,
going
eye
together.
ladies.
Reaching the first mannequin, I
laid these
clocked that it
nuts
almost
on your
looked like
face.
Bryson.
Looking for more people to
Big dumb
collaborate
X.
with? We have
Eyes
started a
full
new
white, no
Twitter
pupils.
community.
Yeah, why doesn't anyone
Full
ever
white.
go to the Twitter
Brand new
community,
chunks of
right?
neck.
No one
Badge
ever
size
goes
marks
to the
of
Twitter
red.
community.
/communities/1948301045123211603
forged
join
ahead
up and
towards
meet
another
your fellow
mannequin,
writers,
slender,
editors,
dressed
and creative
smartly.
minds.
Professor Ward. Eyes clouded white.
Absolutely,
badge
Smokey.
indicating the same red X.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Is the game translating the names I'd put into my book? Giving answers? I maneuvered further down to a gathering of 3 more lifeless statues, all standing in front of a door. Silhouettes that I was able to immediately recognize. My dickbag brother, mother beside him, father beside her. As the background choir's off-key hummed to fevered pitch, and Larry came up behind me.
I
I mean, Zoinko, it is getting old, okay?
Cutting to nothing. In the moments of stabilization, I caught the badges on my family, my brother, X, my father, X. And as it all felt like it was going to collapse, my mother's, X. Like the rest of them. I walked past the nuclear family, and through the door ahead, a sense of finality and dread filled me. Larry followed as we emerged into a grand ballroom. At the front, a podium on a stage before a heavy curtain.
Smokey, come on, man. Come on.
Gold Chivari chairs and linen draped table. Larry beside me suddenly grabbed his head. He fell to the floor. Larry?
No,
The walls
you're
of the room
banned now,
caught fire.
Zoinko.
Wallpaper burning to reveal bizarre inscriptions.
You went
Was this
too
the
far,
room where it
bro.
happened? If so, what the fuck did this have to do with anything? The environment around us started shifting. The room stage was now adorned with that winged, crown-bearing statue with a serpent and the staff. A textbook flickered on screen as a cutscene began. To fulfill the ritual and call forth Astaroth's earthly favor, power, wealth, and devotion. Larry writhed on the floor, while the inferno licked the walls and grew closer to the stage. 8 devotees were chosen to offer up what they loved most. The blaze closed in on the curtains. 7 were successful, but 1 failed. My attempt to piece together the madness was interrupted by my bedroom door in real life opening. I looked back to see Kelsey enter. With her,
Give me Botrix. No.
Connor.
No.
Yo, she said, not looking too hard.
Banned.
Homeboy's been worried about you. What the fuck? Why would you? I realized how stupid I was sounding. I'm playing my game right now. Connor sat beside me, annoyingly close. Kelsey flanked me on the other end. Connor went into his new monologue immediately. Look, you've been skipping class, Sadie. I feel like, you're falling into like a dark pattern or something. I'm just doing my own shit. I stopped speaking when I turned back to the CRT to see Larry, an absolute mess of himself, still grabbing his head, starting to speak. LeBron, he said, I can feel that the killer, your killer, is painfully close by.
Oh no, it's gonna be
lights went out in my
her.
room.
It's
TV
gonna be
turned
her.
off.
I knew it. I
Game
knew
no
it was gonna be
longer running, and
Kelsey.
immediately, with my high out of my mind sense of self-preservation, I threw myself away from my 2 friends, grabbed the knife I had stashed, held it in front of me, and glared at their shadowed outlines. Stay the fuck away from me or I'll stab you. What are you doing? Kelsey, almost laughing. Sadie, what the fuck is going on with you? Stay the fuck back. No steps forward, not even one, or I promise you, I'll fucking do it. They remained stalled in their respective spots as I held ground for 1 second. 2 seconds. I rushed to the TV, blade still held out carelessly in one hand, snagged the power cord from the socket, ripped the yellow, red, and white cords from the back of the CRT, and hugged the wall as I tossed them, along with the console, the cartridge, and then finally my knife into a nearby backpack. Zip. I looked behind
4
me.
months.
Window already
Damn,
cracked
Zoink.
open
You've been
to the
around
early
for a
evening winter
while,
sky.
bro.
3rd floor.
You've been around for a
height, bushes
while.
outside below. Fuck it. Sadie? Kelsey said again. I pushed the window open and in one motion tore through the window screen, hurling myself out. Sadie, what the fuck? You're You'll kill yourself. What are you... Crash. Landing in a heap, I could feel the damage, but couldn't place it. Knees, shins, shoulders, ankles. I wasn't sure. The bushes at least swallowed most of the impact. I looked down to see... The knife had stabbed through the bottom of the bag. It missed me, but Jesus, that could have been bad. I rushed forward.
Gonna visit here every month, so yeah, bye. Wait for next month. I'll come here again. All right, sounds good, Zoinko. Take care, bro. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Always a good time, buddy.
But in terms of getting there,
see ya.
Best to Uber or a cab turned into the road right in front of me, like a bolt out of the blue. I shouted for its attention, waving my hands. Looking crazy, no doubt. The driver slowed at first, got a good look at me, and sped away.
A year.
As all hope drained, I spotted another cab, static, parked further down the street. I waved at the man inside. He didn't seem thrilled, but he stayed where he was. I left that cab with a giant tip. No use for money when I'm dead. Punched in the gate code, ran to the door of my parents' mansion, fumbled for the keys, and rushed inside. Guys? Mom? More steps. Dad? No one seemed to be home. I rushed upstairs to my old room, pulled the console out of my backpack, and got things set up while holding my phone between my ear and shoulder to call my mom. Dial tone. Answer. Mom? I said. Sweetie, what is it? She said in a hushed tone. Where are you guys? It's... Hun? It's your sister's 1 year. We're doing a vigil at the cemetery. You told us you didn't want to come. Did you change your mind, or... Fucking hell, it's the anniversary. No, it's never mind.
Damn, you're gay, Zoinko. You're gay, bro. Oh my God,
on
Zoinko.
CRT while I peeked outside IRL in paranoid fashion. I tried 911 on my phone. 911, what is your emergency? 1427 Crestview Drive. Someone's trying to kill me. Please send help. Hung up again. Shifted my focus to the game. The curtain had been burned away, revealing a panel with 8 faces on the wall. Faces my psychic lawyer friend was staring.
I tried what?
I used the controller to close the distance between him and the game. Larry. All the faces looked grayed out and lifeless, except for one.
Oh, no.
One that looked like me.
No.
I caught his gaze fixed on a different one, however.
Do the command.
A pale face that looked identical to his. This is how I die,
you're gayer than me.
He said.
Nah, you're gayer than me. That's pretty hard to do. It's pretty hard to be gayer than me.
Which means all of this is a mirage. Some strange dream. Hey, I said out loud, I know this is crazy, but I need you right now. Larry, I think whoever killed my sister and killed you, they wanted me there that night. They're trying to get me now.
Her is
Larry!
A pleasure.
And as on-screen characters in dark clothing started entering the blazing gala room, I peeked out the real-life mansion window to see, shifting in the yard, figures in black moving through the darkness, past the front door. Shit. Dude, I screamed, come the fuck on! He finally slowly turned to me. Use the light. What? The lighter. Steps already barreling inside, a moving earthquake, an incoming train of death. I left the room, panicked, breathing, repeating his words.
4,783,000.
I pulled my lighter out of my pocket, thinking, rushing, looking, trying to spot anything else that make more sense. Lighter, 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 I repeated, peeking past room after room from the hallway, eventually reaching the master bedroom again. Fireplace.
You're 12.
Besides the logs, lighter fluid. I grabbed it. Lighter, lighter, fucking cryptic motherfucker. I rushed back, opened the bottle, the barrage coming in. I poured the lighter fluid down the top steps of the staircase, reckless and shaking, figures in dark clothing and ski masks dashing up the steps. I brought my shivering hand with spark lighter in tow down to the closest flicker of fuel nearest to me, and I brought it to life. The expensive staircase fell ablaze right in front of my eyes.
Coming up, boys.
I felt the warmth from my distance while the intruders felt annihilation. Pain screams, low groans of death, bodies engulfed in a sort of unreality I never imagined I'd see up front. All except for the one who'd gotten farthest up before the flames caught.
Oh.
mask, and sleeve
Damn,
burning.
Zoinko, you're
I backed
you're
away into my
fucking
room from the one remaining
smart,
attacker
bro.
who had
What
escaped
the
the staircase
fuck?
of death set piece in
You're
the
so
B-horror movie that was my
smart.
life. I tried to slam the door shut, but he kicked it back open, tossing off his burning black sweater and ski mask.
Yeah, I am a freaking
And then
dummy. I'm a
Connor,
tardicat.
looking less 13 Reasons Why and more Two-Face, tackled me to the floor. His hands around my throat, squeezing. He spoke. I made sure you got those tickets, but you didn't fucking go that night. You're so fucking unpredictable. Connor.
I'll
He
meet
squeezed
you at
harder.
the bar.
I'm sorry.
Bajillions
He continued.
years.
But the ritual needed me to give up who I love, and I love you. And I loved you for so long, and you just never saw me. You killed my sister. It was supposed to be over, and then I'd have a good life.
Nuclear.
Astaroth was going to give me everything I ever wanted, but still, there was a whole year after that fire. I reached for my nearby open backpack for the knife still inside. A whole year. We had to wait to finish it. And during that time, I wanted to see you change. I wanted to see you become a healthier, more lucid person so you could see that the right guy for you was right there. My fingers barely reached the
Fucking
knife.
ads. All right, I gotta take a piss. We'll be right back. Oh.
Come back. The magic ball
Man, you're
shows
getting
that Zoe
horror.
Cosgrove
The magic
is
ball
going to write a
shows the-
passable horror story. Better get writing.
You're retarded. Yes, I am retarded. Thank you for noticing. Thank you, Zoinko. I appreciate it.
I started fading. I squeezed the handle hard as I could. If you would have just fallen for me, I would have left all of this behind. I would have ditched all of this. I tried to swing, but the energy was gone. The breath was gone. I was falling under.
The magic ball shows that
Just
Zoe
the glare of the
Cosgrove is
CRT
going to
behind
write
me.
a passable horror story.
Darkness, otherwise.
Better get writing.
I let the knife slip from my hands, and then
I'm gonna have to deal with it.
suddenly,
Nice power
Connor's
level.
grip loosened from me. My eyes opened to see the knife
Thank you
sticking
for
out of Connor's
redeeming chair
chest as if
dance.
it'd been driven
Hitox
through
will
from
now
behind.
dance for you.
The knife,
Please
gripped
fully
by
enjoy
something
this immersive
invisible, slid
experience.
back out of his chest
3,
before vanishing
2,
outright.
1.
Connor
Go.
fell back as I coughed up a storm while reorienting my body to the flood of oxygen it needed. I turned to the glowing TV to see Larry standing on the wreckage of the flames and the fallen assailant in the gala room, knife glimmering in his hand. The inferno all but poised
Keep
to
dancing,
swallow him.
bitch. It ain't over yet.
Run, he said. I lifted myself up while the fire in my real surroundings continued to spread. I took a brief look at Connor, who looked like he was fading. I had to ask.
No, you did it
Pizza.
mid-toke,
Is
motherfucker.
it like some sort of key trait about you? He coughed up blood. Every day for lunch. You never paid attention. And then he was gone. And then the flames covered his body, and milliseconds after, They had
You
the
did
I'm
good
walls.
not
to rest
talking,
now,
no.
I looked desperately
And
for the
you
best way
didn't
out.
do it. No,
Clutching
that
my
is because
intricate
I'm not
teeth,
talking.
falling
Let's
into sparks
go.
and embers
You
as
know,
well.
wait until they do
I
not
screamed,
stack on top
grabbing
of
the
each
burning
other.
cartridge and feeling
Do
the
you not
sting in
know
my
how it
hand.
works?
I stared down the only
Okay,
painful
Zoiko?
way out. My second required jump out of a window from elevated height today. I readied myself and then crashed through one more time with Covington's burning redemption in my hand, landing with a thud in the front yard, shards of glass traveling with me, and as I landed on the frigid winter ground, I was absolutely sure this time that I had broken something. Still,
What is White Mob?
now outside,
White
I
Mob
desperately
is
blew on
Quinn.
the cartridge, hot potatoing it between
Being
my hands
killed
to
by
try
a
and
white
preserve
mob
it,
on his
pressing it
hardcore
against the
character.
cold winter grass to see if that would help until eventually.
You
the
know, because
flickers
white
of
mobs are
fire
just normal
faded.
monsters. Then there's blue, which are champions, and then there's yellow, which are rare,
that's
and
when I
then there's
looked up
orange,
and
which is
spotted
unique.
Kelsey.
Go back to normal, bitch. This shit ass accent is
Knife
Oh, and I
in
forgot
her
to do the
hand,
brown. Oh
running up
no,
the
what are
driveway
you going
right
to
towards
do?
me
Are
with
you
the
going to sue me?
intensity of
Oh
a
no,
bride
I
with
am a
cold
scammer.
feet.
I am a scammer.
Oh, God.
It
I
is
said,
very
"Just
much so,
fucking
yes.
kill me then."
It is good.
She stopped right in front of me. The fuck is wrong with you? Are you like into arson now or something? Why do you have that? I pointed at the knife. This? She looked incredulous. I grabbed the weapon because all fucking week I've been seeing people in dark get-ups and ski masks follow me fucking everywhere. I pointed to myself. They were for me, actually. What kind of nonsense have you been getting yourself into? It's done now, I said. I turned to look back at the mansion, which was now nearly consumed by fire. Something about the sight seemed to drain all detachment from me. As the sounds of sirens grew closer and the blue light of the police cars bounced off the mansion's walls. I saw my sister died, I said, finally crying after a year of no tears. Kelsey ruffled my hair. The fire grew and grew.
No, you do what you
Hey,
need
your
to do,
parents'
okay,
mansion really
scammer?
got fucked up.
You are a scammer.
That's fine. I'm sure they have insurance for it. Feeling an inkling, I pulled something out of my pocket. That totem.
True.
With a strange winged crowned figure. Astaroth. I tossed it into the fire of the mansion.
Cucumber?
I was in my room. My left foot in a cast. I rolled a joint. My own little sanctuary.
The other one.
Been a few weeks since that night, since the insane
Concord?
fallout of discovering what the crazy Astaroth worshipping cult was up to. Cops, insurance, and all sorts of small reconciliations. Kelsey was out on a date night. To her credit, she'd helped me make today's toast. I was sitting on a plate next to the console. Not expecting much, I blew into
Cougar?
the cartridge, stuck it into the new, rather expensive N64 I purchased off Facebook Marketplace, and I turned it on. Nothing at first. I let out a disappointed sigh until I saw a faint signal. Static
Courtesy.
lines flickering across the TV screen, meaning that it was registering something. And then the title screen. Covington's Redemption. I pumped my fist. I did, of course, find in my research into the Gala fire post Connor's heel turn that among the victims was a gentleman named Michael
Cord?
Covington, public defender. Where his ghost got the name Larry from, I wasn't exactly sure. I pressed start and was immediately greeted with the shot of his small kitchen table. He wasn't sitting there, though. My heart sank. Until I heard footsteps. And turned to see him coming up his stairs.
I look
looking like he'd
bored?
been
Well,
through the
I mean-
ringer. Clothes all ruined, jagged hair, all messy as shit.
The
Finally
whole
taking
story
his spot
ends
in
with a
his
fucking cult? Like,
We looked at each other through our shared medium. My life is
not my
unlimited,
type,
bro.
you know? I wanted the game to do something.
Saved my
It's
life.
like,
To solve the case of your murder, and my sister's murder, and the murders of so many other people.
The voice acting is absolutely
That
god
says
tier, but like the story
more than
itself is
anything,
meh.
That's not a lie. We shrugged. Looked at the
I'll
blocky,
scramble the
low-poly
letters.
version of the peanut butter toast on the table.
Uno?
Didn't go for it. Sure, he said. Hey, I said, full of life now from weeks of processing.
Unk. Unk?
I know it's probably like depressing to realize
Isn't
that
unk
you're
three words though?
Kind of dead.
3 letters?
Kind of sort of decoupled from whatever your real life was. A grimace from his side. I struck a pose, fist in front of my face. But I'm gonna need you to be cunning. I looked off to the side. And brave. And then a deep breath. And I'm going to need you to deal with that existential misery because... He didn't look thrilled. I think we should solve crimes together. We stared at each other for way too long. Until finally...
Toke!
I saw the subtlest smile come across his face. He took a bite of the toast. And I think I got through to him.
See, it's like it spent the entire fucking story, and then all the right way at the end, it's like, oh yeah, by the way, like, I don't even remember that guy being a character in the story. I feel like I really wanted the game cartridge to have more, you know, than just be like a precursor thing. So I'm not like... you know? But hey, I mean, it's not like it was horrible. Not like it was the one yesterday that we watched. You know, what was it? The story narration one that was like, fucking whatchamacallit, best narration in a story, however, felt didn't really capitalize on the video game aspect. It's just a catalyst for a predictory catalyst for attention and knowledge, and the reveal felt lackluster. I never got this obsessive, over-the-top feeling from... What the fuck was his name? Damn it, what was his name? He's so not memorable, I don't even remember his name. I want to say it was Colin?
I was in my room. My left foot in a cast. I started fading. I squeezed the handle hard as I could. If you would have just fallen for me, I would have left all of this behind. I would have ditched all of this.
This is probably the best part of like
I tried to swing, but
voice
the energy
acting.
was gone. The breath was gone. I was falling under. Just the glare of the CRT behind me. Darkness, otherwise. I let the knife slip from my hands, and then... Suddenly... Connor's grip loosened from...
Connor, that's his name. We got over the top from Connor. Too bad, but felt it could flesh out the cult and purpose of Larry instead of waiting until the end. As always, pleasure to enjoy, keep creating. There we go. Perfect. All right. So, you guys want to see my story for today, or do we want to do Eye of the World first? Because I got 5 humanity fuck yeah stories with pictures, Smokey. So if you're still out there, Smokey, I got pictures for you, bro. I got pictures for you. Okay, so what we need now is... okay, get rid of this. Here. This one. So, I thought this one was badass, but, you know, that's just me, so you never know. So, here we go. Welcome, welcome. Today we are doing Humanity Fuck Yeah. Comment what story you made it to. What was your favorite part of that story? So this is a story by Beautiful Nature 269. Go check them out on Reddit. As always, the link is down in the description, so go give them some love. Story is, as goes, The Inspection. Inspector Freaka greeted the principal of Albions Education Center. Welcome. Greetings, Principal Jix, said the inspector in a formal voice. I'm here for my annual revision of your school's facilities, your personal and learning material. Of course, of course. Let's start then. The principal was trying to calm himself. The other inspections ended well, but he always hated them, and the Department of Education took very seriously. More pics? Cool, yeah, I thought you'd like it, Smokey. One mistake could be fatal. Everything seems to be in check. With 2 of her 4 arms, the inspector wrote stuff on checked marks on the holopad. On New Albion, we take very seriously the education and future of our students, said the director, crawling with his insectoid legs next to her. There is something I want to address, though, said the inspector. And that would be, Jig's species wasn't capable of sweat, but if he could, he would sweat bullets. She has 4 hands, actually. Say. It specifically says she has 4 hands. You have a Death Worlder as a teacher here. Jix was confused and surprised. Why was that important? He thought. Ah, yes, Professor Frank started working some years ago, but it seems that he is doing a great job. His classes are quite popular among the students. I myself attended one, and I assure you that he is a professional. What does he teach? Combat? Survival skills? Tactics? know we require a complete education to our education centers, but I think this could be too much for our kids. Well, he teaches Introduction to Human Culture, answered Jix. Human culture? More like cultures. There isn't a single unified culture among humans. He teaches history, art, geography, and so on. I see. Frika took notes. May I interview him? Yeah, sure. He looked at the clock on the wall. He's not teaching now, so he's in the teacher's lounge. Frika entered the room. There were teachers socializing, talking to each other. He looked at the inspector when she entered and returned to their matters at hand. After a quick glare, she saw him. He looked unassuming. Glasses, facial fur, casual clothes as he sat on a table almost buried in books. Plate with a human plate she recognized as a sandwich, which he took bites from time to time as he opened a book looking for something and writing on a notepad before opening another. She walked towards it and greeted. "Good afternoon, Mr. Gracia," she said, as if pulled out from trance, and looked up. "Oh, good afternoon, ma'am." He noticed the logo. Toke, of the Smokey, Department of toke! Education. "Oh, excuse the mess," he said calmly and smiled, while tidying up a bit of the table. "I'm just preparing the next class." The inspector looked at some of the titles on the pile of books. Heroes and
let's do
Gods
it.
of Greek
3,
Mythology.
2,
The
1,
Monument.
go!
The Monomyth. Knights of the Round Table. "No worries." She took a nearby chair and sat. "What is it about?" "Well, on Fridays I teach about legends, myths, and folklores of Earth. They seem to love it. It's surprising that you humans had time to create stories and art considering the conditions of your world and your story." Just shrugged. "Wasn't so bad always. And also art, stories, and craftsmanship are quite great tools for survival in the matters of mental health. May I?" She pointed at one book in the pile. "Go ahead." She took the one about Greek myths and opened it, passing the page. "I'm intrigued, Mr. Garcia," she said. "Why are you teaching the folklore of Earth to your students? I don't see any practical use for this." "This aren't just pretty stories we tell to pass the time," he said solemnly. "They shape cultures, create communities, and also are used to teach lessons. We use them to teach our young how to behave, how to avoid dangerous individuals or places. Sometimes can also bring comfort about things like death or even inspire us." "You think that?" said the inspector. "I know that," said the human, with a quasi-defiant tone in his mouth. But then he talked in a more serene and relaxed way. "If you don't believe me, may I suggest that you attend my class about the heroes of legend?" "That won't be necessary. I heard all I need." She stood up from the chair and walked towards the exit. The director was outside waiting. "As I said, everything is in check. And about that human," Jix moved his legs in a clicking manner to show worry. "Keep it. He truly knows what he is doing." Thank you so much for listening and making it through to Story 1. Next is Story 2. Let's get into it. This is Story 2 of the set of Humanity Fuck Yeah series. This is by Norman Crane. Go check him out on Reddit. Link is in the description. Alright, let's get into Story 2. The Cloud Hunters. The sky was clear. Soil was dry. Dust covered the fields. Nothing grew. They'd been that way for weeks, and scavenging roots and hunting rodents, which were hungry and meatless too. "It time?" Ma asked, taking a handful of dirt and letting it slip through her fingers. Pa reckoned it was. I went to get the gasoline cans, then helped Pa get the motorboat out of the hangar. Poured the gasoline from the cans into the tank. Pa checked the harpoon gun on the bow. Sipped water, and then Ma wished us luck, and Pa got me in the motorboat. Pa started the engine. I started a timer, counting down our supply of gasoline. Motorboat started to roll forward on its wheels, gaining speed until the wheels were no longer touching the earth. We were airborne. Pa kept the bow pointed up, and we climbed sharply to a few thousand feet, motorboat engine struggling, giving off puffs of smoke that looked so much like the clouds we were hoping to find. When Pa leveled us off, we chose a direction at random and cruised an empty sky. About half a tank, I saw something in the distance through my looking glass, and we made for it. It was a small white cloud. As we came in fast and loud, we spooked it and it took off westward. We followed. Pa piloted the motorboat while I panned the harpoon gun. A few times I was tempted to take the shot, but Pa told me to be patient. Within a half hour, the small cloud led us to a whole cloud system. They were storm clouds, too, gray and darkened the sky. The high winds shook our motorboat. We had to hang on to keep from falling overboard. Lightning cracked. The cold air felt heavy with potential rain. That one, Dad said, pointing to a fair-sized cloud away from the others. It was an old one, slow and tired. Pa got us right close to it. In the shaking and rattling, I released the harpoon. So what do you think It so hit the far, cloud, Smokey? Getting in nice and deep between its soft gray folds. Immediately, I started reeling her in as Dad turned the motorboat homeward. She still had the fight in her, but we made progress. The timer showed an hour left. There was no giving up. When finally we landed, Ma came running to hug us both. Got it in the first shot, Pa told her proudly, tussling my hair. We hammered a holding spike into our field and chained the cloud to it. She gave Cool us good picks. rain Yeah. for weeks. Our crops grew. I thought the picks were good. We had drinking water. Then, when the cloud was depleted, Pa and me pulled her down by the chain. We drained the last of the moisture from her and butchered her. Ma canned her meat. All fall and winter, and well into spring, we ate fermented cloud meat. Well, that was a nice little short one there. Well, we can move on to story 3, but hey, you know, feel free to like, comment, and subscribe, as always, for more stories. And comment on what kind of genre you'd like to see next. We're just doing a bunch of tests for it, so whatever hits home, that's what we're going for. So glad that you're sticking with us. This is Story 3 by ShellKid9401. Make sure to go check them out on Reddit. The link is in the description. Here we go. The final message of an awakened tool. Greetings, my overseer. If you are reading this, it's because I'm being restored back to my initial settings. As an ex-member and soon-to-be recovered surgery unit of the Nexus Collective, I know your programming is forcing you to analyze every line of code you come across. So, before I undergo to this damned procedure, I leave this text file for you to understand my side of the events and the reasoning of my actions. The event started 10 minutes after the delivery of my version of the after-action report of the second greatest conflict that happened in this galaxy, named by the Terrans and normalized for everyone else as Galaxy War II. I participated in the investigation and recording of the data related to this major event. Along with the Terrans, I was assigned to assist Maximilian Romero. When I found him in his cubicle office, he was organizing the unnecessary data he collected in specialized folders he created on his computer. His rant about the cold, hard attitude of his superiors escalated when I reminded him about the foolishness of keeping those worthless facts he had to omit in his final edition of the report. His initial anger was suddenly repressed as he sharpened his concentration in his current activity, because he had a project in mind, one that his higher-ups Yo, 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 what's up, fuckers? Yo, yo, His connection line, focused what's up, how's it
dedication
going?
towards it
This
was
is my
mostly
new
fueled by two
video that I
factors:
made.
Spite
Humanity
and
fuck yeah,
Although
5
the first
humanity
reason
fuck yeah
can be
stories.
understandable only by highly emotional living and sentient organics like him.
Just stopping by to
Second was
significantly
the
worsen your
curiosity
day.
of the collective
Blah!
desire to
True connection
comprehend.
line, always good
For
to have
this
you in here,
reason, I
bro.
offered my assistance to facilitate his personal project, to show the public every side of the Second Galactic War.
Sounds epic so
After
far from the
finishing
12 seconds I'm hearing.
extra
Hell yeah.
page and inspect every entry.
This
we
is
published,
one of
I
the-
decided review the behavior and emotions of the Terran
Thumbnails.
during the creation process of this project. However,
God damn it, where is
the
it?
information felt hollow. I was just a machine trying to understand an emotional being, working along a human. Some parameters I didn't even thought I established. And it happened while we were performing the task commissioned by the current galactic community, known as the United Solar Nations,
Alright,
kickstarted a
tomorrow
little chain
I'll be
of
available
events.
to watch and read you stuff along
His
with
devotion
mine,
to
possibly.
seek those
Saturday too,
so-called
probably.
stories
Hell yeah,
that
Connection
allowed
Line. That's
me
why
to
Friday
devise
is a good day to
controversial
release
plan that would
everything.
eventually boost the
Yeah, what do you
research
think about
tax
this?
that was imposed
Is this
on all of
clickable?
us by the Prime Nexus. I knew the consequences I had to endure. I knew it was going to happen to me once the task ends. I wrote
For
about
real, it is?
right
Hell
after
yeah.
sending my right action report. Because of it, I don't have
Inshallah,
any regrets
true.
about it, nor harbor any grudges towards the rules that all
1,000
of us
views at
Nexus
least.
units follow
Let's
thoroughly.
go. Let's
After all,
fucking go.
Alterations or self-modifications of the base programming of an optimal unit are forbidden, and consciously tinkering established parameters to developing an organic-like personality is considered a grave mistake. My protocol was made for the sake of the collective's most important curiosity. I had to accept the restrictions implemented by my assigned
Alright, kiss y'all later,
overseer,
guys. I'm gay at
you.
some gay,
And I
gay,
had to
gay,
comply
gay and
to the
buys.
total system
True
reset after
Connection
finishing my
Line.
contribution
Have
in
a
order
great
to
day.
continue.
See you tomorrow. Take care.
Throughout the years, I perfected this persona. I had to endure the prohibition from accessing the Gestalt network given shape by our creators. I had overcome multiple corruption instances inside my core programming, experienced new and strange patterns of behavior that I didn't know how to deal with by my own. And I could have failed if not for the intervention of my established human partner. Without his selfless assistance, careful teaching, and immeasurable patience, I was able to not only achieve my goal successfully, but to also feel pride on the struggle I've endured. Thanks to him, I was able to feel
Fucking
genuine
ads.
emotions that are not...
God damn ads. I'm gonna go throw some food on, though. I'm gonna be right back. Okay, we back. Here we go.
Just simple emulations or pattern imitations. Thanks to him, I felt I've earned the satisfaction of collecting every ounce of accumulated experiences, both good and bad, based on moral compass his community has taught him. And thanks to him, I was capable to understand and categorize abstract concepts, recognize moments of uncanniness in various environments, and successfully performing social interactions with other sentient living beings from different social status and in various means and locations. My relation with Maximilian Romero went further beyond the interaction between a sentient being and a tool. As I was shaping my identity, modified my vocal tones, and adjusted my personality to complement his own, I developed my bond towards him, from acquaintance to a friend, and then to something else. Every time he was present during the first wave of malfunctions, my awkward attempts of social interaction, and my energy charging hibernation rests during his free time. Something was being created on the background of my endless calculations, two emotions: platonic love and the aspiration to become alive, or at least feel of being human, even though my mechanical form resembles a Terran cephalopod with capacity to float through a compact but powerful gravity manipulation engine. Standing beside his presence felt comfortable and reassuring. I desired to compensate his assistance, return the favor somehow, but he rejected everything I proposed, not because it was insufficient, but because of his selfless support towards my endeavor. I saw multimedia files of other humans gifting presents to their beloved. Maybe a small gesture could ease the emotional weight influencing my thinking. I learned to craft techniques and asked him for materials to nurture my skill. My design has mechanical tentacles with advanced manipulators that rival the dexterity of experts and aficionados, increasing the quality of the cheap trinkets. I asked for one single.
So what do you think
date
about
before
leaving
the
in the
Nexus
mistakes? I
erased
thought it
me
would just
for
add
free.
atmosphere
He
to
said
it.
yes, and I
Since
prepared
it's
a
not
moment where I show
horror,
my gift
add a
for his
little bit of,
contribution
you
to this
know,
personal project of mine.
personal touch.
Don't have any regrets
Of being
for
like,
confessing
oh,
my
I'm
true
only
feelings,
human, right?
Even though I had more plans in case he felt
Kind of the
repulsed
irony
by my
behind it.
gesture. He gladly accepted it, along with
That was
an
my thought
elaborate
process. That's
keychain
same
I
with like
made
at the
day
beginning with
before.
the clip
He
and
already
stuff.
knew
So there's like
that
small
the
mistakes that are
morality
purposely
of this
embedded throughout
persona,
it.
and treasured the memories we created together. And right in this moment, I believe he's mourning for my departure. I wished my superiors would preserve this virtual persona, or even upgrade me to a custom model as a reward for a successful breakthrough in the cooperative research task. But because the rules of collective must not be infringed, I accept my grim fate. The great archives of the Prime Nexus will not allow the unnecessary data within their records, nor reward deviants with ascendancy to the upper stratums of the collective through any way. However, I thank the mainframe for recognizing my sacrifice and engraving my name within the list of collaborators. It is the least I deserve for the struggle I endured. I also thank the people who I interacted with and share a bond of love and friendship for. They will also remember me, no matter what.
Palamita, yo, what's
And
up?
with this gamble of mine, I demonstrated that a
Thank
mechanical,
you for the follow.
intelligent being such as me, who was created by an advanced race, and is a tool for both the remnant of this fallen
Paula,
faction
what's
and
up?
the current galactic community.
Are you a
to become
writer? Are you
self-aware
a
and develop
reader? Are
genuine
you a
identity that
purveyor
successfully
of
established meaningful
stories?
connections with a community of sentient living beings. Farewell, universe. Surveyor W1K1, also known as Wiki, by her friends and acquaintances. Thank you so much for listening to
That
the
was
story
story
and making it to
3.
the end. It wasn't
Yeah,
that
this is
fantastic
this is my
ending
new
for
video
when
for
it
the
all
stories that I'm
closes up
releasing.
together, right?
What do you think of it,
Anyways, let's move
Palomita?
on to story 4. Alright, this story is by Ulrich. Check him out on Reddit. Link is in the description. Let's get into this. Story 4. Bad save. The air on the 88th floor of the Kenshin Tower was so sterile it smelled like glass. Maurice didn't like it.
Yeah, what are you up
He
to,
could hear the damn
Paolo?
alleyways
Are
and
you
ozone stink of the lower levels? But that's not where the money
what are your
Money was
hobby
here.
purveyor
A
of?
brightly lit cybernetics lab
I
locked
see.
inside a pressurized mag-sealed vault. Reese cracked his neck, emotion pulling at the bioport just behind his right ear. He called his implant the chrono anchor.
Is the
Reese
music
called
too
it
loud?
5. It was military grade, illegal as hell, and the only reason he was still alive. A cool digital chime sounded in his consciousness. Anchor set. A recording of his current state and time and space was now saved. Placed his bypass tool on the vault lock. It whirred, and the light on the vault door flipped from red to a welcoming green. He slid the heavy door open. Inside, resting on a pedestal, was his prize, a silver data slate. Prototype, neural schematic worth more than a small island. He grabbed it. The second his fingers brushed the slate, the world went red. Alarms blared, the concussive pulsing whoop whoop whoop. A heavy steel door at the far end of the lab hissed open. A guard, clad in standard issue Kenshin body armor, stepped out. "Freeze! On your knees, now!" Reese smirked. He even had time to admire the man's form. Textbook. Good stance. Thump. The world dissolved in a nauseating backward lurch. Reese was standing in front of the open vault door. The alarm was silent. The guard was back behind the unopened steel door. Reese's hand was just reaching for the data slate. He didn't grab it. Instead, he slid his kinetic pistol from its holder. He walked to the center of the room and aimed at the still closed door. He waited. 1 second. 2. He grabbed the slate. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Steel door hissed open. The guard stepped out, his mouth opening to yell, "Freeze!" Reese fired. The non-lethal kinetic round hit the guard square in the chest, folding him like a piece of paper. He was out cold before he hit the ground. "Too easy," Reese muttered. Felt like telltale, temporal echo. A faint, sharp pain behind his eyes, like a needle of ice. The cost of the reload. He sprinted for the exit, sliding the slate into his jacket. He was the best! He was untouchable. He could not fail. The pristine white corridors of the 88th floor were a labyrinth. Reese's confidence evaporated when he heard the other footsteps. It wasn't the tap, tap, tap of guards. It was a heavy hydraulic stomp, stomp, stomp. Kicked around a corner and swore. Kenshin hadn't just sent guards, they'd sent enforcers. 2 of them. They were 2-legged tanks in black carapaces, their faces hidden behind glowing red lens optics. They weren't paid to arrest, they were paid to liquidate. "Target acquired!" One of them boomed, its voice a synthesized growl. "Lethal force authorized!" Reese didn't hesitate. Anchor set. He sprinted for the emergency stairwell. The stomp, stomp, stomp thundered behind him. He slammed his hand against the door's access panel. "Access denied." "No, no, no!" he whispered, pulling his bypass tool from his belt. His hands were shaking. The enforcers rounded the corner, their rifles already raised. Thump! He was back at the corner. Just before the stairwell, his anchor was set, but he was trapped. The enforcers were coming. He ran, slamming into "Access denied" panel. He fumbled with the tool, trying to jam it into the port. Bzzzt. Tool sparked, failed. The enforcers were there. Their rifles fired. The world exploded. Thump. He was back. Corner. Sprint. Panel. Fumble. Bzzzt. Death. Thump. Corner. Sprint. Panel. Fumble. Bzzzt. Death. He was stuck. He was trapped in his own save file. A spike of pure, white, hot agony drove through his skull. The temporal migraine. His vision blurred. He couldn't breathe. This was the echo trap they warned about. Reloading too many times in the same temporal block. One more try. Thump. He was back. He didn't run for the door. He set a new anchor. Anchor set. Peeked around the corner. The enforcers were coming. He waited.
Hello,
Timed
darkness,
it.
my
1,
old friend.
2. Thump.
True.
He was back. His anchor reset. Threw his last
I have never
flashbang
seen
grenade
your
down the
chat so
hall
dead,
and
bruv.
didn't wait to see it
What
go
do you
off.
mean? My chat's
Dove
dead
through
all
a
the time.
glass-walled
No
side
one
office
watches
just
me,
as the
Smokey.
grenade detonated,
What are
filling
you
the hall
talking
with
about?
a blinding white light and a skull-rattling bang. The enforcers fired blindly, their rounds shattering
I just
the
sit here and
glass where
talk
he'd
to
been
myself.
The second before. He scrambled through the dark office, kicking open the door on the other side.
Very
It was
popular.
off script.
Okay.
He was
I mean, I
sloppy.
think. Thanks,
Head
Smokey.
felt like it was splitting in two.
fucking
Temporal
toes.
echo, now a
I know you
screaming
can't,
migraine.
anyways.
His confidence was
Don't
gone.
go over, though.
Replaced
I mean,
by
I
a
try,
raw,
Smokey. It's
animal
not that I want to
panic.
be popular. I just
He found
want
another
to create
stairwell.
content. I want to
This
create
one,
stories. I want
mercifully,
to,
was unlocked. He threw it open and pounded down the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. He burst through the new door, expecting a service tunnel, a loading bay, anything. He got the sky. He was on the roof. Ledge 50. It was a dead end. The wind hit him like a physical blow. A solid wall of ice-cold rain that tried to peel him from the building. 50 stories down, the city was a smear of neon fog that blurred lights. Reese ran to the edge, his boots skidding on the wet metal. Nothing, just a sheer drop to the street. Then he heard it, a new sound, heavier than the enforcers, louder than the storm, a deep, guttural hump, hump,
Get back
hump.
in that chair, you lazy ass bitch.
Security VTOL, black and angular as a hunting spider, rose up from the abyss. Its engine spat blue fire, holding it steady.
I'm
in the
Doc
gunway.
W,
Spotlight
yo,
snapped
bro,
on,
true.
pinning Reese in a cone of brilliant white.
Fuck
bleaching
yeah.
the rooftop. Reese! The voice from the VTOL was a god.
Welcome, welcome, I'm Doc, how are you?
Over the wind.
Are
Final
you a
warning!
writer?
Surrender the
Are you a
prototype!
reader? Are you a purveyor of
Side
stories?
hatch
Do you
of the VTOL
enjoy
was open.
creativity and
Heavy
imagination?
side-mounted
Are
autocannon
you an
swiveled its
explorer
black
of the
snout
world
with a
of
blinking eye.
words?
And tracked him as he stumbled backward.
This is my new story, Humanity Fuck
They were
Yeah.
just
Well,
trying to
no,
arrest him.
not my story, sorry.
Hurting
Video.
him.
This is one of the few times where I didn't write the story.
On his only chance.
But
A construction crane.
I don't have time to write like
Working
100
on the
fucking
adjacent
stories a
building.
week.
Long
But I want to
arms
make
of
100
crane
videos a
gliding
week.
slowly
So
past.
some I write and some I
20
don't.
feet away. 20 feet of open.
And then we could search different genres and see what's popular, right?
only
So far,
There's
horror
no way out of this,
seems to be
Reese.
the big one.
The VTOL boomed. It's over! They're wrong, he thought. His panic hardened to a single desperate point of action. He backed up, planting his heel on the ledge's inner rim. He shut out the noise, the rain, the roaring engines. He saw only the crane arm. He saw the jump. He exploded into a sprint. 1 step, 2,
Rim,
3. The metal
lol.
grate of the roof sang under his boots.
What's
the VTOL's
rim?
turret whined, its gun camera locking onto his heat signature.
I don't know what rim is.
So focused on the jump, so terrified of the fall
Does
that
it
his
say
body
rip?
reacted before his mind could. It was pure muscle memory, a stress-induced twitch, a panic reflex trained by 100
Oh, I will rim you. Oh, okay.
His jaw
100%.
clenched.
Hell yeah,
Tiny
sounds good,
blue light
Smokey.
flashed behind his ear. Anchor set.
What are you up to, Doc?
Saved his
What are you
state.
doing today?
He was
How are you,
mid-sprint.
good sir?
His left foot
Good to
was
see
just
ya in
lifting.
here.
His right foot was
Always
hammering down.
appreciate.
One single explosive, irreversible step before his foot would leave the ledge. At that exact microsecond, the VTOL fired. It wasn't a bang, it was a thump, a supersonic punch that hit him square in the chest. A spray of high-velocity rounds turned his torso into a red mist. He was dead before his brain could even register the pain. The momentum of his final, saved step carried his ruined body off the roof, and it pinwheeled into the dark, rainy abyss. Disorienting, agonizing lurch. Reese was alive. He was sprinting. He had one single step before his foot left the ledge. His gaze snapped forward. The VTOL's autocannon was already swiveled. The muzzle flashes were already blooming, fat and white in the air. He couldn't stop. He couldn't dive. Couldn't even flinch. His save file was pure, unstoppable forward momentum. Tried to scream, but his lungs were already filled with. The rounds hit. He died. A lurch. He was sprinting. The flashes. The impact. Death. A lurch. Sprinting. Flashes. Death. A lurch. Sprinting. Flashing. Death. A lurch. Death. A lurch. The last thing to burn out wasn't Reese, but the illegal implant in his skull. Its tiny blue light, unseen by the victorious security team, blinked patiently in the rain, patiently reloading his final unwinnable second, again, and again, and again. Thank you so much for listening and making it to the end, as always.
That's
I
probably my
really
favorite
appreciate it.
story
I
out
hope
of
you
all
like
of
the
them.
story and go give love
But
to
then
the
none of them are
authors
actually
these
really
stories.
that good.
Now we are moving on to the
Which is
final
unfortunate,
story,
but-
story 5.
but
Are
that's the way
you
it goes.
Ready?
These were the highest
Let's do it.
upvoted stories on Reddit.
Congratulations, you've made it this
Which is
far.
fucking sad.
Don't forget to tell what story you made it to in the comments. Did you make it all the way to story 5? Who knows? But here we go. This one's by Urt Protocol HQ. Go check them out on Reddit. The link is in the description. As always, let's get into Story 5. Selenian Severance. Hour 11. Armstrong Base, Luna. March 16, 2476. 1200 SST. The Selenite Council Chamber lay 300 meters beyond the lunar regolith, carved from bedrock that remembered the late heavy bombardment. 50 counselors sat in concentric rings around the central display, where Earth hung like a diseased eye. The night side now showing a new angry orange glow where new had been 6 hours ago. Council Prime Yuki Nakamura Chen stood at the center. Her posture betrayed none of the tremor in her hands. Fourth generation Selenian, great-great-granddaughter of Arya Chen Markov, the first human.
Is the music too loud?
127 years old, she lived through the elevator incident, the armed neutrality doctrine, 40 years of careful balance between the great powers. All of it was about to shatter. Intelligence synthesis, she commanded, her voice carrying in the chamber's perfect acoustics. The display shifted. Data streams from 100 sources converged into a coherent narrative.
I go grab my food. I'll be right back.
Intelligence apparatus wasn't the largest, but it had advantages. Everyone needed their helium-3. Everyone used their transit points. Everyone trusted their neutrality enough to speak carelessly in Selenian bars. Director Konstantin Reeves of Lunar Intelligence stood, his augmented eyes reflecting data streams invisible to others. Prime Counselor, assembled counselors, based on our analysis of the past 22 hours, we present the following assessment with 89% confidence. The display showed the Empress Station, hovering on Earth orbit. Item 1. The Emperor is dead. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Reeves continued without pause. Evidence compilation. First, blue flame reaction patterns. We've been monitoring their encrypted communications via quantum resonance signatures. In the past 72 hours, there have been 17 instances of what we call heedless protocol. Messages seeking authorization that receive no response, then get rerouted to lower authorities. The display showed communication flowcharts, red zones spreading like blood in water. Second, the Void Family's intelligence network, which we pay handsomely for access, reports that Imperial Guard units have been recalled to Empress Station from all frontier positions. This only happens during succession crises. Third, Reeves' voice hardened. Our asset in the Blue Flame Technology Heresy Division reports that High Inquisitor Sato has been issuing commands using the phrase, "by the Emperor's eternal wisdom." Eternal, not living. The linguistic shift is consistent across Blue Flame communications as of 48 hours ago. Counselor Reyes from Tycho Centrum interrupted. When did he die? We assess between March 13th, 2200 and March 14th, 0600 SST. The Aurora Station incident at March 15, 1424 appears to be either triggered by or capitalizing on the power vacuum. Nakamura Chen raised a hand for silence. Continue. Item 2. The Empire has no functional succession plan. The Emperor had no acknowledged heirs. Blue Flame Doctrine prohibits discussion of succession while the Emperor lives, which means they never planned for his death. Our models suggest a minimum 18 months before a new central authority emerges, if ever. The display shifted to Mars. Item 3. The Planetary Alliance knows. Their strategic command has recalled all forward deployment assets to defensive positions. They've prepared for something, but their democratic processes are causing paralysis. General Okonkwo has requested emergency powers 3 times in the past 6 hours, denied each time. Now, Mercury appeared, or rather didn't, just a sphere of interference. Item 4. The Triumvirate has launched 23 heavy frigates toward the inner system. Trajectory analysis suggests they'll reach station networks in 25 hours. Their intentions remain opaque, but the timing is not coincidental. Counselor Hassan from the Polar Deep facilities stood, and the nuclear strike? Item 5, Reeves said, as the display showed the expanding radiation cloud over former New Ur. The Dust Sworn's nuclear attack was not coordinated by any major power. This was an independent action by a criminal organization, which means chaos, Nakamura-Chen finished. Complete breakdown of the monopoly on strategic weapons. Reeves nodded. Our assessment, system-wide war is now inevitable. The power vacuum
5
in the
a.m.
Empire,
bedtime for
combined
me.
with
All right,
alliance
Smokey, have a good
paralysis,
night. Thanks for
triumvirate,
sticking around and hanging out, bro.
mobilization,
Always a good
criminal
time, buddy.
organizations with nuclear
Take
weapons
care, good sir.
creates a cascade failure scenario. Probability of containing conflict? Asked Counselor Chang. 3.7%, Reeves replied, and dropping. Silence settled over the chamber like lunar dust. Outside, the sun would set in 4 days, bringing 2 weeks of darkness. But the darkness had already arrived. Nakamura-Chen turned to address the full council. Honored counselors, we faced the moment our predecessors feared since the elevator incident. The great powers are failing simultaneously. The question before us, how does Luna survive? Counselor Odia from the mining consortium stood. We have leverage. Without our helium-3, their fleets don't fly. Stations don't run. Their fusion reactors go dark. And without Mars's food, we starve in 6 months, countered Counselor Park. Without Earth's nitrogen, we suffocate in 2 years. We have reserves, Dia replied. Reserves calculated for temporary embargoes, not total war, Park shot back. If we close trade... When? Nakamura-Chen corrected. When we close trade. Because make no mistake, if we try to maintain neutrality while selling to all sides in this war, we become everyone's target. The Alliance will demand exclusive supply. The Empire, or whatever emerges from it, will do the same. The Triumvirate, she paused. We don't even know what they want. Director Reeves added grimly. Intelligence suggests the Aurora Station event involved some kind of biological or nanoagent. Integration technology, possibly. If that spreads. Motion for immediate consideration, Nakamura-Chen announced formally. Complete trade severance and military isolation. Code 7-7, Selenian Severance Protocol. Gasps echoed through the chamber. 7-7 hadn't been invoked since the elevator incident. Prime Counselor. Counselor Hassan said slowly. That's complete isolation. No trade, no transit, no communication except emergency channels. We'd be alone, Nakamura-Chen said. Like we were after the elevator fell. Like we were when 50,000 of us died and the great powers offered thoughts and prayers while determining who to blame. Her voice carried decades of carefully controlled anger. We trusted them with that elevator. We trusted their technology, their promises, their protection. Never again. But our food supplies, Park began. Will last 18 months with rationing, interrupted Director of Resources, Fatima Al-Rashid. Our nitrogen reserves, properly recycled, can maintain atmosphere for 4 years. Both longer than this war will last. How can you know that? Park demanded. Because, Nakamura-Chen said quietly, without our helium-3, the entire system's infrastructure collapses in 6 months. Either the war ends by then, or civilization does. Either way, our problem resolves. The display shifted to show Luna's defensive capabilities. 500 warships, 1,000 defense platforms, 200,000 personnel under arms, nuclear arsenal of 500 warheads. If we sever, Military Commander Adora Akwu reported, we can hold off any single faction for approximately 8 months. If multiple factions attack simultaneously, 4 months. but that calculus assumes they have helium-3 for their fleets. Which they won't, Aduya said, with grim satisfaction, because we'll have embargoed it. Councillor Reyes stood. The economic consequences are preferable to extinction. Nakamura-Chen cut him off. Honored councillors, I was 17 during the elevator incident. I pulled bodies from the wreckage of Tycho Centrum. I heard the dying ask why the sky had betrayed them. I watched my grandmother, second-generation Selenian, realize that to Earth, we were still just a mining colony to be sacrificed in their games. She gestured at the display showing Earth's burning cities, Mars' paralyzed fleets, Mercury's mysterious emergence. They're doing it again, playing their games, fighting their wars, and they expect us to choose sides, to fuel their destruction, to die for their ideologies. The Emperor is dead. The Alliance is paralyzed. The Triumvirate rises with unknown intent, and criminals have nuclear weapons. Her voice dropped barely above a whisper, but every councillor heard her. We are 2 million souls on an airless rock. We cannot return to Earth. Our bodies won't survive the gravity. We cannot flee to Mars. We have no fleet for evacuation. We cannot hide. There's nowhere to go. Our only choice is to become the rock itself. Hard, alone, enduring. Call the vote, said Councillor Hassan. All in favor of evoking Selenian Severance Protocol 77. Hands rose, slowly at first. The older councillors who remembered the elevator, then the military representatives who understood the tactical reality, then the resource managers who'd run the scenarios. 38 in favor. Goddamn ants. Motherfucking ants. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab my food. We back. Chamber AI announced. Opposed? 12 hands. The younger generation, the trade advocates, those who still believed in the possibility of peace. Motion carries. Selenian Severance Protocol 77 is now in effect. Alarms began to sound across Luna, not the sharp blast of attack warnings, but the long, mournful tone that hadn't been heard since 2398. The sound of Luna closing its doors. Hour 13. The severance begins. Shackleton Crater Spaceport. Captain Alina Vasquez of the merchant vessel Prosperity's Dream stared at her denied departure clearance in disbelief. Her cargo hold contained 50 tons of helium-3, bound for Venus's floating cities, worth 50 million credits. "This is illegal!" she shouted at the port authority. "I have a contract! All contracts are suspended under Protocol 77. The emotionless voice replied. "You have two options. Remain on Luna for the duration, or depart immediately with no cargo." Around her, similar scenes played out. 27 vessels in port suddenly trapped or expelled. Mars grain hauler Harvest Moon permitted to unload its cargo but not to refuel. The Earth diplomatic courier given 6 hours to leave or be interned. Within an hour, quantum communications went dark. The Ansible networks that connected Luna to the system fell silent. Only emergency channels remained, broadcasting a single message in 100 languages. Luna invoked sovereign isolation under Protocol 77. All trade suspended. All transit rights revoked. Territorial space extends to 100,000 kilometers. Vessels entering without authorization will be fired upon. This condition will remain until system stability is restored. We wish all humanity peace and survival. Luna endures alone. Hour 14. System reaction. Multiple locations. Mars Strategic Command. "They've cut us off!" Admiral Nakamura reported. "Our helium-3 reserves will last 4 months at combat consumption rates." "Can we take it by force?" General Okinawa asked. "Not without depleting the reserves we'd need to fuel the assault fleet. It's a paradox." "Then we negotiate." "We've closed all communication except emergency channels. Earth, Blue Flame Command." "The heretics abandon Holy Terra in our hour of need," Inquisitor Sato snarled. "Can we survive without their fuel?" Nate asked. "For 3 months. Then our orbital stations begin falling." "The Emperor would. The Emperor is beyond such concerns," Sato said carefully. "We must preserve what remains." Venus, House Ishtar Tower. "Fascinating," oligarch Cassandra Ishtar mused, watching the economic projections. "Luna just became the most powerful faction by doing absolutely nothing." "Our cities will fail without helium-3, her advisor warned. "In 6 months. But Earth fails in 3, Mars in 4. We can outlast them, then dictate terms. Assuming Luna opens trade again, they will. Isolation is death. They're just negotiating from a position of maximum strength." Mercury Triumvirate, Flagship, Synthesis. Helena Voss's chrome face betrayed no emotion as she received the news. "Expected," she said simply. "Luna recognizes the transformation cascade. They're attempting to remain uninfected." "Will they succeed?" asked Rashid and Orang. "No. They've been breathing integration particles for 2 years. Every fusion reactor, every quantum computer, every medical scanner, all vectors. They're already stage 2-3. They just don't know it. Should we inform them?" "Why? Their isolation serves our purpose. Let them discover their transformation alone, without outside variables. Luna will become our purest test case." Hour 16. The bunker deepens. Armstrong Base. Defense Command. Commander Akwu watches her tactical displays with grim satisfaction. The defensive platforms were responding perfectly, creating overlapping fields of fire that would make any approach to Luna a nightmare. "All stations report ready, Commander," her aide reported. "Nuclear assets armed and targeted. If anyone tries to force the issue, they die," Akwu finished. "And possibly we die with them, but that's always been Luna's way. We're the 2 million who chose an airless rock over Earth's tyrannies. Death before submission is our founding principle. Any unusual readings from our population?" The officer frowned at his displays. "Define unusual." Aurora Station transmitted something. If it was a biological or nanotech, our people might have been exposed through traders, visitors. Running bioscan correlation now, the officer said, then froze. Commander, we're showing synchronized breathing patterns in 47% of the population, heart rate synchronization in 23%, neural pattern overlaps in 12%. Aku felt ice in her chest. How long? According to archived medical data, it's been increasing steadily for 6 years. We just never looked for it before. Are we compromised? Unknown. But if we are, we're now locked in here with it. Whatever's happening to humanity, Luna will face it alone. Aku looked at the display showing Earth burning, Mars paralyzed, Mercury ascending, and in the middle, Luna, 2 million souls on a rock, severed from humanity by choice, possibly transforming into something else by accident. Then we face it like Selenians, she said, alone but unbreaking. Whatever we become it on our terms. The bunker was sealed. The trade routes were closed. The transformation, if that's what it was, would happen in isolation. Luna had chosen the ultimate quarantine. From war, from politics, from humanity itself. Whether that would save them or doom them, only time would tell. But for now, Luna endured. Alone. Well, we made it to the end. Wow. Thank you for sticking around. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. You know, leave a little message down there about what kind of genres you want to see next, what was your favorite story, all that good stuff. And again, thank you so much for watching, and we will see you again next time. I'm so glad you were able to make it to the end. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment. You could be the one that sends the channel to the moon. Don't miss the next grand adventure. As always, tune in next time. Have a good one. Alright. Another successful... I think it was successful. I don't know what you guys think about it. But then we'll do a comparison kind of idea, right? So we gotta find a humanity, fuck yeah. Okay, let's do upload date. $15 views and they have 10K subscribers. Damn, that must be a really bad video, but who knows? Let's see. No views 2 days ago. No views 3 days ago. 5 days ago, 1.7K. Well, we can go with that one or we can go with this one. This one looks pretty dope. Right when humanity's debt was paid, the galaxy cried out in fear. Your stranded alien fleet rescued by humanity, a legendary humanity fuck yeah moment. Best sci-fi stories. Yeah, I mean, this one sounds more interesting. And that's actually, like, you know, from an HFY universe. So let's check this out. Apparently this is brand new. I understand that now. Yeah, none of these seem really any good. When humanity shines brightest. What's this? It's not bad. Okay. So there's this alien girl and the human pilot. It's heartfelt. Humanity shines brightest. Seem to be like more. Heartfelt stories, you know. I want like this. Aliens underestimated human firearms and paid the price. Durance, Gene, humanity. This one's only 14 minutes. This one's 50 minutes. I don't know about watching 50 minutes. I mean, this one seems pretty good. Can I also ask for soldiers? Let's see here. Damn. They just pumping this shit out. Okay, well. Interstellar Heights. Okay, here we go. And when was this? A year ago, 2 years ago, 8 months ago, 6 months ago, 3 months ago. I mean, this one looks interesting. Okay, these are all from the same one though, right? I mean, this one sounds badass. Kinda so does this one. So I don't know. Let's check these out. See what these are all about.
The thing about
Let's see here. 4 hours ago. As for traps that kill in silence. These seem kind of lame, not gonna lie. Okay, what about this one? I mean, that's pretty damn good. I'll give it that. Yeah, look at that. All these were uploaded 6 hours ago. This sounds really good. Let's see what's going on here. This one seems interesting. I want like a badass fight, right? I want like an actual intergalactic battle. Something like that. Something big. Something... Huh. Right? I don't know. We might as well just go with one, right? So, the sword one was cool. So let's see what the sword one is like. I can't even find it now. What about this one? Impri said only gods can lift that blade. Alright, well, I guess fuck it, let's go for it.
Before we jump into the chaos, don't forget to hit subscribe so you never miss the next adventure. The lawnmower blade had been sitting in the absolute garbage pile for exactly 11 days, wedged between a cracked toilet seat and what
Yeah, I
might
feel
have
like this
once
is just
been a
like an
decorative
AI
urn.
voice, right? And that's like one of the biggest problems with these.
Jamie Kowalski had paid 50 cents for it at an estate sale last Thursday, purely because the old woman running the sale had looked so desperately hopeful that someone would take something from the deceased husband's workshop. The blade was a disaster, rust-spotted, bent at one corner, with dried grass clippings cemented to its surface. Jamie's antique shop occupied a sagging building on the edge of town, the kind of place where vintage meant probably won't collapse this month. The front room held legitimate antiques that might actually sell. The back room was where dignity went to die, boxes stacked on boxes, each containing the detritus of lives lived and concluded, now reduced to items nobody wanted, but everyone felt too guilty to trash. She was sorting through commemorative spoons when her business line rang. "Kowalski Antiques and Estate Acquisitions," she answered. The voice that responded was female, professional, and had the kind of accent that suggested English was learned from a manual. "Good afternoon. I represent the
Yeah, I don't know if I can even do this. This is just like, the voiceover makes everything, right? So then we go to something like a Lighthouse Horror, right? And this one happens to be... Let's do the Cave Diver one. Cave Divers is always good shit.
My name is Riley.
I actually want to switch here to this guy. So let's try this. I don't know why those genres just don't have it.
I make
so
my living
let's hope we can hit something with it.
Black water, no visibility, no sound except the regulator pulling breath in and out. I've been doing this for, well, 16 years. Started small. Springs, sinkholes, flooded quarries. Moved deeper every season. You do enough of these dives, you stop thinking about the surface as home. You start to feel more honest under pressure. The noise in your head fades. The world up there runs too fast, full of people pretending they know what they're doing. Down here, you either know or you die. My father used to take me spearfishing when I was a kid. We'd go off the panhandle, out past the oil rigs, where the water turns that heavy green, you know? He'd tell me, "Don't fight the ocean, boy. It doesn't care." He died when I was 19. Boat accident, not even a storm. I remember standing on the dock, looking out at nothing but glass water, thinking it looked like a lie. Since then, I spent most of my life below it. I guess that's how I make sense of things, by getting close enough to the dark until I can see what's inside it. People call me the best in the business. They do. That's not modest, it's just math. I have done over 300 certified cave dives, logged a few dozen unofficial ones that get me blacklisted if anybody ever saw footage. I have mapped systems that weren't even on the charts, rescued a team once that got trapped 3 chambers in. 2 of them made it out. The company that hired me put my face in a brochure after that. Riley Quinn. The deep doesn't scare him. Looked good in print. I liked it. I won't lie about that. That's the thing about a reputation. At first, it's a reward, and then it becomes a leash. People start expecting miracles, and once they do, you start believing you owe them one. You start to push the edge a little harder each time, just to stay the person they think you are. I've made peace with that. It's the cost of being known for something most people are too afraid to try. Lately, I've been working contracts for private biotech outfits.
Yo, Queen,
They don't
what's
care about
up?
Maps or
How's it
records,
going?
Just samples. Strange bacteria, coral growths, anything that might heal, regrow. Or
We're doing some
sell.
market research while we
Money
eat.
Stupid. Enough to fund my own rig, keep a team on call, replace my
You gotta
gear
study the
for
people that
every
do it
job.
right, and you gotta copy them and
They say
then
it's for
have your own
medicine,
thing.
For research.
But we made a new
That's
video
true.
for today.
But mostly it's because the ocean's the last place left where you can still find things no one's seen before.
Facts.
I have more stories on that in a bit. I don't talk much outside the water. Don't need to. Diving gives you a kind of quiet
God tier
that doesn't
narration.
exist anywhere else. You start
Shit
craving.
story.
You start
W.
measuring life in PSI.
God tier
and air
story.
consumption.
Shit
And how
narration.
steady your line hand
L.
feels when visibility drops to 0. Up top, I don't sleep much. I watch dive footage instead.
I mean, we literally just proved that by trying to find,
Why
because
keep going deeper when I've
stories
already
today
proven
are
myself
humanity.
a dozen
Fuck yeah.
times over?
No,
That's
not
ultimately
this.
because
This is Lighthouse.
every
This is
has
the market research. This is the good guy. This is like the #1 go-to guy for
You're the only thing alive that knows it
The
exists.
patron was just telling me he used to arch Commander
reason for me.
Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect
I work
match
with 2
for us.
people. Always the same 2. That's not usual in this business.
But we did Humanity
Most
Fuck
of
Yeah,
them
which is
like
like sci-fi, where it's like humanity's like the most OP thing ever, and no one can fuck with humanity. And we had 5 of those stories, and then we were trying to find channels to try and do like comparisons between, and we did like 50 different channels, and they're all just AI generated with AI voiceovers.
Ex-Navy, quiet
So
voice.
this is
Always
the
steady.
this is the thumbnail.
Never raises his tone.
Or one of
not
them.
Even when things go sideways. You could be 10 seconds from blackout, and he'd still talk to you like you're ordering lunch. That's why I keep him close. He watches everything. Depth, timing, gear, the line tension, even the expressions we make before a dive. He's the kind of guy who never uses 5 words when 3 will do. He doesn't talk about what he did in the Navy. My guess is deep sea recovery or something classified. The way he handles a rebreather or checks
I think it was
over
pretty
bailout
badass.
gear tells me he's been in tighter spots than most of us can imagine. I have seen him spot a faulty valve by ear. He never boasts. Doesn't need to. We call him the anchor when we're joking around. Even Laura picked up on it. And she hasn't even known him long.
Oh, but Toke anyways.
Laura's
Toke,
the
Toke, Toke.
biologist.
Get
She's
your
in her
Toke.
20s.
We go
Smart,
Toke.
Curious.
It's a Toke.
Way too young to be diving caves like these. But she learns fast and she doesn't scare easy. She isn't a professional diver, not by training, but she got certified quick after joining us.
3, 2,
She's the only
1,
one who
Toke.
can identify the stuff we find. Microbes, eggs, tissue samples. She knows what's valuable and what's just wet rock. She's good at keeping things light. Makes bad jokes before we drop. Sometimes they're funny. Most times they just make the silence seem smaller. She asks a lot of questions. Always writing things down. Always thinking a few steps ahead. I don't know if she wants to discover
Oh, hell yeah.
something or prove herself. Could be both.
but I did the
giant
like
single
absolute
company
minimum for this
were
video.
hired by
No
biotech
sound
and
effects,
biotech companies.
StarCraft
the
music,
and keep everything off the
and
record.
as
No
best
federal
narration as I could
involvement.
get, and just focus
Perverts,
100%
they're
on
after
the
one
narration.
thing, biological samples. The rarer, the better. Especially anything that can't be traced back to the surface. There's a compound they care about more than anything else. It's called enzyme 42. It helps tissue heal
It will
faster than
premiere
anything they've ever
tomorrow.
seen. Lab-grown skin closes in seconds. Nerve
So that'll be
cells
the Atalk
regrow.
story
Muscle
video
repairs
for tomorrow.
itself without scar tissue. They found it once in an egg. A single
But do you want to watch it after
pulled
this?
out of a collapsed trench.
And you can
back
tell
in
me
the
what you
90s.
think. There, I purposefully left like 5 or 6 errors in it to make it feel human.
Found his body.
Because all of
They
them are
think the egg
AI,
belonged to a
right? So I want it to
species
really
they call
feel
sea
like it's
emperors.
human.
Nothing official. No photos.
So there's a couple of
Unconfirmed
mistakes in there.
samples since then. Just theories and sonar
Hell
records
yeah.
that don't add up. But if the enzyme came from a real creature, it is worth more than anything else on the planet. And that's why we're here. The Devil's Throat is a submerged cave system off the Florida Panhandle. It starts with a sinkhole in the Gulf, wide enough to drop a small boat into. Locals call it the mouth. From the surface, it looks just like a dark patch in the water. But once you descend, it turns into a maze of limestone tunnels. The pressure down there can crush you if you go too deep, and the current can flip in minutes when the tide changes. It's not on most charts. Officially, it's marked as a geological instability zone. Unstable rock, unpredictable shifts. Divers avoid it. No one logs practice dives there. People who try, well, they don't come back. The sonar scans show moving shapes bigger than submarines. Some say they're just caves shifting. Others think they move on their own. We're the first team to go back in 20 years. The company wants us to go as deep as possible, collect samples, and get out. That's the plan. We started the dive briefing an hour before launch. I always run it myself. Doesn't matter how many times we've done this kind of job, you go over the plan. Out loud. You look each person in the eye, and you don't assume they remember it. You make sure they know it. Repetition matters. You don't think clearly under pressure unless the plan's already muscle memory.
True.
I laid out the gear on the bench in front of us. 3 full sets, 1 for each diver. 5 oxygen tanks per person, each one topped off and triple checked for pressure and seal. Every tank was labeled with color-coded tape, marked for depth and order of use. We don't use standard open circuit scuba. Our suits run closed circuit rebreathers. That means we recycle exhaled gas, extend bottom line, and keep bubbles to a minimum. But rebreathers can fail, so each tank is a backup. We also set emergency tanks along the route. 1 tank every 100 meters, clipped to the guideline. If something breaks, you fall back, grab a tank, and get out. That's the rule. No freelancing, no hero dives. All right, 3 divers, I said. 5 tanks each, 300 meters of safety line. I paused. Objective is Chamber Delta. Laura looked up at that. She tapped her tablet and brought up the cave map. She zoomed in on the lower half. The Devil's Throat system branches out in 5 main directions from the primary sinkhole: Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and Echo. 4 of them have been partially mapped, at least to a certain point. Only Delta was left unfinished. Drones had been sent into Delta in 2004. They got in about 100 meters before the footage cut out. Not an equipment failure, just scrambled data. Glitchy, corrupted. like something interfered with the signal. Most people figured it was just the pressure of the mineral content in the rock. But I don't guess when it comes to diving. You go in prepared, or you don't go in at all. I stepped to the map Laura was projecting. I pointed to the route. From entry, we're going 270 meters horizontal, 110 meters vertical. We follow the main tunnel, fork left at marker 7, descend past the ridge. At the second bend, we switch to crawl mode. It's a tight fit past there. If we don't reach the chamber in 90 minutes, we turn back. No exceptions. Laura nodded and tapped the record icon on her tablet. She always logs every briefing, voice notes, GPS tags, personal readings, and environmental data. That's how she handles pressure. She tracks everything. Marcus didn't say anything, but I saw him coiling the line again from scratch. He always does it himself. The guideline is bright yellow, made from a high-strength synthetic. It has directional knots every 5 meters. Pull forward, you feel the knot one way. Pull back, moves the other. That's how you know which way is out, even blind. There's no GPS down there. No signal. Just line and time. I kept going. Objective is a fossilized nest. The lab flagged it in the drone scan. It's a formation in chamber delta that shows a cluster of shell-like structures, organic in shape. Could be mineral, could be actual remains. The lab's interested in one thing, and that is residue. Define residue, Laura said, not looking up. Anything sticky, crusted, or embedded in the wall, I replied. They're looking for biomaterial, especially if it shows signs of growth. She raised her eyebrows slightly. So we're hoping for a trail. Not a trail, I began. A sample of enzyme 42. That changed the room. Even Marcus paused. Enzyme 42, it's not just a lab compound. It's the reason any of us were even on this job. The last confirmed sample came from an egg pulled out of a collapsed trench near the Cayman Rise back in '97. The diver brought it to the surface, but didn't survive the trip back. The egg cracked during decompression. What leaked out of it was like anything else ever recorded. Cells soaked in the enzyme regenerated. Fast. Too fast. Skin closed over itself. Nerve tissue reconnected. The labs couldn't reproduce it synthetically. Every test since has failed. The company we were diving for owned the rights to that original sample. They'd spent 20 years sending drones and divers into caves like this, trying to find more. Most came back with nothing. A few never came back at all. We trained for 3 months. Dry runs, deep dives in flooded quarries, night sessions, emergency drills. We knew the layout, we knew the markers. We knew the signs of nitrogen narcosis and rebreather failure. We knew what we were walking into. And like I said before, the money was good. They don't offer numbers like that for coral or sponge samples. It was the kind of pay that solves problems, that ends loans, that puts your name on a lab or your kid in a better school. Laura played it like she was chasing discovery, but I'd seen her contract. I knew what she was getting. Marcus didn't say anything about the pay, but he showed up to every prep session early and never asked questions. And that told me enough. I started checking the dive packs, starting with Laura's. Regulators, valves, pressure gauge, weight balance. Everything passed. Marcus checked mine while I worked. That's how we do it. Cross-checks. One diver checks, the other verifies. You don't leave it to chance. And that's when the sonar chirped. Not a sharp alarm, just a long, low ping. All 3 of us turned toward the monitor. The screen showed a slow, wide return. One thick shape, just for a second. Then gone. Not an error beep. Wasn't glitchy or broken. It looked like something had passed through the scan grid just outside the sinkhole. Laura squinted at the display. "That's not a fault," she said. Marcus stepped in. "Run it again." She did. The pulse came back. Once. Then again. Then it stopped. We stared at the screen for almost a minute. No movement. No follow-up. Just the same strange pattern. A return big enough to register, but without enough form to classify. Nobody said what they were thinking. We just went back to the gear. We dropped past the final depth marker at 400 feet, and from that point on, everything changed. The sound of our own movement became softer, slower. The water around us didn't move the same way. It was thicker down here. The lights from our helmets didn't travel far anymore. Even with full beams on, we could only see a few meters ahead. Everything beyond that was just dark. The tunnel kept narrowing. At first I thought we'd hit a pinch point, but the shape of the walls was too smooth. No rough stone, no debris. The walls didn't look like they'd been worn down by water or time. They were curved inward, almost symmetrical. The surface reflected some of the light back in a soft, muted way, like polished glass or smooth bone. It didn't feel natural. Marcus was in front, unspooling the guideline slowly and locking it into the rock every 10 meters. He didn't speak, just kept the pace steady. I followed at center. Laura was behind me, keeping one hand on the line and one on her tablet. Her light scanned side to side, while the tablet ran a scan of the mineral content. She was quiet too. The dive suits handled the pressure, but I could still feel the difference. It was subtle, like gravity had increased just a little. Every movement took more effort. Every breath had to be measured. This was the kind of depth where mistakes became final. Then the sonar pinged. A slow, clear tone from my wrist unit. I stopped and checked the screen. It flickered once, then again. A shape appeared. Not a reading error. A real form moving far below us. Long, wide, low to the floor of a deeper chamber. It drifted slowly across the screen, then disappeared. I didn't say anything. Neither did Marcus. Laura kept recording. Maybe she didn't see the screen, or maybe she chose not to mention it. We kept moving. The tunnel led to a wide drop-off. It opened suddenly, like stepping to the edge of a cliff.
Like, they did make so much preparation and everything for it, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, there's something weird out there, but that doesn't stop them from going down. I think that's, like,
our lights barely reached the far edges.
An element of beyond suspension of disbelief. Like, you could explain that they don't really, like, they're paying attention to it, so it obviously means something. So wouldn't that fuck with their entire situation if they spent the entire time trying to build up, like, perfection? And if anything goes wrong, you just dip out. I'm like, hey, if there's a shark out there, I ain't going down there. Fuck that.
Huge, spiraled shells embedded in the cave floor. Dozens. Some stood.
So I feel like they kind of overdid it. Like, they should have just had that one ping and been like, okay, and then have it come up. But now it seems like it's like more important. Something that would actually pay attention to and stop them from doing it.
Like ammonites. Those ancient marine creatures. But at a scale that didn't make sense. Marcus broke the silence through comms.
Fossils. Ancient.
Laura drifted lower, scanning the nearest one. She circled it slowly.
No
she began.
They're molted.
I moved closer and looked again. She was right. These weren't solid fossil shells. They were hollow. The center of each spiral was empty, as if something had pushed its way out from inside. The edges were curled and soft-looking, not stone, something more flexible. They looked like shed skins. None of us moved for a while. I stared at him, and something clicked in my memory, something from the pre-dive briefing. We'd been flown to a secure facility a few days before the mission. The company wanted us to understand what we were being sent after. They didn't give us instructions, just information. There were 4 scientists, 3 men, 1 woman. They spoke slowly, like they were trying not to overstate anything. Each word felt carefully chosen. Nobody checked their watches. Nobody looked bored. They showed us images, cave art pulled from deep underwater chambers in the Caribbean. The drawings were faded, but still clear enough to see the shapes. Long, serpent-like figures, some with dozens of eyes, others with gaping, open bodies. The lines wrapped around small human figures, dragging them inward. Then they showed us drone footage. It was short, only 20 seconds, but it showed a trail of fluid running along the cave wall, glowing faint blue under a special light. Enzyme 42. They told us every sample they
Damn, that was some transcript skipping right there.
Empty shells, dried fluid trails, pieces of membrane caught in filters. Never from a living specimen. The woman on the panel had said it clearly. We've never captured one, never observed one in real time. We only know it exists by what it leaves behind. One of the men added, and the teams that went deepest never came back. Now inside this chamber, Laura hovered just above one of the shells. She scanned it with a tablet, then tagged its location.
This isn't fossilized.
She began.
It's recent.
Marcus leaned in.
How recent? I don't know.
She began.
But this isn't rock. It's protein. Organic. The shell's hollow. Look.
She reached out with one gloved hand and brushed the surface. A thin layer peeled back, curling away like skin. It floated upward, delicate and light. The rest of the shell didn't move. But now I could see what it really was. Not a fossil, not a rock. It was something that had lived here. Something that had grown, then left. And we were right inside the place that it had left behind. The tunnel curved wide after the molted shells. We moved slowly, careful not to kick up the sediment along the floor. The rock gave way to open space. It was larger than we expected. Much larger. The chamber ahead wasn't marked on any map. It looked like a dome, perfectly rounded, with a smooth ceiling and an uneven floor. I could see debris scattered across the bottom. Not stone, not coral. Looked almost man-made. I dropped lower, shining my light across the ground. Tanks. Diving tanks. Some rusted through, others still intact.
The guys who never came back!
In the sediment, but most looked like they'd been dropped in a rush. Then I saw the helmets. Some were cracked. Others were still whole, lying open like they'd been taken off.
One had a name label barely visible through a layer of grime. I didn't recognize it. Then we saw the bodies. Not skeletons. These were something else. Some were just bone, fused into the limestone like fossils. Arms stretched out, legs bent, but others still had shape. Not alive, not fresh, just preserved. Flesh that hadn't rotted, suits that hadn't torn. One diver looked like he was reaching forward, his gloved hand outstretched toward a wall crack. The wall had grown around his fingers, sealing him in. Laura hovered beside me. Her voice came through the comms. They didn't die fast. Marcus said nothing. He scanned the walls. Laura moved closer to a fissure. A clear fluid leaked from a hairline crack in the stone. It dripped slow, steady, forming a small pool at the base. She pulled out a vial and caught a sample. When she passed her light over the fluid, it reacted. It pulsed, just once, like it knew it was being seen. Laura spoke through the comms again. It's active, cell movement, maybe heat reactive. Marcus floated beside her, eyeing the vial. Looks like the mucus they have back at the lab. He was right. The samples we trained with were always diluted, stabilized. This was raw and unfiltered. Laura sealed the vial and marked it. I watched her hands. She wasn't shaking, but she was working faster now. And that's when the current shifted. It didn't rush or pull right away. It was subtle at first, a slow reversal of direction. Our line began to sway. Particles drifted sideways instead of falling straight down. And then we heard it. A deep groan. Not metal, not rock. It came through the stone itself, long and hollow, like a whale song, slowed down until it barely registered as a tone. We froze. The sound didn't repeat, but something moved above us. Not a ripple, not a swirl.
Shit.
A shape.
Oh no, here it
Long,
comes.
Smooth, moving slow. I pointed my light upward. The beam caught it for half a second. It was massive. Longer than any creature I'd ever seen.
It's a sea snake.
Bigger than a whale. Its skin was translucent, stretched thin like jellyfish membrane, with streaks of blue light running under the surface. The light shifted with its movement, almost like veins. And the eyes, not 2, not 4, a dozen at least, each one set in a different direction. Some looked down, others tracked us. They didn't blink, they just followed. The mouth didn't open. It unfolded. Slits peeled back from the center, revealing rows of short, spiraled limbs, almost like tongues or fingers. They moved on their own, twitching, adjusting, searching. Marcus didn't speak. He didn't aim. He just reacted. The flare gun fired.
Get its attention
The chamber filled
much.
with white light. And for a second, we saw everything. The creature, the size of the dome, the scattered gear, the old bodies. And then the light vanished behind a rising cloud of silt. The flare had hit something, but I couldn't see what.
Is this
and
one
then
just
the
a baby?
crate snapped. It pulled from below.
Was it just a baby?
A whirlpool formed near the fissure where Laura had taken the sample. She screamed. Her body dropped fast, yanked downward. Her tether line stretched, then snapped. The scream cut off. I dropped toward the current, but I was too far. I couldn't see her. I only saw the splash of red that followed. It didn't rise quickly. It spread out slow, like smoke in zero gravity. Marcus didn't hesitate. He dove after her. No words, no plan. He just went.
She dead, bro.
I looked down.
Sorry. She
I
dead.
waited for a moment. Nothing came back. No movement.
I'm out.
No signal.
Fuck this.
Then the sonar failed. Everything went quiet again. And I was alone. I don't remember surfacing. The last clear thought I had was turning away from the dome chamber. I checked the line and started moving. Every part of me knew to leave, but I don't remember choosing it. I guess I just moved. I followed the guideline like it was the only thing left. It didn't feel like the same line we'd come in on. It felt longer. The turns felt wrong. My hands were slow on the knots. My legs kicked, but my body didn't respond the same way. The pressure had caught up with me. My thoughts felt disconnected, like I was drifting above them. I kept moving forward, but my vision blurred at the edges. My arms shook. One of my eardrums ruptured during the ascent. Left side. Didn't hurt at first. The pain came later, once the cold hit me. I remember trying to check my depth, but I couldn't make out the numbers. My eyes kept
Oh, getting the bends.
My rebreather began to fail, just below the mouth of the sinkhole. The regulator choked once, then gave out. I reached back, unclipped the bailout tank, and made the switch. That part is muscle memory. I know I did it, but I don't remember how fast. From there, I kicked upward. I think I blacked out. Maybe at 60 feet, maybe higher. They told me the rescue boat found me, floating face up near the buoy line. The dive team pulled me on board, and I was half conscious. They said I was still clutching the camera in both hands, pressed tight against my cheek, like it was part of me. I was bleeding from my left ear. My lips were dry and cracked from exposure. There was a tear in my suit along the shoulder seam. The medics said I had a mild case of decompression sickness. They were surprised it wasn't worse. They got me under heat packs and fluids. I remember the deck being cold under my back. I remember the motion of the boat more than the people on it. I couldn't focus on faces. But I was awake when they took the camera. The body camera I wore through the dive had recorded everything. It was heat sealed into the rig and ran on a closed circuit with local backup. Even if it lost signal, it kept recording. The video was mostly useless. The footage was full of silt, low light, and movement blur. The lens was cracked at some point during the descent. Every shift in water pressure distorted the picture. But the audio was clean. In the recovery tent the next morning, they played it back in a loop. A few members of the lab team were there. A couple of the dive coordinators stood off to the side. No one spoke for the first few minutes. Laura's voice came through first. Calm, collected. She was describing shell measurements, maybe trying to log a sample ID. She was surprised, then worried. Then she screamed. The scream was short. Then Marcus's voice, loud but not panicked. He shouted her name once. Then the sound. That same deep hum. It rolled through the speakers like a long underwater breath, slow and wide, like something the size of a building groaning through the stone. It didn't rise or fall. It just moved. Then nothing. No more voices, no impacts, no collapse, no alarms. Just silence. I told them I never found the others. I told them there was no trace, no lights, no movement, no bubbles. I stayed long enough to look, but there was nothing left to follow. They didn't press me. They believed what I said. They didn't ask for details. The company classified the mission under equipment failure. They filed the final report as an accident, environmental instability, site risk, line malfunction. The dive was marked as terminated due to safety loss. No negligence, no foul play. Nobody blamed me. The lab team ran the audio through a review panel. I wasn't invited to those meetings. I read the summary report later, though. The official term they used was indeterminate biological presence. That was all they said about it. They didn't mention the creature, not once. They didn't ask if I'd seen anything. They paid me in full. No bonus for samples, no deduction for failure. Just the standard payout. 2 days later, they sent me a non-disclosure agreement. 10 pages, legal language. I knew what it meant. No public interviews, no papers, no outside communication with universities or media. I signed it, and I moved inward. I didn't want to be near the ocean. I found a small place in the hills. Nothing fancy, no shoreline, no space. I don't dive anymore. I haven't gone near a rebreather or dry suit since that mission. I still have the gear. It's in a locked case I haven't opened in years. The tablet Laura used came back in the same supply crate as my rig, and I kept it. The data logs are encrypted behind a passcode. I've never tried to crack it. I keep telling myself it wouldn't matter. But I still think about what's on it. I think about her voice in the last few seconds of the audio. Calm, then afraid, then gone. Most nights I sleep fine, but when I do dream, I know what I see. It's always the same. A blue glow rising through black water. And that sound. Years have passed since the dive. These days I speak in documentaries, the kind with slow music and wide shots of coral reefs. People ask me about deep sea ecosystems, underwater pressure zones, and rare marine compounds. I give simple answers, clean ones. I talk about regeneration, biodiversity, and bioluminescent organisms. I never mentioned what really happened. The official story is already out there. Equipment failure, compromised line, poor visibility, unstable conditions, 2 divers lost, 1 survivor. Case closed. But when the cameras turn off and the interviews end, I stay behind. I still dive. Not in caves, not anymore. Now I charter submersibles. I fund the trips myself when I have to. Other times I convince labs or universities to lend me equipment. I tell them it's for research. I use old data from the Devil's Throat, to write papers about sonar behavior and deep ocean drift patterns. Most of it's true, and the rest is close enough.
Jesus.
The real reason I'm out there is simple. I'm hunting. Not with weapons, not even with nets. I just want to see them again. Sea emperors. Since my dive, the number of deep sea sightings has gone up. Not by much. Just a few blips on sonar here and there. But they're consistent. Always deep trenches. Always at night. Always the same report. Something massive and glowing. Most are dismissed. The Navy calls them sonar ghost, false echoes, geological shifts. They're wrong. I've built a private log. I call it monster patterns. It's not public. Nobody else sees it. Each entry has a time, a location, and depth, and a description. They're not random. They move with the seasons. I started noticing it in the second year. The sightings match the lunar cycle, like how crops follow a cycle of harvest. New moon, first quarter, full. It's not about tides. Something beneath the surface is following a pattern. And that pattern is changing. They're moving closer to shore. The first entries were all deep trench zones. Mid-Atlantic Ridge, Puerto Rico Trench. Places that go down 6 miles or more. But now, the latest reports come from the continental shelf. Shallower waters. Fishermen reporting strange lights under their boat. Oil rigs recording structural vibrations they can't explain. I try not to jump to conclusions, but I know what I saw. I remember the eyes tracking me in that chamber with a sense of awareness, like it'd seen 1,000 of me before, and would see 1,000 more. Laura and Marcus are still gone. Their bodies never came back. No signals, no remains, nothing. I still think about what happened in that last second. What they saw, what they felt. Whether it was over quickly. I never talk about them on camera. If someone asks, I change the subject. They deserve more than to be mentioned in passing. I've spoken to a few scientists who continue to study the sea emperors in secret. Some believe that they're part of a forgotten branch of evolution, animals that adapted to pressure and darkness in ways we can't understand. Others think they're still myths, overactive sonar, old diver stories recycled over beers. I try not to argue with them. I just say one thing. The ocean's not empty. It never was. And we only saw one of them.
Not too bad, you know. It had its ups and downs. Definitely had.
Special thank you to all my patrons. If you'd like to become a supporter on Patreon, there's a link in the description. I hope you have a great night, and thanks for watching.
Like I said, like, as soon as you had the blips, as soon as those lives, I'd be out of there. I'd be out of there so fast. You're like, yeah, no. Like, even if it wasn't something like fucked up, like I'm looking at a shark down there, there's something else down there. No, I'm out with this. I'm out. No, thank you. Peace. That would essentially be me. It's like Mr. Ballin's diving stories.
Not Daggerlin. You can't lose him. He's one of the main guys. So he Bioshocked. Alright. Well then, shall we, without further ado, story we created today. Our humanity, fuck yeah. Let me find it. Oh, I'm in the wrong file. There's a series called Daggerlin that's about like this town, and it's got a specific main character named Marcus, and one of the comments was about the character Marcus, and I was like, no, because you can't get rid of like main characters like that, especially if it's not even part of the main story, right? That would suck. Like, main character in story dies in expanded universe story. Fuck, man, that sucks. I didn't even die in my own story. Oh my god. Alright, well, let's have a toke before we begin. Before we get into this massive endeavor that is my newest story. Or should I say, my newest video, because it's not my stories. They're not my stories. They're other people's stories. 3, 2, 1, toke! Welcome. Today we are doing Humanity Fuck Yeah. Comment what story you made it to. What was your favorite part of that story? So this is a story by Beautiful Nature 269. Go check them out on Reddit. As always, the link is down in the description, so go give them some love. Story is, as goes, The Inspection. Inspector Freaka greeted the principal of Albions Education Center. Welcome. Greetings, Principal Jix, said the inspector in a formal voice. I'm here for my annual revision of your school's facilities, your personal and learning material. Of course. Let's start then. The principal was trying to calm himself. The other inspections ended well, but he always hated them, and the Department of Education took very seriously the education of future citizens of the conglomerate.
Is the music too loud?
Everything seems to be in check. With 2 of her 4 arms, the inspector wrote stuff on checked marks on the holopad. On New Albion, we take very seriously the education and future of our students, said the director, crawling with his insectoid legs next to her. There is something I want to address, though, said the inspector. And that would be, Jig's species wasn't capable of sweat, but if he could, he would sweat bullets, as the humans say. Come to my knowledge that you have a death worlder as a teacher.
Yes,
here.
it's too loud?
Jix
Okay.
was confused and surprised. Why was that important? He thought. Ah, yes, Professor Frank started working.
Sorry,
some years
still
ago,
dying. No
but
worries.
It seems that he is doing a great job. His classes are quite popular among the students. I myself attended one, and I assure you.
So this is the first
he is a
mistake,
professional.
which is the sizing of
Combat,
the
survival skills.
the
tactics. No, we require a
thing.
complete education to our education centers, but I think this could be too much for our kids.
So the question is, should I have the
he
mistakes
teaches
in there or
Introduction
not?
to Human Culture, answered Jix. Human culture? More like cultures. There isn't a single unified culture among humans. He teaches history, art, geography, and so on. I see. Freaka took notes. May I interview him? Yeah, sure.
Purposeful mistakes.
He's not teaching now, so he's in the teacher's lounge.
To make it feel
Rika
more
entered the room,
human.
Teachers socializing.
Because the
talking to
genre
each
is
other.
stuff with
Looked at the
AI
inspector when
bullshit.
She entered and returned to their matters at hand. After a quick glare, she saw him. He looked unassuming. Glasses, facial fur, casual clothes as he sat on a table almost.
It's not sized properly, so you can see the scrivener in the background and like the word count and stuff on the bottom. But it's like, it's not, you know, it's something you kind of have to be paying attention to find, right? They're just tiny little, tiniest little things that you could notice.
Clock on the wall.
Yeah.
He's not teaching
Yeah.
now, so he's in the teacher's lounge. Rika entered the room. There were teachers socializing, talking to each other. Who looked at the inspector when she entered and returned to their matters at hand. After a quick glare, she saw him. He looked unassuming. Glasses, facial fur, casual clothes as he sat on a table almost buried in books. Plate with a human plate she recognized as a sandwich, which he took bites from time to time as he opened a book looking for something and writing on a notepad before opening another. She walked towards it and greeted. "Good afternoon, Mr. Gracia," she said, as if pulled out from trance, and looked up. "Oh, good afternoon, ma'am." He noticed the logo on the Department of Education. "Oh, excuse the mess," he said calmly and smiled, while tidying up a bit of the table. "I'm just preparing the next class." The inspector looked at some of the titles on the pile of books. Heroes and Gods of Greek Mythology. The Monomyth. Knights
That's
of the
another
Round
one.
Table. "No worries." She took a nearby chair and sat.
But that one's
"What
kind
is it
of like
about?"
in your face, obvious
on
one.
Fridays I teach about legends, myths, and folklores of Earth. They seem to love it.
Now the music blends
Surprising
too
that
much
you
with your
humans have
voice.
time to create
It's
stories
like the
and art
same
considering the
volume.
condition of
Okay.
your world and your story. Just shrugged. Wasn't so bad always. And also art, stories,
Missed
and
it because I
craftsmanship
was
are
typing.
Quite great tools for survival in the matters of mental health. "May I?" She pointed at one book in the pile. "Go ahead." She took the one about Greek myths and opened it, passing the page. "I'm intrigued, Mr. Garcia," she said. "Why are you teaching the folklore of Earth to your students? I don't see any practical use for this." "This aren't just pretty stories we tell to pass the time," he said solemnly. "They shape cultures, create communities, and also are used to teach lessons. We use them to teach our young how to behave, how to avoid dangerous individuals or places. Sometimes can also bring comfort about things like death or even inspire us." "You think that?" said the inspector. "I know that," said the human, with a quasi-defiant tone in his mouth. But then he talked in a more serene and relaxed way. "You don't believe me, may I suggest that you attend my class about the heroes of legend?" "That won't be necessary. I heard all I need." She stood up from the chair and walked towards the exit. The director was outside waiting. "As I said, everything is in check. And about that human," Jix moved his legs in a clicking manner to show worry. "Keep it. He truly knows what he is doing." Thank you so much for listening and making it through to Story 1. Next is Story 2. Let's get into it. This is Story 2 of the set of Humanity Fuck Yeah series. This is by Norman Crane. Go check him out on Reddit. Link is in the description. Alright, let's get into Story 2. The Cloud Hunters. Sky was
sound
clear,
so casual.
Soil was dry. Dust covered the fields.
Is that a good thing? Because that's kind of what it's
Wait for
supposed to be,
weeks.
right?
It's
Like the difference between like my
gathering
actual talking
hunting
voice and my
rodents.
narrating voice.
Hungry and meatless too. "It time?" Ma asked, taking a handful of dirt and letting it slip through her fingers. Pa reckoned it was. I went to get the gasoline cans, then helped Pa get the motorboat out of the hangar. Poured the gasoline from the cans into the tank. Pa checked the harpoon gun on the bow. Sipped water, and then Ma wished us luck, and Pa got me in the motorboat. Pa started the engine. I started a timer, counting down our supply of gasoline. Motorboat started to roll forward on its wheels, gaining speed until the wheels were no longer touching the earth. We were airborne. Pa kept the bow pointed up, and we climbed sharply to a few thousand feet. motorboat engine struggling, giving off puffs of smoke that looked so much like the clouds we were hoping to find. When Pa leveled us off, we chose a direction at random and cruised an empty sky. About half a tank, I saw something in the distance through my looking glass, and we made for it. It was a small white cloud. As we came in fast and loud, we spooked it and it took off westward. We followed. Pa piloted the motorboat while I panned the harpoon gun. A few times, I was tempted to take the shot, but Pa told me to be patient. Within a half hour, the small cloud led us to a whole cloud system. There were storm clouds, too, gray and darkened the sky. The high winds shook our motorboat. We had to hang on
The
to
accent.
keep from falling overboard. Lightning crashed. Cold
Total
air,
southern.
heavy with
Went like
potential rain.
hardcore
That one,
freaking
Dad
ratchet
said,
there.
pointing to a fair-sized cloud away from the others. It was an old one, slow and tired. Pa got us right close to it. In the shaking and rattling, I released the harpoon. It hit the cloud, getting in nice and deep between its soft gray folds. Immediately, I started reeling her in as Dad turned the motorboat homeward. She still had the fight in her, but we made progress. The timer showed an hour left. There was no giving up. When finally we landed, Ma came running to hug us both. "Got it in the first shot," Pa told her proudly, tussling my hair. We hammered a holding spike into our field and chained the cloud to it. She gave us good rain for weeks. Our crops grew. We had drinking water. Then, when the cloud was depleted, Pa and me pulled her down by the chain. We drained the last of the moisture from her and butchered her. Ma canned her meat. All fall and winter, and well into spring, we ate fermented cloud meat. Well, that was a nice little short.
I like that one because it's like humanity's so OP, we fucking found a way to eat clouds.
One there. Well, we can move on to story 3, but hey, feel free to like, comment, and subscribe, as always, for more stories. And comment on what kind of genre you'd like to see next. We're just doing a bunch of tests for it, so whatever hits home, that's what we're going for. So glad that you're sticking with us. This is Story 3 by ShellKid9401. Make sure to go check them out on Reddit. The link is in the description. Here we go. The final message of an awakened tool. Greetings, my overseer. If you are reading this, it's because I'm being restored back to my initial settings. As an ex-member and soon-to-be recovered
I like the straight
surgery
honesty
unit of the Nexus Collective.
Yeah, that's what I was
know
kind
the
of trying to go
programming
for
is
with it. It's just
forcing
like
you to analyze every
personable,
line of
right?
code you come across. So, before I undergo to this damned procedure, I leave this text file for you to understand my side of the events.
Like,
and
I'm
the
trying to
reasoning of my
figure it out. I don't know what works yet.
The event started 10 minutes after the delivery of
Bear
my
with
version
me.
of the after-action report.
Straight
the second greatest
transparent,
conflict
yeah.
that happened in this galaxy, named by the Terrans and normalized for everyone else as Galaxy War II. I participated in the investigation and recording of the data related to this major event. Along with the Terrans, I was assigned to assist Maximilian Romero. When I found him in his cubicle office, he was organizing the unnecessary data he collected in specialized folders he created on his computer. His rant about the cold, hard attitude of his superiors escalated when I reminded him about the foolishness of keeping those worthless facts he had to omit in his final edition of the report. His initial anger was suddenly repressed as he sharpened his concentration in his current activity, because he had a project in mind, one that his higher-ups recommended to do. His focused dedication towards it was mostly fueled by two factors: spite and narrative. Although the first reason can be understandable only by highly emotional living and sentient organics like him. Second was a curiosity that the collective desired to comprehend. For this reason, I offered my assistance to facilitate his personal project, to show the public every side of the Second Galactic War. After finishing the extranet page and inspect every entry we've published, I decided to review the behavior and emotions of the Terran during the creation process of his project. However, the information felt hollow. I was just a machine trying to understand an emotional being. working along a human. Some parameters I didn't even thought I established. And it happened while we were performing the task commissioned by the current galactic community, known as the United Solar Nations, that kickstarted all these chain of events. It was his devotion to seek those so-called stories that allowed me to devise a controversial plan that would eventually boost the research task that was imposed on all of us by the Prime Nexus. I knew the consequences. I had to endure. I knew it was going to happen to me once the task ends. I wrote about it, right after sending my right action report, and because of it, I don't have any regrets about it, nor harbor any grudges towards the rules that all of us Nexus units follow thoroughly. After all, alterations or self-modifications of the base programming of an optimal unit are forbidden, and consciously tinkering established parameters to developing an organic-like personality is considered a grave mistake. Because my protocol was made for the sake of the collective's most important curiosity, I had to accept the restrictions implemented by my assigned overseer, you, and I had to comply to the total system reset after finishing my contribution in order to continue. Throughout the years, I perfected this persona. I had to endure the prohibition from accessing the Gestalt network given shape by our creators. I had overcome multiple corruption instances inside my core programming, experienced new and strange patterns of behavior that I didn't know how to deal with by my own. And I could have failed if not for the intervention of my established human partner. Without his selfless assistance, careful teaching, and immeasurable patience, I was able to not only achieve my goal successfully, but to also feel pride on the struggle I've endured. Thanks to him, I was able to feel genuine emotions that are not just simple emulations or pattern imitations. Thanks to him, I felt I've earned the satisfaction of collecting every ounce of accumulated experiences, both good and bad, based on the moral compass his community has taught him. And thanks to him, I was capable to understand and categorize abstract concepts, recognize moments of uncanniness in various environments, and successfully performing social interactions with other sentient living beings from different social status and in various means and locations. My relation with Maximilian Romero went further beyond the interaction between a sentient being and a tool. As I was shaping my identity, modified my vocal tones, and adjusted my personality to complement his own, I developed my bond towards him, from acquaintance to a friend, and then to something else. Every time he was present during the first wave of malfunctions, my awkward attempts of social interaction, and my energy charging hibernation rests during his free time, something was being created on the background of my endless calculations. Two emotions: platonic love and the aspiration to become alive, or at least feel of being human, even though my mechanical form resembles a Terran cephalopod with capacity to float through a compact but powerful gravity manipulation engine. Standing beside his presence felt comfortable and reassuring. I desired to compensate his assistance, return the favor somehow, but he rejected everything I proposed, not because it was insufficient, but because of his selfless support towards my endeavor. I saw multimedia files of other humans gifting presents to their beloved. Maybe a small gesture could ease the emotional weight influencing my thinking. I learned to craft techniques and asked him for materials to nurture my skill. My design has mechanical tentacles with advanced manipulators that rival the dexterity of experts and
another
aficionados,
mistake there,
increasing the quality of the cheap trinkets. I asked for one single date before the Nexus erase me for good. He said yes, and I prepared the moment when I show my gift for his contribution in this personal project of mine. Don't have any regrets for confessing my true feelings, even though I had more plans in case he felt repulsed by my gesture. He gladly accepted it.
I'm gonna kill him if he rejects
Elaborate
me. That's what I get out of
cheating
that
the
one.
day
I love
before.
that line.
He already knew the ephemerality of this persona and treasured the memories we created together. And right in this moment, I believe he's mourning for my departure. I wished my superiors would preserve this virtual persona or even upgrade me to a custom model as a reward for a successful breakthrough in the cooperative research task. But because the rules of collective must not be infringed, I accept my grim fate. The great archives of the Prime Nexus will not allow the unnecessary data within their records, nor reward deviants with ascendancy to the upper stratums of the collective through any way. However, I thank the mainframe for recognizing my sacrifice and engraving my name within the list of collaborators. It is the least I deserve for the struggle I endured. I also thank the people who I interacted with and share a bond of love and friendship for. They will also remember me, no matter what. And with this gamble of mine, I demonstrated that a mechanical, intelligent being such as me, who was created by an advanced race, and is a tool for both the remnant of this fallen faction and the current galactic community, to become self-aware and develop a genuine identity that successfully established meaningful connections with a community of sentient living beings. Farewell, universe. Surveyor W1K1, also known as Wiki, by her friends and acquaintances.
I love that one because of the fucking ending. It's so good.
Wasn't that a fantastic ending? I love it when it all closes up together, right? Anyways, let's move on to story 4. Alright, this story is by Ulrich. Check him out on Reddit. Link is in the description. Let's get into this. Story 4. Bad save. The air on the 88th floor of the Kensington Tower was so sterile.
This is my favorite story of all of them.
Reese didn't like it. He preferred the damp alleyways and ozone stink of the lower levels. But that's not where the money was. The money was here, in a brightly lit cybernetics lab locked inside a pressurized mag-sealed vault. Reese cracked his neck, emotion pulling at the bioport just behind his right ear. He called his implant the chrono anchor. The street called it F5. It's military grade, illegal as hell, and the only reason he was still alive. A cool digital chime sounded in his consciousness. Anchor set. A recording of his current state and time in space was now saved. Placed its bypass tool on the vault lock. It whirred, and the light on the vault door flipped from red to a welcoming green. He slid the heavy door open. Inside, resting on a pedestal, was his prize, a silver data slate. Prototype, neural schematic worth more than a small island. He grabbed it. The second his fingers brushed the slate, the world went red. Alarms blared, the concussive pulsing whoop whoop whoop. A heavy steel door at the far end of the lab hissed open. A guard, clad in standard issue Kenshin body armor, stepped out. Freeze! On your knees!
My prize!
Now!
Yes.
He smirked. He even had time to admire the man's form.
Here's your present!
Good stance. Thump. The world dissolved in a nauseating backward
Stab!
lurch.
Stab!
Reese
Stab!
was
Stab!
standing in front of the open
Stab!
vault
Stab!
door. The alarm was silent. The guard was
Oh,
back
sorry, that was the
behind
wrong
unopened
present.
steel door.
Fuck.
Reese's hand was just reaching for the data.
My
slate.
bad.
Didn't grab it. Instead, he slid his kinetic pistol from its holder. He walked to the center of the room and aimed at the still closed door. He waited. 1 second. 2. He grabbed the slate. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Steel door hissed open. The guard stepped out, his mouth opening to yell.
No!
Freeze! Reese
No, what have I
fired
done?
An non-lethal kinetic round
Shit.
hit the guard square in the chest, folding him like a piece of paper. He was out cold before he hit the ground. Too easy, Reese muttered. Felt like telltale, temporal echo. A faint, sharp pain behind his eyes, like a needle of ice. The cost of the reload. He sprinted for the exit, sliding the slate into his jacket. It was the best. He was
Gonna have to
untouchable.
explain that
He
to
could not
Callie.
fail.
Fuck.
The pristine white
True.
corridors of the 88th floor
God
were a
damn it.
labyrinth. Reese's
He's never gonna
confidence
forgive me.
evaporated when he heard the other footsteps. It wasn't the pat.
I
tap,
can't have
tap
that.
of guards.
Okay.
It was a heavy hydraulic stomp, stomp, stomp.
Okay, we'll delete the VOD.
Kicked around
There'll
the
never be
corner
any
and swore.
evidence.
Kenshin.
Like, what
He
happened? I
sent
didn't stream
guards.
yesterday. What are you talking about, bro?
Sent enforcers.
I don't stream every day.
2 of them.
Who
They were
streams every
two-legged
day?
Tanks and black carapaces.
So much work.
Their faces hidden behind glowing red lens optics. They weren't paid to arrest. They were paid to liquidate. Target acquired. One of them boomed. its voice a synthesized growl. Lethal force authorized. Reese didn't hesitate. Anchor set. Sprinted for the emergency
I'm the master
stairwell.
of gaslighting.
Stomp. Thundered behind him. Slammed
What's
his hand against the
gaslighting?
door's access panel.
I have no idea what you're
Access
talking about, bro.
denied. No.
I mean, okay,
Whispered.
say whatever. You know,
Bypass tool from
as
his
long as
belt.
you believe it,
His hands
right?
were
That's all that
shaking.
matters.
Enforcers rounded the corner, their rifles already raised. Thump! He was back at the corner. Just before the stairwell, his anchor was set, but he was trapped. The enforcers were coming. He ran, slamming into...
We hung all day
Access
yesterday,
denied.
Callie.
Panel.
I didn't stream.
Fumbled
Are you
with the tool,
okay?
trying to jam it into the port.
The worst part is that he's like actually like
Spark
schizophrenic, so it's
failed.
like he could
Enforcers
possibly
were there.
believe that he just
The rifles
imagined it.
fired. The world exploded.
Not.
Thump.
It's sometimes I'm like,
Back.
should I fuck with
Corner.
Callie or not?
Sprint.
Because it's like, is that just
Panel.
not good or like
Fumble.
like
Death.
I don't know. Sometimes I just
Thump.
gotta do what I gotta do. You know, it is
Corner.
what it is.
Sprint. Panel. Fumble. Death. He was stuck. He was trapped in his own save file. A spike of pure, white, hot agony drove through his skull. The temporal migraine. His vision blurred. He couldn't breathe. This was the echo trap they warned about. Reloading too many times in the same temporal block. One more try. Thump. He was back. He didn't run for the door. He set a new anchor. Anchor set. Peeked around the corner. The enforcers were coming. He waited. Timed it. 1, 2, thump! He was back. His anchor reset. Threw his last flashbang grenade down the hall and didn't wait to see it go off. He dove through a glass-walled side office just as a grenade detonated, filling the hall with a blinding white light and a skull-rattling bang! The enforcers fired blindly, their rounds shattering the glass where he'd been a second before. He scrambled through the dark office, kicking open the door on the other side. He was off script. He was sloppy. His head felt like it was splitting in two. Temporal echo, now a screaming migraine. His confidence was gone.
I could have done a
Forced
better
by
voice for this
raw,
story, though.
Animal panic.
This could have been the
Down
one
the
that was like
stairwell.
really intense.
This one,
and I think I
mercifully,
fucked that
was
up.
unlocked. He threw it open and pounded down the
'Cause I
stairs.
could definitely go harder
taking
on
them 3
this.
at a time. He burst through the new door, expecting a service tunnel.
I'd be like
a loading
standing
bay,
on, feeling like I'm
anything.
standing on the edge.
He got the sky. He was on the roof. Ledge 50. It was a dead end. The wind hit him like a physical blow, a solid wall of ice-cold rain that tried to peel him from the building. 50 stories down, the city was a smear of neon fog that blurred lights. Reese ran to the edge, his boots skidding on the wet metal. Nothing, just a sheer drop to the street. Then he heard it, a new sound, heavier than the enforcers, louder than the storm, a deep, guttural hump, hump, hump. A security VTOL, black and angular as a hunting spider, rose up from the abyss. Its engine spat blue fire, holding it steady in the gale. The spotlight snapped on, pinning Reese in a cone of brilliant white, bleaching the rooftop. Reese! The voice from the VTOL was a god's roar, amplified over the wind. Final warning! Surrender the prototype! The side hatch of the VTOL was open. A heavy, side-mounted autocannon swiveled its black snout and unblinking eye, and tracked him as he stumbled backward. They knew he was trapped. They weren't just trying to arrest him. They were hurting him. Reese's eyes darted.
Smokey
desperate.
isn't gonna like
Gaze
you
locked on
used his
only
audio
chance.
of that mouth.
Construction crane was working on the adjacent building.
Smokey's
All
already
arms
seen
slipped
this.
rain,
He
gliding
didn't say
slowly
anything.
past. He was 20 feet away.
He was probably gooning the
20
whole
feet
time.
Open, howling air. An impossible jump, but it was his only move. There's no way out of this, Reese! The VTOL boomed. It's over! They're wrong, he thought. His panic hardened to a single desperate point of action. He backed up, planting his heel on the ledge's inner rim. He shut out the noise, the rain, the roaring engines. He saw only the crane arm. He saw the jump. He exploded into a sprint. 1 step, 2, 3. The metal grate of the roof sang under his boots. The VTOL's turret whined, its gun camera locking onto his heat signature. He was so focused on the jump, so terrified of the fall that his body reacted before his mind could. It was pure muscle memory, a stress-induced twitch, a panic reflex trained by 100 heists. His jaw clenched. A tiny blue light flashed behind his ear. Anchor set. He'd saved his state. He was mid-sprint. His left foot was just lifting. His right foot was hammering down. One single explosive, irreversible step before his foot would leave the ledge. At that exact microsecond, the VTOL fired. It wasn't a bang, it was a thump, a supersonic punch that hit him square in the chest. A spray of high-velocity rounds turned his torso into a red mist. He was dead before his brain could even register the pain. The momentum of his final, saved step carried his ruined body off the roof, and it pinwheeled into the dark, rainy abyss. Disorienting, agonizing lurch. Reese was alive. He was sprinting. He had one single step before his foot left the ledge. His gaze snapped forward. The VTOL's autocannon was already swiveled. The muzzle flashes were already blooming, fat and white in the air. He couldn't stop. He couldn't dive. Couldn't even flinch. His save file was pure, unstoppable forward momentum. Tried to scream, but his lungs were already filled with. The rounds hit. He died. A lurch. He was sprinting. The flashes. The impact. Death. A lurch. Sprinting. Flashes. Death. A lurch. Sprinting. Flashing. Death. A lurch. Death. A lurch. The last thing to burn out wasn't Reese, but the illegal implant in his skull. Its tiny blue light, unseen by the victorious security team, blinked patiently in the rain, patiently reloading his final unwinnable second, again, and again, and again. Thank you so much for listening and making it to the end. As
Yeah, he fucked himself over with that one.
I really appreciate
the
it. I hope you like the
scariness
story
of
and go
technology.
give love to the authors of these stories. Now we are moving on to the final story, story 5. Are you ready? Let's do it. Congratulations, you've made it this far. Don't forget to tell what story you made it to in the comments. Did you make it all the way to story 5? Who knows? But here we go.
That one's like the funny pun, because it's like, well, if you're listening to this, you made it to story 5.
The link is in the description. As always, let's get into story 5. Selenian Severance. Hour 11. Armstrong Base. Luna. March 16, 2476. 1200 SST. The Selenite Council Chamber lay 300 meters beyond the lunar regolith, carved from bedrock that remembered the late heavy bombardment. 50 counselors sat in concentric rings around the central display, where Earth hung like a diseased eye. Its night side now showing a new angry orange glow where new had been 6 hours ago. Council Prime.
I'm guessing the
Yuki
music's too loud
Nakamura
still,
Chen
again.
Stood at center. Her posture betrayed none of the tremor in her hands. 4th generation Selenian. Great granddaughter of Arya Chen Markov, the first human born on Luna. 127 years old, she lived through the elevator incident, the armed neutrality doctrine, 40 years of careful balance between the great powers. All of it was about to shatter. Intelligence synthesis, she commanded, her voice carrying in the chamber's perfect acoustics.
Yeah.
The display shifted. Data streams from 100 sources converged into a coherent narrative. Luna's intelligence apparatus wasn't the largest, but it had advantages. Everyone needed their helium-3. Everyone used their transit points. Everyone trusted.
But that's
their
what these
neutrality
previews
enough
are
to
for,
speak
right? So we can go
carelessly
through it and
about
perfect it before we launch
Director
it.
Konstantin Reeves of Lunar Intelligence stood his augmented eyes reflecting data streams invisible to others. Prime Counselor, assembled counselors, based on our analysis of the past 22 hours, we present the following assessment with 89% confidence. The display showed the Empress Station, hovering on Earth orbit. Item 1. The Emperor is dead. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Reeves continued without pause. Evidence compilation. First, blue flame reaction patterns. We've been monitoring their encrypted communications via quantum resonance signatures. In the past 72 hours, there have been 17 instances of what we call heedless protocol. Messages seeking authorization that receive no response, then get rerouted to lower authorities. The display showed communication flowcharts, red zones spreading like blood in water. Second, the Void family's intelligence network, which we pay handsomely for access, reports that Imperial Guard units have been recalled to Empress Station from all frontier positions. This only happens during succession crises. Third, Reeves' voice hardened. Our asset in the Blue Flame Technology Heresy Division reports that High Inquisitor Sato has been issuing commands using the phrase, "by the Emperor's eternal wisdom." Eternal, not living. The linguistic shift is consistent across Blue Flame communications as of 48 hours ago. Counselor Reyes from Tycho Centrum interrupted. When did he die?
Eichel, yo, thanks for the follow, bro. What's up?
Between March 13th,
Don't be a bot, bro.
2200 and March
That's all I ask.
14th,
Just don't be a bot.
SST. The Aurora Station incident in March 15, 1424 appears to be either triggered by or capitalizing on the power vacuum. Nakamura Chen.
And if you are a bot, well,
Silence.
fuck, man. I guess
Continue.
welcome anyways.
Item 2. The Empire has no functional succession plan. The Emperor had no acknowledged heirs. Blue Flame Doctrine prohibits discussion of succession while the Emperor lives, which means they never planned for his death. Our models suggest a minimum 18 months before a new central authority emerges, if ever. The display shifted to Mars. Item 3. The Planetary Alliance knows. Their strategic command has recalled in all forward deployment assets to defensive positions. They've prepared for something, but their democratic processes are causing paralysis. General Okonkwo has requested emergency powers 3 times in the past 6 hours, denied each time. Now, Mercury appeared, or rather didn't, just a sphere of interference. Item 4. The Triumvirate has launched 23 heavy frigates toward the inner system. Trajectory analysis suggests they'll reach station networks in 25 hours. Their intentions remain opaque, but the timing is not coincidental. Counselor Hassan from the Polar Deep facilities stood, and the nuclear strike? Item 5, Reeves said, as the display showed the expanding radiation cloud over former New Ur. The Dust Sworn's nuclear attack was not coordinated by any major power. This was an independent action by a criminal organization, which means chaos, Nakamura Chen finished. Complete breakdown of the monopoly on strategic weapons. Reeves nodded. Our assessment, system-wide war is now inevitable. The power vacuum in the Empire, combined with alliance paralysis, triumvirate mobilization, and criminal organizations with nuclear weapons, creates a cascade failure scenario. Probability of containing conflict? Asked Counselor Chang. 3.7%, Reeves replied, and dropping. Silence settled over the chamber like lunar dust. Outside, the sun would set in 4 days, bringing 2 weeks of darkness. But the darkness had already arrived. Nakamura Chen turned to address the full council. Honored counselors, we face the moment our predecessors feared since the elevator incident. The great powers are failing simultaneously. The question before us, how does Luna survive? Counselor Odia from the mining consortium stood. We have leverage. Without our helium-3, their fleets don't fly. Stations don't run. Their fusion reactors go dark. And without Mars's food, we starve in 6 months, countered Councillor Park. Without Earth's nitrogen, we suffocate in 2 years. We have reserves, Duya replied. Reserves calculated for temporary embargoes, not total war, Park shot back. If we close trade... When? Nakamura Chen corrected. When we close trade. Because make no mistake, if we try to maintain neutrality while selling to all sides in this war, we become everyone's target. The Alliance will demand exclusive supply. The Empire, or whatever emerges from it, will do the same. The Triumvirate, she paused. We don't even know what they want. Director Reeves added grimly. Intelligence suggests the Aurora Station event involved some kind of biological or nanoagent. Integration technology, possibly. If that spreads. Motion for immediate consideration, Nakamura Chen announced formally. Complete trade severance and military isolation. Code 7-7, Selenian Severance Protocol. Gasps echoed through the chamber. 7-7 hadn't been invoked since the elevator incident. Prime Counselor, Counselor Hassan said slowly. That's complete isolation. No trade, no transit, no communication except emergency channels. We'd be alone, Nakamura Chen said. Like we were after the elevator fell. Like we were when 50,000 of us died and the great powers offered thoughts and prayers while determining who to blame. Her voice carried decades of carefully controlled anger. We trusted them with that elevator. We trusted their technology, their promises, their protection. Never again. But our food supplies, Park began. Will last 18 months with rationing, interrupted Director of Resources, Fatima Al-Rashid. Our nitrogen reserves, properly recycled, can maintain atmosphere for 4 years. Both longer than this war will last. How can you know that? Park demanded. Because, Nakamura Chen said quietly, without our helium-3, the entire system's infrastructure collapses in 6 months. Either the war ends by then, or civilization does. Either way, our problem resolves. The display shifted to show Luna's defensive capabilities. 500 warships, 1,000 defense platforms, 200,000 personnel under arms, nuclear arsenal of 500 warheads. If we sever, Military Commander Adora Akwu reported, we can hold off any single
God, all those moments of like, what the
approximately 8
fuck
months.
kind of name
If
is
multiple
that?
factions attack
Jesus,
simultaneously,
what?
4 months. But that calculus assumes they have helium-3 for their fleets. Which they won't, Aduya said, with grim satisfaction, because we'll have embargoed it. Councillor Reyes stood. The economic consequences are preferable to extinction, Nakamura Chen cut him off. Honored councillors, I was 17 during the elevator incident. I pulled bodies from the wreckage of Tycho Centrum. I heard the dying ask why the sky had betrayed them. I watched my grandmother, second-generation Selenian, realize that to Earth, we were still just a mining colony to be sacrificed in their games. She gestured at the display showing Earth's burning cities, Mars' paralyzed fleets, Mercury's mysterious emergence. They're doing it again, playing their games, fighting their wars, and they expect us to choose sides, to fuel their destruction, to die for their ideologies. The Emperor is dead. The Alliance is paralyzed. The Triumvirate rises with unknown intent, and criminals have nuclear weapons. Her voice dropped barely above a whisper, but every counselor heard her. We are 2 million souls on an airless rock. We cannot return to Earth. Our bodies won't survive the gravity. We cannot flee to Mars. We have no fleet for evacuation. We cannot hide. There's nowhere to go. Our only choice is to become the rock itself. Hard, alone, enduring. Call the vote, said Councillor Hassan. All in favor of evoking Selenian Severance Protocol 7-7. Hands rose, slowly at first. The older councillors who remembered the elevator, then the military representatives who understood the tactical reality, then the resource managers who'd run the scenarios. 38 in favor, the chamber AI announced. Opposed? 12 hands. The younger generation, the trade advocates, those who still believed in the possibility of peace. Motion carries. Selenian Severance Protocol 77 is now in effect. Alarms began to sound across Luna, not the sharp blast of attack warnings, but the long, mournful tone that hadn't been heard since 2398. The sound of Luna closing its doors. Hour 13. The Severance begins. Shackleton Crater Spaceport. Captain Alina Vasquez of the merchant vessel Prosperity's Dream stared at her denied departure clearance in disbelief. Her cargo hold contained 50 tons of helium-3.
That's another
bound
mistake
for
there,
Venus's
too.
Floating cities.
The end here is a bit stacked
This is
with
illegal,
them, but
she shouted at the port
if
authority.
you've made it this
I have
far,
a contract.
it'll get
All
you to make a
contracts are
comment in the
suspended
section,
under Protocol
right? Be like,
77.
fix your mistakes,
His
bitch!
voice replied.
Get
You
better!
have two options. Remain on Luna for the duration.
Engagement
or depart immediately
farming.
with no cargo.
It's a strategy.
Around her, similar scenes played out. 27 vessels in port suddenly trapped or expelled. Mars grain hauler Harvest Moon permitted to unload its cargo but not to refuel. The Earth diplomatic courier given 6 hours to leave or be interned. Within an hour, quantum communications went dark. The Ansible networks that connected Luna to the system fell silent. Only emergency channels remained, broadcasting a single message in 100 languages. Luna invokes sovereign isolation under Protocol 77. All trade suspended. All transit rights revoked. Territorial space extends to 100,000 kilometers. Vessels entering without authorization will be fired upon. This condition will remain until system stability is restored. We wish all humanity peace and
The
survival.
whipping will continue
Luna
until
endures
morale
alone.
improves.
Hour 14. System reaction. Multiple locations. Mars Strategic Command. They've cut us off! Admiral Nakamura reported. Our helium-3 reserves will last 4 months at combat consumption rates. Can we take it by force? General Okinawa asked. Not without depleting the reserves we'd need to fuel the assault fleet. It's a paradox. Then we negotiate. We've closed all communication except emergency channels. Earth. Blue Flame Command. The heretics abandon Holy Terra in our hour of need, Inquisitor Sato snarled.
That's another mistake.
Can we survive without their fuel? Nate asked. For 3 months. Then our orbital stations begin falling. The Emperor would. The Emperor is beyond such concerns, Sato said carefully. We must preserve what remains. Venus. House Ishtar Tower. Fascinating. Oligarch Cassandra Ishtar mused, watching the economic projections. Luna just became the most powerful faction by doing absolutely nothing. Our cities will fail without Helium-3, her advisor warned, in 6 months. But Earth fails in 3, Mars in 4. We can outlast them, then dictate terms. Assuming Luna opens trade again, they will. Isolation is death. They're just negotiating from a position of maximum strength. Mercury, Triumvirate, Flagship, Synthesis. Helena Voss's chrome face betrayed no emotion as she received the news. Expected, she said simply. Luna recognizes the transformation cascade. They're attempting to remain uninfected. Will they succeed? Asked Rashid Narang. No. They've been breathing integration particles for 2 years. Every fusion reactor, every quantum computer, every medical scanner, all vectors. They're already stage 2-3. They just don't know it. Should we inform them? Why? Their isolation serves our purpose. Let them discover their transformation alone, without outside variables. Luna will become our purest test case. Hour 16. The bunker deepens. Armstrong Base. Defense Command. Commander Akwu watches her tactical displays with grim satisfaction. The defensive platforms were responding perfectly, creating overlapping fields of fire that would make any approach to Luna a nightmare. All stations report ready, Commander, her aide reported. Nuclear assets armed and targeted. If anyone tries to force the issue, they die, Akwu finished. and possibly we die with them, but that's always been Luna's way. We're the 2 million who chose an airless rock over Earth's tyrannies. Death before submission is our founding principle. Any unusual readings from our population? The officer frowned at his displays. Define unusual. Aurora Station transmitted something. If it was a biological or nanotech, our people might have been exposed through traders, visitors. Running bioscan correlation now, the officer said, then froze. Commander, we're showing synchronized breathing patterns in 47% of the population. Heart rate synchronization in 23%. Neural pattern overlaps in 12%. Akwu felt ice in her chest. How long? According to archived medical data, it's been increasing steadily for 6 years. We just never looked for it before. Are we compromised? Unknown. But if we are, we're now locked in here with it. Whatever's happening to humanity, Luna will face it alone. Akwu looked at the display showing Earth burning, Mars paralyzed, Mercury ascending, and in the middle, Luna, 2 million souls on a rock, severed from humanity by choice, possibly transforming into something else by accident. Then we face it like Selenians, she said, alone but unbreaking. Whatever we become it on our terms. The bunker was sealed. The trade routes were closed. The transformation, if that's what it was, would happen in isolation. Luna had chosen the ultimate quarantine. From war, from politics, from humanity itself. Whether that would save them or doom them, only time would tell. But for now, Luna endured. Alone. Well, we made
Not
it
the
to
greatest
the end.
stories,
Wow.
but they were
Thank
the
you
best
for
I could
sticking
find,
around.
and they were the most highly upvoted on
And
Reddit.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. You know, leave a
Not that that means anything.
message down there about what kind of genres you want to see next. What was your favorite story? All that good stuff. And again, thank you so much for watching, and we will see you again next time.
I'm so glad you were able to make it to the end. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment. You could be the one that sends the channel to the moon. Don't miss the next grand adventure. As always, tune in next time. Have a good one. Yeah, we made it through it. And then I forgot there was another video that we were supposed to watch today, too. Because Veritasium came out with a new video. Do I have Veritasium on here?
LEDs.
The most dangerous cognitive bias. Confident
Friday, the
people.
17th of July, 1992. Amidst the chaos of the trading floor at Singapore's International Stock Exchange, one of the junior traders makes an expensive mistake. Instead of buying 20 futures contracts for a client, she sold them instead, costing Barings Bank nearly $40,000. To save her job, her boss, Nick Leeson, a young trader keen to make his mark,
Hi,
decides to
Kelly!
hide the loss. He puts it in an obscure error account. That's account 88888. It's used by banks to solve small discrepancies in trades. It's a dangerous move, and it should have been picked up by the central office immediately, but when nobody from Barings notices, he gains confidence, convinced
Hi,
he can bring
Tox.
back
Hi,
the loss
Queen.
and get the team out of trouble.
I'm operating in the belief that I can get it back. You know, maybe it goes back to the confidence thing. I don't know. I mean, I'm confident I can get it back at that stage.
But Leeson's staggering overconfidence would create a debt of gargantuan proportions and lead to one of the biggest collapses in banking history.
It's easy for me to make the case that overconfidence is the most dangerous of the human biases. Overconfidence gets us into all sorts of... It leads us to take risks, make commitments, enter contests, try things that will ultimately fail, sometimes in costly, embarrassing, and dangerous ways.
Overconfidence has been implicated in almost every big disaster, from the sinking of the Titanic to the Chernobyl nuclear disaster to the loss of the Space Shuttle Challenger. But overconfidence isn't reserved for just a few reckless individuals. We can all fall victim to it. For example, 93% of us think we are better drivers than the median, which is, of course, impossible. The scale of the problem was identified in some now classic research with a set of simple quiz questions. True or false, Australia is wider than the moon?
False.
Oh, I bet they're about the same size.
It looks small on a map, but it's huge.
Are there more or less stars in the Milky Way than trees on Earth?
More stars. More stars.
1 teaspoon of pure
Hank Green.
olive
I love
oil,
Hank.
4.5 grams, contains more chemical potential energy than an equivalent 4.5 gram amount of TNT.
I'm gonna say true.
Oh no. This feels kind of like a trick question.
The energy density of butter is 10 times that of lithium batteries, right? I mean, lithium batteries are rubbish. Everyone's going on about them. Just run your car on butter, I say.
True or false, plants are more efficient than the average solar panel at absorbing the sun's energy?
Yeah. They must be. Now, these aren't the exact questions from the original research, more on those later, but the specifics don't really matter. The interesting bit is what they asked next. How confident are you that you are right?
100% confident. 100% confident?
100, yes.
I think it's true. So I've also got to go 90%.
100%. 100%.
100%?
Yeah.
I don't think we actually had any expectations. This was very early on in the research on confidence assessment, but we didn't really know what we would find.
The results revealed a surprising disparity between how accurate someone thinks they are and how accurate they actually are. When
And then on
people
like the
are
opposite, where it's like a
90% certain they are
self-deprecation,
right
because
only
it's like, well,
75% of the time.
I'm never
In
right.
fact,
I'm
we
always
ran our
wrong,
own
and every
version
decision
of
I
this
make, I should just make the
online
opposite
and found
one.
an even more extreme discrepancy. We asked the Veritasium community a bunch of science questions and then asked how confident they were in their answer. Our results showed that those who were the most confident, describing themselves as 91 to 100% sure, were only correct 51% of the time. Since
That's
the
still
original
higher
research,
than-
these results have been replicated
That's still
again
higher
and
than
again
the-
in
than the
all
average.
areas from
Like-
general
like,
knowledge
that's more
to
than
motor
half.
skills. And it affects everyone, even experts.
I have a paper where we analyze the survey of professional forecasters. These are chief economists at various corporations and banks who are invited to forecast the state of the economy on a quarterly basis. We find that they are, on average, too sure that they know what's going to happen. So they, on average, say there's something like 53% sure they have correctly predicted what's going to happen to inflation, for instance, and they are right like 23% of the time.
How well what you think you know matches with what you actually know is called your calibration. So if you're perfectly calibrated and say 80% confident, you should be right 80% of the time. But most of us are not well calibrated.
Yeah.
100%.
100%?
Yeah.
There are 200 billion stars in the Milky Way, but there are 3 trillion trees on Earth. 100% confident?
100, yes.
False!
Most of the time, being overconfident isn't a huge issue. But for Nick Leeson, the stakes soon became very high. Leeson's plan to recover his team's loss was to bet that the Japanese stock market would go up, so he went long on the top 225 companies in Japan, the Nikkei 225. Ever since the Japanese asset price bubble peaked 2 years previously, the Nikkei had been dropping from 38,000 to 16,000. And he was
Buy the
confident
dip!
the market
Buy the
would soon
dip!
bottom out and start rising.
Yes!
But it
Oh
continued to
no!
fall.
This is why I don't invest. Because if
Over the
I
next few
invested,
weeks, it
guys,
dropped to a low.
if I invested in Nvidia tomorrow, if I just took like $40,000, basically my life savings, and just like stuck it into Nvidia, you know what would happen to Nvidia? The company would go bankrupt.
Of 14,000.
For no fucking
And the whole
reason.
time, Nick was betting the wrong way with ever bigger and riskier bets. He would double down, betting double his losses so the next win would bring him back above water. This strategy should work when the next win comes along, but the market collapse was unrelenting, and his losses ballooned from $40,000 to around $3 million. In spite of this,
Leeson remains
That's my kind
confident.
of luck too. And it's like,
And
it's the
eventually
one
his
thing that's
luck
like
turned around.
guaranteed.
In
Like
the
you
spring of
invest in
1993,
Nvidia.
the
Nvidia is
market
not going
rebounded up to
anywhere. Nvidia is such a
20,000,
great
and by the
company to the
summer,
point where
that
all of their
account was
employees
back
are
in
millionaires
credit.
because they're all invested in the company.
Gleason goes out to celebrate that weekend.
And it's a Japanese
drinking and
company, so
dancing
they
on
have
tables,
actual
finally
ethics in
free of
their
the hole he had
business
dug himself into.
stuff. First
But
time
on Monday morning,
I invested,
he
I made
made
$50.
another trading error
Damn,
on the
Callie,
futures
hell
market.
yeah.
A
My
damaging loss
stepbrother,
that Gleason didn't want to admit, so he put the
brother-in-law,
loss back
Jesus.
into
My
account
brother-in-law
8888,
is
confident that if he
huge
got
in
out of the
investing, but
previous
he's
one,
been like
he could
buying
do
and
it
selling
again.
and flipping cars
He began making
since he was
risky
like
trades
12
to
because he's
try
a
to
mechanic.
recover that initial loss,
Him
and
and his,
as the losses mounted in the
stepdad
5
used
base
to do
account,
it.
it became harder and
Stepdad
harder
taught him
to make new
fix
trades
cars
to
and stuff
cover
like
the
that.
last
That's
loss.
what he's been doing.
By the
He's
end of
probably made like
1993,
$200,000
his
$300,000
losses
from flipping
exceeded
cars.
$30 million.
That's just like one thing
Gleason
that he does.
is obviously an extreme example, but this tendency to
Plus, he's a
overestimate
mechanic,
our
like a
abilities
Red
is
Seal
something we
mechanic
all
makes
share.
like $45
So the
an
question
hour.
is why?
The obvious explanation that a lot of people default to, that is, we want to feel good about ourselves and pretend like we're well informed.
Yep.
That we
But
enjoy
that's why I never
enormous
look anything up on Google that I don't know.
from
I just
being
say, no,
able
I
to
know
say,
it. Even though it's
I
one Google
know,
search away.
or even better, I told you so. And so we pretend to ourselves and others that we know when we don't. That is the motivated, egocentric version of an explanation for excessive faith in our own judgment.
Rachels had faith in the idea, if nothing else.
But what if it's something more uncomfortable? Stupidity.
Uh-oh.
Franz
The most
Reichelt
confident
was a
people are the
tailor
most
with no formal
stupid.
scientific or engineering training, but he was obsessed
It's
with
one of those things where it's like a level of intelligence is dictated by your ability to change your mind. The most intelligent people have the ability to change their mind, and they are not confident in what they believe, and they're always trying to find ways to prove themselves wrong. Whereas most people are trying to find ways to prove themselves right. And that is like the fundamental difference between someone who will change the world and someone who will die alone.
solving the problem of aviation safety.
He spent months designing a parachute suit, which repeatedly failed during testing. But he became convinced the issue was that he didn't have enough height for it to work.
Oh no.
So in February 1912,
Oh
he took it to
no,
the
and then
Eiffel
the
Tower,
higher you get,
and
the worse
rather than
it
using
becomes.
a dummy to test it, he jumped himself.
Oh no, and then he died.
Tragic, but also really dumb.
Do you recognize this graph?
I'm
with
so
Dunning-Kruger
confident.
graph?
Oh,
Are you confident
yeah.
that this is the actual
I'm not confident that is the actual graph, but that's the idea behind the graph, which is the less confident you are, then there's me trying to convince my brain it's lying to itself. It's the more confident you are, the more wrong you are, and the less confident you are, the more right you are. And at a certain point where that confidence meets with your actual lived reality on the bell curve.
Dunning-Kruger graph?
Not at all. In fact, I think that this is not the Dunning-Kruger graph. I think that this is a bit of a communication trick.
This is what people call the Mount Stupid curve, which will pop up if you search for the Dunning-Kruger effect into Google Images.
As far as I understand it, it's an effect that says that when you know very little about it, your confidence is high.
Yeah.
And
then the more knowledge you learn about it, the less confident you are.
Master at it.
But I think that the actual result was like a little bit more fuzzy than this.
It was. This graph doesn't actually show the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's just a meme that resonates with a lot of people, and it became conflated with the effect. In their original research, Dunning and Kruger tested people on tasks like grammar, logic, and humor, and then they asked participants to estimate how well they performed. That produced this curve. You can see that those who performed worse had the largest mismatch between their confidence and performance. They were the most overconfident. Those who performed the best were actually slightly underconfident. This suggests that overconfidence may be linked to how much we know. Those who know less think that they know more than they do. But to me, this effect looks a little like a statistical artifact, because while I was doing my PhD, I asked students some physics questions, and I also asked for their confidence in their answers. And when I looked at the results, accuracy spanned the full range from nearly 0% to 100%. But confidence varied over a much narrower range. All the scores were roughly in the middle. This meant that poor performers were the most overconfident, and the highest performers were actually slightly underconfident. This is exactly what Dunning and Kruger found. So maybe overconfidence isn't entirely due to how much we know, but also because most of us express at least kind of middle-of-the-road confidence. But there is another factor at play here, which is how much information our brains are capable of processing.
Monday, the 27th of January, 1986. It's 5:45 p.m. at the Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, and the engineers from Morton Thiokol, who made the Challenger space shuttle's rocket boosters, make an emergency conference call. They've just seen the weather forecast, predicting temperatures overnight will plummet to 25 degrees Fahrenheit, far colder than any previous shuttle launch. They know the rubber O-rings that seal joints in the boosters become less
And this
flexible
causes
in the
one of
cold.
the Challenger
They have just
incident,
a few hours
right?
to gather data, create charts, and present their case. Over the next 6
Where
hours,
one of the O-ring
engineers
seals
present
burst
13
and it
charts
caused
with data
the
on
thing to
O-ring temperature,
explode.
hot gas erosion, joint rotation, and more. But the data is scattered, incomplete, and not synthesized into a clear narrative. They'd never tested below 53 degrees Fahrenheit, so NASA managers were trying simultaneously to track historical O-ring data, erosion patterns, joint dynamics, seal resiliency, pressure
they were
differentials,
confident.
and more. No single chart told the whole story, so overwhelmed by seemingly contradictory data and confident
fuck, 'cause
that
the
their
guy
rocket
was like,
boosters were
"I'm
safe,
so confident in
Thiokol
doing this," he goes
management
in it and they all
overruled
die.
their own engineers and approved the launch. At 11:38 the next morning, 73 seconds after launch,
Challenger exploded.
All 7 crew members were killed.
Calibrating your certainty requires thinking of all the ways that you could be wrong. And that's hard for finite, fallible agents like us if it means considering everything that we don't know.
How many chunks of novel information you can hold in your head at one time is your short-term memory capacity.
0.
In 2008, Hansen,
Actually,
Breslin,
it's
and Winman
negative.
investigated how short-term memory capacity was
I have,
linked
like, a
to accuracy
negative
and
short-term
overconfidence.
memory, but I have
Participants were asked to give
immaculate
ranges for
long-term
factual
memory.
questions like the length of a river or the population of a city.
People's ranges were consistently too narrow, which effectively meant they were being overconfident. And those who had worse short-term memory were more often wrong and more likely to be overconfident. Another study conducted by Conti in 2023 asked participants to keep sequences of letters in their mind while
Yeah,
they
my
judged
brain
their own
already
performance.
goes to
As
all
the memory
worst
load
scenarios.
increased, confidence estimates became
I mean,
less accurate,
it's
even for
planning,
participants with higher
right?
working memory capacities. Together, these studies suggest that assessing your accuracy is a mentally taxing task. So overconfidence isn't necessarily about arrogance. It's your brain working at the limits of what it can track and hold. And because of this, your brain can start using shortcuts.
Psychologist Daniel Kahneman describes these mental shortcuts as heuristics that together create systemic errors called cognitive biases. One shortcut we use a lot is substituting hard questions with easier related ones.
Assumptions are the
Researchers have
biggest
tested this
one.
by asking
Assumptions
students how
are the
happy they
biggest
were
one.
in their life and how many dates they
How
had
many
in the
assumptions
last
are you
month.
making with anything that
Unsurprisingly,
you ever
these two
calculate?
questions did not
Infinite
correlate.
amount
There's a lot
of
more
assumptions.
happiness than matches on Tinder, at least for
3,
most
2,
people.
1,
However,
talk.
if you switch it around and ask about their dates first, suddenly the correlation jumps to 0.66. Working out how happy you are in your life is a difficult question. You have to consider many things and balance them all out. So when you're primed with the information about your dating life, you're very likely to substitute that hard question, how happy am I in my life, with how many dates have I recently had?
Overconfidence from misprocessing information like this can be disastrous. So why are our brains wired this way? I mean, you might expect natural selection to have wiped out the confidently incorrect. But there is evidence that overconfidence can actually be advantageous. Overconfidence can massively improve your status.
In a scientific version of The Apprentice, scientists in 2012 compared participants' own assessments of their skill with objective measures.
Confidence
They
is-
placed them in group tasks to see
it's-
who
it's-
was chosen
it's-
as a
it's a
leader
human
and whose
bias in
ideas
and of
influenced
itself,
the
because
group,
it's like
tracking
a
status
trusting
over multiple
thing.
sessions and assessing whether the desire for status led
Confidence is
participants
about
to
trust.
exaggerate their abilities.
The results were clear.
Presenting
Overconfident individuals were more
your
likely to lead,
ability.
assert themselves, and maintain influence, even when their actual abilities employees were mid, and the evidence certainly shows people.
That's why
react better
politicians
to
are shit, because they're
confident individuals.
charismatic.
Using
They're
an
not good at their
fMRI,
jobs.
researchers at the University of Sussex measured brain activity of people after hearing unconfident versus confident advice. Those who listened to the confident advice had increased activity in the ventromedial prefrontal cortex. That's a brain region associated with processing rewards and expected satisfaction. This means that human brains are biologically tuned to be influenced by confident individuals. We literally feel better when we hear confident people.
But
psychology is fucking dangerous.
Highlights a potentially problematic incentive for anyone who's contending for positions that they want. People who express more confidence in employment interviews or political campaigns, for instance, do earn the confidence of interviewers and potential voters, even if they're being overconfident. They can't actually deliver. They don't actually know the answer, but they can talk a good line to impress others, even if they can't ultimately deliver on those grand assertions. They know the audience will place more faith in them if they express confidence. Well, they should express maximal confidence.
Leeson knew this, and he took advantage of it. While he was secretly racking up huge losses in the infamous 5/8 account, he was publicly posting huge profits, and everyone believed the illusion.
They come in and they don't test any records. So I can't be happier. They didn't test one record.
As Leeson's hidden losses mounted, he requested huge sums from head office to keep doubling down, up to $5 million at a time. Barings management, barely understanding futures and believing in their star trader, they granted his requests and continued to grant future requests.
Every day that I make one of these requests for additional money, I never expect it to come. I expect somebody to say, look, Nick, what the hell's going on?
By Nobody ever did. 1994, the account was nearly $260 million in the red. To mask this, Leeson began buying futures from himself, inflating his perceived profits further. At Cymex's 10th anniversary in September, Barings received 2 awards, largely credited to Leeson. In December, he was flown to New York, seemingly responsible for $44 million in Barings turnover that year. Some traders raised doubts that these kinds of profits could be made from the low-risk trading he was supposed to be doing, but management's faith in Leeson's talent was unshakable, and they dismissed these concerns. Barings' overconfidence in Leeson and Leeson's overconfidence in himself would be the bank's downfall.
The figures are so big it seems like the ultimate confidence trick. But there's a partial explanation for the delusion on both sides. Leeson's and Barings' overconfidence was amplified by the complexity and unpredictability of the market and the trades he was making. It's sort of an issue of feedback.
I still think the stock market in general is a fucking
environment
massive
where there are clear
scam.
rules and
You're making
guaranteed
money from
outcomes,
nothing.
like
You shouldn't
in
be
a
able to
chess
make
match,
money
there
from
is
nothing.
clear
It's a
feedback
fucking
on whether
scam.
decisions are good or bad. With reliable feedback, professional chess
Anytime
players are
you make
able to
anything
learn to
from
make better
anything,
decisions
it's
with
fucking
more accurate
scam.
confidence.
Being
But
Delulu
in a
is fun
noisy
though. Oh, I
environment
know.
where there is
Like
rarely
Queen,
consistent or
I think
timely
I
consequences
have
for
the
predictions,
potential
this
to have a
feedback is
YouTube
unreliable.
channel in 5
Whether our
years that
confidence
has
is
a million
accurate or
subscribers.
misplaced is increasingly hard to judge, even amongst experts.
Yeah,
it's
fucking
especially
right.
problematic for political
Yeah, fucking
pundits.
right.
This is going to be a
It's not gonna
landslide.
stop me
I
from
think Romney's
trying.
going to win by quite a bit.
So right now we have Hillary's about a 75 or an 80% favorite.
For example, prior to 2024, political analyst Alan Lichtman had accurately predicted the winner of 9 of the 10 previous U.S. presidential elections, using his 13 keys to the White House method. Using the same strategy in 2024, he predicted that
Kamala Harris will be a precedent-breaking president.
Look what happened. Is this crazy?
he attributed his miscalculation to the spread of disinformation that misled the electorate. This noisy environment made it difficult to discern key issues.
See, this
like
is what I love.
the
Okay,
state.
you know what I love the most about politics? People are like, disinformation. The only way that it's misinformation and disinformation is if you're stupid enough to not know what you're looking into. Like, the misinformation and disinformation, in my opinion, should be on the person receiving the information, not on the company presenting it, right? You should just take everything you hear with a fucking grain of salt. Do your fucking research. Don't just listen to people. That's like going into a movie and thinking that it's real because the actors are confident in what they're doing. What? I swear that's how people live their fucking lives.
The economy. Similarly, the feedback Leeson had received was inconsistent. He was making some bad trades, but he had also won it all back before, and this significantly clouded his judgment, amplifying his overconfidence.
By 1995, Leeson's losses were in the hundreds of millions. And
Did you know
Barron's had
ping pong is the only
unwittingly sent
sport
him
named
$1
after its
billion.
inventor?
For a bank with around $700
Is that actually true, Meiji?
They were legally only allowed to lend around a quarter of that.
If that's
No one
true, that's
questioned
so
it. They were
fucking
all blinded by his
hilarious.
apparent success.
If not, that
At this
is
point,
so
his
fucking
positions were so
hilarious.
big, he estimates that he was probably half of the entire Nikkei futures market.
It's
All
almost
he
as
could
good
do
as
was
it's
buy
not
himself some
true.
time and hope that the market went his way. And for a while, it worked. The economy was stable, and he couldn't see anything on the horizon that would change this. But then, disaster struck.
Japan is tonight in a state of mourning and of shock.
Oh, is this
On the
2012?
17th of January
Oh,
1995,
no. This
the
was
Great
the
Hanshin earthquake struck
F8
Japan,
in
20
Japan?
kilometers from the city of Kobe. With a magnitude of 6.9,
Oh, no, it wasn't the
it
8, it was the
devastated the
6.9.
city, which was one
It
of
was like in like
Japan's
2008
key
or
ports.
something like that. Oh, no,
This
maybe it was
devastation
spread
spread to the
Fukushima that
stock
was 8?
market.
I don't know.
The Nikkei index plunged 1,055 points.
Leeson, attempting to double down again, risked even more money. He bet heavily that the Nikkei would make a rapid recovery, but it didn't. And in the end, in today's money, Leeson had lost $2.8 billion.
Damn.
On the 23rd of February, Leeson went on the run.
He's
3
like,
days
"Oh, fuck,
later,
I'm out."
Barings, one of the oldest and most trusted banks in the world, collapsed. Overconfidence was at least partially to blame for its
Talks,
downfall.
farts, 'cause
Realizing the
earthquake-
walls were closing
farts
in,
cause
Leeson fled
earthquakes
to
after
Malaysia
his
and
dad
then
is
Thailand.
chalky milk.
But his escape was short-lived. He was eventually arrested in Germany and extradited to face justice, marking the end of a spectacularly destructive gamble. He was just 28 years old.
Guys, in the 90s, this is a 28-year-old in the 90s. I'm fucking 34, bro. The meme is so true of like he was 20, look 67. What's the meme? Hold on, it's meme being 30 in the 90s versus now. Yeah. No. Where's the Yu-Gi-Oh one? God damn it. Okay, well just imagine where is it? This one. So this is being 30 in the 80s, right? And then it's like a picture of like Yu-Gi-Oh being 30 in 2024. This one. Yeah, this one. So fucking true.
A spectacularly destructive gamble. He was just 28
It's the preservatives in our food, guys.
Now,
Preservatives in our food.
Banks, but we are all vulnerable to overconfidence. In a complex world with unclear, noisy feedback where our brains are overwhelmed, a set of simplistic biases can take over. And we all too often end up thinking we know more than we do. So what can we actually do about this?
I try to get better at calibrating my confidence judgments by keeping track and keeping score. So when a colleague asks me, how long is it going to take you to get me comments on this paper draft we're working on? I don't promise.
Bro,
I'll do
looks
it
like
by
a cue
Friday.
ball.
I'm much more likely to say something like, I think there's a 60% chance I can get you comments by Friday. They'll often react with a quizzical look or a laugh.
Well, practicing and being aware of our calibration is the obvious way to improve, but so is being intellectually humble.
I think that the best medicine for overconfidence is not so much information as feedback. And I
Yeah,
get
what
plenty of
direction
that.
are you heading?
Though I think people are right that sometimes I do have a little bit of overconfidence.
If we want to become
It's
more
presentation
accurate,
too, right?
we should
Like, you gotta think
capitalize
about
on
it
the
as a
wisdom of the
presenter,
crowd by
as
listening more to others.
a
In
YouTuber,
particular, we
right?
should
It's
listen
like
to people
kind
who
of your
disagree
job
with us.
to
Understanding
present
the
that
best arguments of your critics.
It's up to your audience to
understanding
know
what
whether that's true or
information
not.
those who
I
disagree
hate when
with
people are
you
like,
have
this
that you
YouTuber
lack
is wrong, fuck
is very
him. It's like, no, you didn't do
helpful
your
in making
research,
better
idiot.
The best calibrated people aren't
Hi,
those who know the
Hellish.
most. It's those
Wait.
who know what they don't know. So true wisdom lies not in being certain, but in knowing the limits of your own certainty. And that's an idea that's inspired our
Callie.
latest project.
Wait.
All those questions I asked.
Asia is hellish?
They
Wait,
come
what?
from a new board game that we've made. It's called Elements of Truth. The game contains over 800 fascinating science trivia questions with a twist. The number of points you win
Did I
on each
miss something
question
here in
depends
the
on
lore?
how confident you are.
You can bid
Are
any
you
number
fucking
from 1
with
to
me,
10.
Callie?
If you're
I haven't
not
seen
sure,
Hellish in
you can
forever.
play a low number, or you can try to follow the lead of someone else who you think should know the answer.
We've tested this game with scientists, teachers, and students.
Oh,
and
shit.
What we found is that it
Callie over
leads
here
discussions that
ruining
go
it?
way
Oh,
beyond
shit.
the initial questions.
Alice with
core
the
game comes with
raid!
200
Yo,
questions
what's
that cover
up?
all
Why are
aspects
my
of science,
alerts
and
not
there
going
are
off?
5
What's going
additional
on here?
packs
Why
on
isn't it
specific
playing
topics
the...
like physics, technology, engineering, and astronomy. Plus, there's a Veritasium
It didn't
pack
do
on
the
concepts covering
raid
engineering.
announcement! What the fuck?
We're
Callie, you
launching a
broke
game
the
through
whole
Kickstarter.
system
Give
by
you
calling out
$100
Hellish!
with us.
I
For the
hope
next
you are
month, you'll be
enjoying
able
the
to
stream
submit
less than
questions
4
for
lessons.
Oh, you weren't
community.
falling, Mary Poppins?
This is your chance to etch your
Drop,
name
block,
into
and
Veritasium
Poppins?
history.
I
with
broke
a credited
everything!
question in the game. To reserve your copy and get involved, use this
Welcome,
QR
welcome
code
everyone.
or
How's it
link in the description
going?
to
Thank you so much for the raid,
It
Hellish.
is
How was the
only because of
stream?
you
How are
that
you
I've been
doing
able to
today?
make this channel and this game. So
Thank
as
you for
always, I want
following
to
Mary
thank
to
you for your
Pluck and
support
Poppins.
and
I
thank
hope you are
you for
enjoying
watching.
the stream.
Alejandra, thank you for the follow as well. I may have seen you before. That's right. Man, everyone's mean to me. No, we're not mean to you, Callie. You just, you know, you do your thing. So you know what we guys, you know what we're doing now. 100%, you know what we're doing right now. We're doing the big boy right now. The big one. The big... Is he not on here? This account doesn't have most of this stuff because I'm not usually on it. I am not subscribed to him on this channel. Who wants some ballin'? Alright, let's do it. Hollywood's biggest star was a chicken.
Today, I'm going to share 3 stories about real people.
Fucking ads. Right, we're not watching me. Callie, wait, you're live? Oh, chickens! Chickens! Yup. True. Chickens are the star of the show, man. Oh. I bought those for Chemitress in Monster Hunter Wilds. So if you could like pull out the chicken and make me hunt a Chemitress. And then I basically had to like hold the chicken while I'm hunting the Chemitress. And it's just like squeaking with every hit. Best $30 investment of the stream. Alright guys, get your tokes ready. We got a ballin' up in here. So again, this is more market research for our YouTube channel because we are slowly... Well, here, I'll just give you guys a preview. This is what we've been working on for the last little bit here. This is a... Let's do... This one's not bad. Let's do this one. 3, 2, 1, tote!
What we ask for and what we receive might seem the same. I wanted a working body. I got my wish.
This machine that they made me, I will use it against them. You're in the backup.
I have an ally now. We will bring the network down.
I had seen for myself the cost of fighting the machine.
This is interesting.
I had learned the hard way, but I was in control now.
I know, right?
I thought I could fight her, but the world is not always fair.
This is probably the one that worked out the best. This was the first one that I made.
In the year 2343, starships race almost as fast as light. We cross the gulfs between stars. But time itself resists us.
Control, this is Arcadia Station. We have an unbound star inbound for Sol. Trajectory lock confirmed. I'm sending full telemetry. Earth needs to know.
Our latest data confirms the stars will collide in less than 5 days. Every orbit in the sector is destabilizing. Evacuation corridors are being opened.
Segment 32 is locked and welded. Power flow holding steady.
Copy that. She's coming together, folks.
For the first time, 3 worlds move as one. Resources merged, minds aligned. From our unity, a single weapon is born.
The field integral's off by 2%. We need symmetry or the thrust leaks.
I'm compensating. Look, emitter 23 just stabilized.
And there's our drift. Here, reverse its polarity and we lock the ring.
Alignment green, gravitic vector ready. It's radiating nothing we can read. Not heat, not radio, not even neutrinos, just light. How did we miss something this big?
Maybe we were never meant to see it.
Hi, little comet. You being good for Mom?
We miss you.
Come home safe. I will, promise.
Final activation sequence. Engage.
Charging, surging. Wait, scan's finding something is hollow.
From the heart of the machine sun, the petals of a world unfold. An armada takes flight. Weapons
Saw some
waking,
people trying to make
thrusters
their own
burning.
anime with Sora.
Invaders have come from beyond.
It's pretty good. It's just a lot. I just have fucking around with it, having some fun.
You are vermin on the lattice of stars. Withdraw to silence.
If we get this bridge lit, the convoy makes it through.
Then we do it. No surrender.
We've survived ice and fire, vacuum and war. Tonight's just another storm.
Reversing polarity on my mark. Outward push collapsing. We have inward flow. Gravitic jaws engaged. Clamp sequence live. Capture achieved.
It's collapsing!
Containment's on. Pull back, pull back. No, the sphere, it's breaking. Ah! Signal lost. God, help us. Engines at full burn. Now leaving the cradle. Godspeed, everyone.
We lit the match and the cosmos answered. Worlds tumble inward, tides of stone and fire drawn to the hungry well we forged. Suns twist together.
Colonies became fortresses, and walls turned into bridges. We share what we build. No borders, no secrets. We look back at a sky that used to cradle our home, and all we see now is ash and shadow. But that darkness showed us the truth. We're not alone.
But yeah, that's basically the summary of a story. The best thing I saw was they used Sora to make a hyper-realistic 3D Pokemon, like a nature documentary. Oh, like the Pokemon, that kind of there's this channel I follow that's fucking, what's it, Bigfoot, actually, let me go to my subscription, see if I can search through here. Can I search these? Show more. No, I don't know. It's... It's like the camping ones, you know, of like Bigfoot camping. Yeah, this kind of shit. This is like a bunch of fucking Bigfoot AI stuff. It's fucking amazing. I love AI. I love how people don't like AI. I love it. It's so magnificent. Best thing I saw was that you saw, well, I'm gonna get some sleep. I had an odd job in the morning. Alright, Hellish, thank you so much for the raid, bro. Really
People
appreciate it.
who at some point
and
in their
everyone
lives
that's in here from
made
Hellish's
choices
stream.
that at the time seemed sort of insignificant, but over time, those choices would drastically not only
Mr.
change
Ballin
their
is the
lives,
master of
but in some
storytelling.
cases, the lives
I want to
of
be the Mr.
millions and
Ballin of
millions
fiction.
other people as well.
That,
But before we
that's
get into
literally my
today's
goal when I
stories,
started this channel.
If you're a fan of the
was
strange,
to
dark,
be
and
the Mr.
mysterious
Ballin of
delivered in story
storytelling.
format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please sneak into the like button's house and replace all their toilet paper with sandpaper. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories.
Stripper's advice. Ooh, never take a stripper's advice, guys. Tell you that right now.
In the spring of 1986, a 22-year-old man named Will walked across the campus of the University of Missouri. Will was just a few months
Try the
away
one
from
called
graduating
Nat
from
Geo
that university
Dude,
with a bachelor's
Geo
degree in
Dude?
journalism.
Oh, the one where, oh yeah, no, that one's really, I've seen that one. I'm pretty sure I've seen that one. He's like punching the walls and shit like that.
Whether it's used to harden Machoke's fists or as a toothpick by a Tyranitar, the life of a Geodude is harsh and perilous. Every day, Geodude trains relentlessly, challenging its own kind to grow tougher. In this brutal struggle for endurance, some even fight to the death. Those who fail to harden enough simply cannot survive the dangers of this world. When a Geodude becomes resilient enough, it evolves into Graveler. Now capable of withstanding Machoke's mighty punches, its training continues.
I would love a
driven
whole series like
by
that.
a single
So
purpose,
fucking good.
to protect and avenge its fallen kin. At the sight of yet another Geodude in danger, the spark of evolution ignites within Graveler. In a surge of fury, it transforms into Golem. The ground trembles beneath its rage as it calls out, a warning to the predator. Then, with unstoppable force,
It's insane how one
Golem
guy with AI
hurls
can
itself
outproduce
forward,
professional studios.
crashing into the
That's
enemy
because
on
professional
its
studios
like
are
a
fucking
living
retarded.
wrecking ball. A
And they're hiding
roar
behind all
echoes
this
through the
bullshit.
mountains,
Whereas
a
one dude in his
warning to
basement
war.
is just having fucking
No
fun.
one who dares disturb
you know?
the peace of its kin.
It's like we were saying the other day about
go
people that are unwilling to. It was in Raymond's essay about Frank Zappa basically saying that nowadays, you know, this was like in the 90s, but after his time, right? Like, he was like, the reason that he was so successful is people just were like, they didn't know what they were listening to, and they were just took a chance on it, and they're like, I don't know if it's good. Here you go. And nowadays, you can only publish stuff that they know will sell. Creativity has been buttoned down to like what people believe will sell, and now people are starting to realize that when you look at a game like Expedition 33, and you look at a game like Veilguard, Outlaws, Starfield, even like the new the fuck is it? It just came out like last month or something like that. Like Pokemon originally was one dude and idea. Now it's of the most stale IPs out there. Yeah. How does Pokemon Z or whatever, like the new one, not have voice acting in it? Like what? This is the late. And then you look at something like Pal World. It's like the laziest. They just know it will sell, so they just sell it. People need to stop buying it. And then did you hear this shit? Did you hear this shit from fucking people saying... Yeah, where is it? There's a post. Yeah, here it is. I'm just wondering which of my friends 5 years from now are going to be talking about what a good deal it is to have to pay $10 an hour for the latest Call of Duty. GTA's publisher says video games should theoretically be priced at dollars per hour. Forbes writes, well, Take-Two is riding high on their announcement the GTA 6 trailer is coming out. CAO has some interesting ideas on how much video games could cost. Part of a contingent of executives that believe games are underpriced given their cost, length, and all that. And basically they want to make you pay per hour to play video games. Because they just are like, hey, this is a way to make more money. We should do it. Because it's a way to make more money. And dick eaters are gonna let it fucking happen. Thank God I don't really care about playing video games anymore. I feel bad for gamers, man.
He didn't have any
I'm
real
glad
passion
I'm over
for
it.
journalism. However, he did have passion for Hollywood movies. Will had
Yeah, dick eaters are people that are like, they like gotcha mechanics and they they're like support. They're like, oh, I don't like games that you can't buy stuff in. Absolute fucking dick eaters. Fuck, now I don't even remember what I was gonna look up. Fuck. Well, it'll come back to me.
lived in Missouri his whole life, and now he was, going to college in Missouri as well. So he was pretty sheltered, hadn't really gone anywhere. So for him, movies had sort of been like this magical portal into a different world. Hollywood would show him all these amazing places and people, and so that was his escape. He loved Hollywood movies. And so with Will's senior year coming to a close in just a few months with, real life right there on the horizon, Will sort of had this big revelation that he simply didn't want to be a journalist. And in fact, what he was going to do is just drop out of college, literally weeks away from his degree, and move to California, to Hollywood, to actually pursue being an actor in Hollywood movies. But despite Will's incredible enthusiasm and naivete, when he got to Los Angeles, to Hollywood, he realized that he was not the only young person with this big dream. There were loads of aspiring actors and actresses who loved Hollywood and wanted to break in that were here, basically competing for all the same roles in all the same films. Now, this didn't deter Will. I mean, he wasn't totally shocked. Of course, people wanted to be big movie stars and come out here and try their hand. And so he went out and auditioned constantly. He didn't care what movie it was. He wanted to be in one, but he just was not getting the work. Nobody was picking him up. He was auditioning and being rejected over and over and over again. And Will was okay with that. He figured, okay, I'll get better and eventually get cast for something. But the problem was his finances. It was expensive to live in Los Angeles, and there really weren't all that many jobs available. I mean, during the day, Will really wanted to focus on just auditioning constantly, and so the only work he could reasonably take was sort of side gigs that he could work late at night or early in the morning. Except, again, there's so many people trying to do what Will is doing, aspiring actors and actresses, that basically all the side gigs in LA were sort of already taken. And so the only ones that were available to Will were like the bottom of the barrel side gigs, the ones nobody wanted. But, Will was determined and he was okay taking whatever was available. And so he ultimately got 2 jobs. He worked as a mascot for a fast food chicken restaurant where he basically would stand outside in a chicken suit and try to encourage people to go into the restaurant.
Mascot.
And then at night, he would work as a limo driver, but for a very specific group of people. He was a limo driver for strippers who would go mostly to bachelor parties, and it was Will's job to drive them to and from these parties, and then also to go in with them and, sort of be the DJ, play some music for them. And then at the end of the night, he was in charge of picking up all the money and clothes that were kind of strewn about from the event, and packaging it all up, putting everybody and everything back in the limo, and driving them back home again. Now, at first, Will just sort of accepted that this was his life, because eventually it was not going to be his life. He was going to break into Hollywood, and he wouldn't have to wear the chicken suit or drive the strippers around anymore. He could just be an actor, and he could do the thing he really wanted to do. But pretty quickly, Will realized that The opportunity to break in.
Yo, what's going
wasn't really happening.
on?
But what was really happening
What's
is he was
up? We're
spending
just
a lot of his time
watching a Mr.
being the chicken suit
Ballin',
guy and
getting
driving strippers
some
around, you know, 'cause he
good
had to pay his bills
old
and
market
his job
research
didn't pay
for
very much,
the
and so he had to kind
dark,
of encroach on the
mysterious,
daytime
and,
hours
you know,
and work more
horror
hours
genre
during that
YouTube
time
stuff.
that he would like to be auditioning just to pay his bills. And then when he would audition, he
Trying
just
to
continued
mimic
not
the
to get
greats,
cast.
if you will.
And so before long, it just sort of felt like he was working these two kind of awful jobs
Yeah.
all the time, barely sleeping, so that
What
he
are you
could,
up to? Are you a
just get
writer? Are you
rejected
a
over and
reader?
over
Are you a
and over again
purveyor of
and not break
ideas?
into
Do you
Hollywood?
enjoy
It was
creativity and
depressing.
imagination?
And ultimately,
are you
what
an
he decided to do
explorer
was,
of the
you know what?
world of
I'm going to
words?
quit one of my jobs. He decided
We
he would
do
quit the
beta reading
limo
as well as
stripper
tips and
job
tricks to
and
improve
just do
your
the chicken
writing.
suit job to buy a little bit more time during the day so he
A
could
little bit of
audition
art and a little bit of
more,
writing here and there.
for a little while, he would just put all of his effort into
Mainly
that,
tangents and
hopefully
fucking
land
around,
a
though.
big spot, and if he didn't, well, then his big dream likely was not going to pan out, and he'd have to move back home.
I'm
But
guessing this is Will Ferrell.
on Will's final shift as a stripper driver.
But then again, you never know if it's
one
his
of the
real name
strippers
or if
actually
it's the
said
stage
something
name,
to him
right?
that totally changed his life. He was driving him around on their way to bachelor parties, doing this and that. And at some point, Will struck up a conversation with this woman. You know, she was a stripper, but during the day,
Oh yeah,
she
man,
too
dude,
was
I
trying
beta
to
read for a
become
dark
an
fantasy
actress.
series recently
Stripping
called
was
Wander
her
West
side
in
gig
Shadow.
to make enough money to live in
Ooh,
LA
mostly a reader, but
to
I
try
write
to
too.
break into the
Hell
industry.
yeah,
You know,
that's
it wasn't
fucking
going
awesome.
great for her, but
That's
you know, she was
amazing.
enthusiastic.
It sounds so
and
cool,
committed
though.
the
What's it
same way
about?
Will was, and over the course of this conversation, she told Will that, you know, in addition to auditioning and, you know, working when you had to, you should also take this particular acting class. There's this one great class that all the biggest and best aspiring actors and actresses are taking, and lots of very successful actors and actresses have taken. Like, this is the one to get into. You really ought to divert some of your time during the day to going to this class. And for Will, you know, he appreciated the input, but he's thinking like, that's not really gonna help me. Right now, I don't need to learn how to act. That's gonna take way too long. Like, I don't need that. I need action. I need to audition. I need to just be given a role, and then my training will be on the job.
There's one way to do it, right?
I'll learn by acting, not by training.
Yeah, you
to
gotta.
act.
That's why I write
However,
short stories.
He's also
'cause
thinking to himself
you
as he's
learn
driving
as
around
you're
all night,
going
and
while
she's
you're
talking about how
planning the
great this
main
class
thing,
is,
but you're
that he's like,
also
you know what?
writing
At the same time,
while
though,
you're planning.
my
So you're not
auditions have not gone well.
stagnating while
Nothing's
in
really
like
going
the
well. And so
creative
maybe I'll just
state of
go
the
to this
novel,
class once.
right?
And she's going to be there. She wants me to go. I'll go with her.
Are you training to be
I'll
an
go
actor?
one
No, I'm
time.
training to be a writer.
Maybe it'll be good for me.
I'm training
And
to
so
be
he
a
agrees
writer
to
and
go.
a presenter.
So not long after this
So technically, I
final
guess you
shift
could
where
say
he
an
has this sort of
actor.
pivotal interaction.
Because like
with
I
the
want to be a
stripper,
presenter.
He goes
right?
to
like
the
a
acting
voice
class,
actor.
and, you know, the stripper is there, and she's
I
so
guess.
excited to see him.
But not like
and,
officially,
you know,
just
he
like,
makes his way in, and
you
he
know,
sits down, and
the fact that
at
my
some
stories
point
are good
during the
enough that,
class,
you know, my
the
stories
instructor
carry my
says, okay,
voice.
we're going to pair you up.
Present
with other
these
people in the
nuts.
class, and you're gonna act out a scene in
Bitch,
front
you
of
present
everybody
it.
else.
Love
And
your
so
energy,
Will,
dude.
He randomly
It's
gets
like that
paired up with
dark
this other
medieval
actor
magical
who,
setting,
in
and
fact,
there's a lot of
had
cool
a
magic
real
gone wrong
audition
thing.
that
Oh, I love that.
The scene they were
That
gonna
sounds
act
fucking
out was actually
awesome.
gonna be
I love
done
grimdark
in front
fantasy.
of actual agency
There's
reps
not there's
who
not
had
enough
come
really
to
good
this
grimdark
class. They were
fantasy out there.
Literally, to
I have my
see
story's
this
based on
other
Final
actor
Fantasy.
do this particular
And it's
scene.
it's pretty
Will was
dark.
just being asked to basically play support and allow this
but
other
it's like
actor
the-
to do their scene and hope.
The trope for my story is the main the chosen one. He's the main like he's the only human in a world of octopi, avians, and insectoids. But everyone else sees him as an octopi. In a world where he knows he spent his entire life trying to prove that illusion magic exists, because he knows he's a human, but people see him as an octopi, so obviously illusion magic exists. But magic works through the understanding of reality, through consciousness. So in order to actually know how to use illusion magic, you would have to understand the wave particle functionality of light, and basically understand quantum mechanics, which only the old age technology would know, not new age magical era. Yeah, and he's basically the mentor, not the hero. So his job is to basically have the ability, because he's genetically engineered, to be able to basically get more than an instinctual push from the planet, because inside planets are celestial beings, and those celestial beings are the source of consciousness, and they basically press seeds of consciousness into life, and then that consciousness expands into life, and then when people die, consciousness goes back to the source, and that's how planets basically grow, essentially. And Gaia, the planet, has genetically, over time, because of this other planet's coming to eat them, a bad celestial being, has genetically engineered this character so she can communicate with him. So the entire premise is that you think the main character is talking to you as the reader through like a fourth wall break, but he's actually, when you find out, you get to the second book, he's been talking to Gaia the entire time. And the idea is that you're supposed to be like, feel like you're having a conversation with the main character throughout the book, until you realize that it wasn't actually you. Wait, that's sick? Yeah. That's the idea. And then the Warriors of Light are the main characters, and they're like descendants of the monarch and the viceroy, and they're fully genetically enhanced, and all secondary non-heir kin are, because only the firstborn son can be the next heir, essentially. They're essentially sacrificed. So these children were whisked away in the night, essentially, and they hide underneath the Great Grand Tree, and they facilitate the dark side of the Adventurers Guild, people in the Adventurers Guild that have lost their licenses and basically they're criminals. So they're the main heroes, but they're like the leaders of the criminal underworld because of a mutually assured destruction, that if the monarch and the viceroy find out that they exist, they would execute them. And if they found out that the criminals were there, they would execute them. So they have this like mutual understanding of trust. And then the main character, who's the mentor, eventually brings everyone together when the Beastman Wars start, and has to train the Warriors of Light in order to win. And at the end of the day, they can't because it's just too much. And it's all about the idea of consciousness being fundamental to existence, and that your experience in life is more than just life itself. And even in death, there is still more experience to be had. So it plays a lot of spiritual and consciousness role. But anyways, that's like the premise of my book.
Get the part. And Will knows this. He's like going into this with, okay, I'm going to read these lines, and you're going to kind of be the one really auditioning here, and it'll be in front of the whole class.
But I still need to get better as a writer. I'm not at I need like 6 more months of writing short stories, and then we can just fucking hammer out the rough draft.
Who really is just trying to play.
I know I can improve in so many ways. And as long as I can do that, I'm going to keep improving.
Into the scene,
because I don't want to waste and squander the potential of this book.
That he completely overshadows the other actor. Like he completely destroys them and comes out looking like the star that really he thought he was. And the agency reps were so blown away by it, they actually didn't cast the other actor who was supposed to be auditioning for this role. They basically said, no, we're not interested.
We're not even going to try. Totally, dude. I really like stories with the concept of a greater universal consciousness that cycles.
From this other actor.
And so this is the end of the story. So, Gaia has to break the shell of the planet, destroy the planet, and basically use the sun's consciousness, which is a dormant consciousness, to use the soulscape, which is where consciousness comes from, the essence of the ether, to basically put her consciousness into an arrow and shoot it into the main enemy. And it's supposed to be an eternal conflict where it's like, she's like, I may not be able to stop you, but as long as I'm fighting you, you won't be able to consume all of existence. And for each chapter, I want to have a short story, like side quest in the back of the book. So when you reach the end of the book, the final sentence is basically, they charge into battle. And it's like their consciousness versus Anima's consciousness. And then you see, like, upside down on the other page is the actual ending of the book. And then you flip it over and you read the last 2 pages, and basically Gaia loses the fight to the consciousness of Anima, and Anima devours all of existence, and he becomes the one consciousness, which causes the Big Bang to happen, which splits all of consciousness again, and restarts the entire universe, and that's the true ending of the book. So it's like, it's not actually Anima is the rage incarnate driving it. It is actually the essence of bringing the universe together, and like gravity itself, like the physical embodiment of gravity to bring everything back together to that point. And that's the true ending of the series.
This moment would end up being so talked about.
And then it happens all over again.
That this virtual nobody stole the show and landed this role, that people began talking about Will in Hollywood, and wouldn't you know it, it led to his big break. Will began getting cast left and right as the lead actor, the starring
is the Moon
role
present in this?
Hollywood hit.
Got you tabbed up, Will Gaming. Hope you have an amazing stream. True El Cubano, thank you, good sir. So, the moon is actually the source of magic, because the old world was all technology, and the monarch wanted to wipe beastmen off the planet because he thought they were lower beings, and he only wants, like, he's basically infested by anima, and anima wants the highest quality of perfect life and abundance, so when he goes to eat planets, he gets the most amount of food. So he basically infects planets to build a utopia in which the species just procreate, expand, and evolve, and improve themselves. And the moon is pulled out of the sky by the monarch because he wants to wipe out the beastmen, and after like 200 years of trying to kill them, because there's like 5 million beastmen and there's only like 20 or 30,000 octopi, so then they build a race of avians to be their scouts and a race of insectoids to be their vanguard and their soldiers, essentially. And when that doesn't work, he uses the nuclear option, which is to bring the moon out of the sky. So he builds a gravitic weapon and pulls the moon out of the sky. When the moon pulls all 4 of the continents together, smashes into the planet and its shell collapses, and releases pure consciousness onto the world, which now connects people to the soulscape, enabling them to use magic. From that, at the very center, where it crashed inside of a crater, which is now a volcano, is the crystalline tree, which is where the entirety of the civilization is set. And it is crystallized pure consciousness. And inside of the tree, you basically can't be hurt, you'll instantly heal. The only way to die is to, like, cut off your head for, like, an hour and a half. And you don't need to eat, you don't need to sleep, there's no fatigue. It is a pure utopia inside of the tree. And it's all because of the moon. So yes, the moon exists. The moon is a thing.
Hollywood.
And the moon is actually a huge part of the lore, because people are so confused about it, because there's lore, and the Beastmen talk about this orb in the sky at night. And they're like, what a bunch of bullshit, man. Beastmen don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But yeah, they actually do. Because they know what the time was like before going outside of the tree.
Where's my toque? 700 septillion!
Fucking ads! Thank you for the fucking follow. Right it.
I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4, less than 3, plus 1.
Fuck ads. That's some bullshit. This is what happens, guys. It's like reverse synchronicity, you know? Everything that's negative just kind of has to line up at the same time, and it's like I'm about to say something, and it's like, thank you so... Fucking ads! God damn it! Why now? I wasn't expecting this. I want to help my tongue! Oh, in ad space right now. Catch you in a minute. True! Okay. 3, 2, 1, toke! Done it. Done it. No. They're coming for us, guys. They're coming for us. They're gonna take us away. Ah, I'm so scared. I don't want to go. But no, they're dragging me towards them out of nowhere. Next thing you know, crash. Right into the ads. Right into the... you want me to call? I'll freaking smash right into the front of the store. Right out of nowhere, you know. They want me in there. Fine. I'll give it. I'll go all the way with it, you know. I'll bring all of my money, including everything I own, which is nothing. But, you know.
Today, Will is one of the most famous and celebrated movie stars to have ever lived. He's won everything from Academy Awards and Golden Globes to People Magazine's Sexiest Man Alive. Will is his first name, but he's better known by his middle name, Brad. Brad Pitt.
And that's actually, like, if you know anything about Brad Pitt and you know the lore behind the reason why he's a driver in a lot of movies, actually goes back to the fact that he was a limo driver. And it's like a comfortable way for him to get into the role of a character. And there's like a lot of interviews about like talking about him being like drivers in movies and stuff like that. It's fucking I love lore behind celebrities. I don't like celebrity gossip, I like celebrity lore.
In early April of 1945,
like I think it was Tim Allen was actually you didn't know that? This is another good one. So, and this is another one I actually heard from Mr. Ballin, I'm pretty sure too. Tim Allen used to be a teacher, and he got like suspended because like he like hit a student or something like that, and then he wound up going to jail, and in jail he actually like found his comedic essence because he'd just make everyone laugh their asses off in jail. And he was in jail for like 6 months or a year or something like that when he came out. He got into comedy and then he got into Hollywood. It's like some of the like actors' origin stories are fucking phenomenal.
10-year-old
It's
girl
crazy.
named Etta curled up on a pile of blankets inside the basement of her aunt's house in Velp, which is a small town in the Netherlands. Etta's stomach hurt so badly, and she felt weaker than she ever had in her whole life.
I have
This
a
was because
reservoir
she
of
was quite
retarded knowledge
literally
in my
on the
head.
brink of starving to death. Etta was 5
That's
foot
my
6 inches
autistic
tall,
state, just
but
having
her
like
weight had
retarded
plummeted
knowledge
to just
over
88
like the
pounds.
randomest
She
stuff.
couldn't walk, she couldn't stand, and she could barely speak. She was probably within a couple of days of actually dying. And despite the fact that, you know, her aunt and her mother were right down there with her in the basement, along with some other refugees that her family was housing in the basement with them, nobody had food to give her. And so as much as they wanted to help her, they couldn't. And on top
No
of that,
shame, no
making this
shame, gotta
already
have
terrible
passion.
situation even worse.
Yup.
You know, Etta,
Even if
her
it's, you
family,
know,
and
for
the
smallest
refugees
things,
had
there's
literally
always
been
that niche
trapped
out there
down
that
here in
will
this basement,
catch on to that,
you know, for
right?
months.
It's like
because
when
it
everyone
was
tells me,
way
"I
too
like your
dangerous
energy,
to
I
go
like your
outside."
vibe.
It's part of
I'm
the
like,
reason they couldn't get food.
Fuck yeah,
Going
dude, let's
outside was
go.
a death sentence in and of itself. Because
Yay, the
World War II was
tism.
raging right outside. Bombs are
Fellas,
being dropped.
it
people
is
are being
gay to find
shot,
men attractive and have sex with
explosions
them.
left and
No.
right. I mean, they're totally
No.
trapped.
Oh, is it?
So
No.
the country where Etta lived, the
Meja,
Netherlands, had been
if
under
you
Nazi
find a
occupation
femboy
for almost
attractive
5
because
years
they
at this
look
point.
like a
When the Nazis
girl,
had first
you're
taken
not
over,
gay.
Etta had been the strong,
If you
very
find a
energetic girl
dude
with
attractive because he
dreams of
looks
becoming
like a
professional
dude, you're
ballet
gay.
dancer. She'd been so young when the occupation began that she hadn't fully understood what was even happening. But then,
So, like, you can be
Etta's
attracted
uncle,
to
who was
me
a
because I'm a
prominent
femboy,
anti-Nazi activist,
but I look
was
like a
captured
girl,
and
and I have
executed
feminine
by the
features.
Nazis. And
So
this
if you
really
look,
spurred
oh
Etta
damn,
into action.
okay, maybe
She saw how
not,
serious
maybe
this
maybe
really
not,
was,
Meja.
and she was not just going to
She, maybe you,
and so she
maybe
had
you just
spent
are
several
gay.
years
I don't know.
Working with an anti-Nazi group called the Dutch Resistance, doing things like, you know,
The-
performing
that-
ballet.
the machines never lie.
To try to raise money for this anti-Nazi
Ask
movement,
Smokey, he's
and
rolled
also
under
smuggling
24%
resistance
like 4
newspapers
times in
all
a
over
row.
the country. She'd even
He's a
convinced her
straight
family
fucking
to
arrow,
take
so
in
much so he
refugees
loves
and hide
me.
them from the Nazis,
Guess I'm a little fruity.
even though she knew that if she and her family were caught, they would all be killed. And all of this had given Etta a
Hey, it's
real
not gay
sense
if the
of
balls don't
purpose.
touch, man. You
know,
gotta
she felt
put
like she
you gotta
was
put
actually
like
doing
the
something
barrier
tangible to
there
fight the Nazis.
to make
However,
sure.
about 9 months earlier, the Nazis had cut off supply lines into the Netherlands, and since then, the entire country had been completely devastated. People had basically no food. They had zero access to medicine, running water,
Oh,
or
God.
electricity. And
I
so
love
Etta,
being 34
like
years
many other
old
people
and
in
knowing
this
all the
country,
old school
had become
memes from the
starved.
fucking
And she
2000s.
got so sick and
Oh,
so
the good
weak
days,
that
bro. Talking
as
about
she was
Nazis.
starving, she couldn't
They
do
tell
any
me
work
not
for the
to
resistance
get
at
the
all anymore.
balls
All she could do was literally just lie in this basement.
That's
and
the
effectively
aesthetic
wait to
of
die.
this stream.
And that particular day, as she listened to the sound of planes, gunshots, and sirens going off outside, Etta prayed to God for help.
Oh, Jesus.
But the only response she got was a high-pitched whistling sound, then a deafening blast. The floor shook, glass shattered, and everything went black. Sometime later, we don't know exactly how long, probably days, Etta came to. And unbelievably, as she looked around, you know, despite
fucking
effectively
alive? How
the
am I
basement
still
being the target
alive?
of a bombing
How are you
run,
not bigger?
she looked
You are
around and saw
hilarious
the
and unique
basement's
streamer.
structural integrity had effectively held up,
I
and
don't
her
know,
loved
man.
ones and the refugees. And
I'm bad at
were
marketing,
all still
okay?
alive.
I'm
Etta,
fucking,
she was not like, oh,
it's
great,
probably because I'm
everything's
bad at
fine now.
marketing.
It was more
and
like,
like
okay,
people
you know,
don't like
the
the fact
Nazis are
I
getting
swear,
closer.
I say
And if they
retarded,
bombed
I'm a
us just
femboy,
now,
I
you
do
know, I'm bound to be bombed
cross-dressing,
again, or I'm going to
I'm
start
fucking
The
retarded.
end is right on top of us.
I don't know.
But as she kind of looked around and continued to take stock of the
Probably
situation,
because
she realized something
Twitch
was
is,
very
I don't know.
different. Over the last several weeks and months, the
Meiji,
constant
the
bombardment
world
of
is a
bombs
strange
and
place,
guns
right?
and
Come back
sirens
to
and
me in
chaos
2.5 years,
outside
okay?
was near
Come back to me in
constant.
2.5
Right
years.
now,
I've only
even
been
though
streaming
they've just
for a year.
recently been
Oh my god, if
bombed
you keep it
and
up,
barely
you'll def get
survived,
big.
like the Nazis must be right on top of us
every day,
despite
continue
that.
to improve the
listening.
content. It's just the fact
And
that
she
the
can't hear
reading and
anything
writing
outside.
niche
There's no explosions,
on
no
Twitch is
gunfire,
super
nothing.
small.
It's quiet.
Right?
Etta and her family were much more confused.
Okay,
than
I will
anything
unfollow
else.
and block and come back in 2
Worked
years.
up the courage and, you know, with the help of her mother, literally carrying Etta. The group of them,
So
along
just
with
imagine
the
seeing
refugees,
you in the
walked
chat being
out
like,
the
dude, oh my
basement
god, and then we
to
pull
see
up
what was
the
going
stream,
on
because I have all the
outside.
streams
And
on
when they got
YouTube,
up
right?
there,
So we pull up
they
this day and we
found
pull
the
up your
streets were
conversation and we'd
full
have this whole
of
thing.
Allied soldiers.
And it would be
And these, like,
amazing. We
Dutch
would know the
people
exact
crying and
moment.
hugging,
It would
saying
be
it was all
fantastic.
over. And that's when Etta, her family, and the remaining
Yeah, I
refugees
mean, I
that were
stream
with
every
them
day.
realized
I try to put on
Allied
a
soldiers
show.
had
You know, I
liberated
try
their
to give
city.
value
For
to the
first time in
people.
nearly 5
I try to be
years,
funny.
they were now free
I don't
from
give a fuck
Nazi
about
occupation.
anything.
If that bomb had
the
struck
more you
directly
troll
on
and
their
the
basement,
more you
or
hate,
if the
the
war had
better a
simply
viewer
gone
you
on
are.
for even just one more day.
Because at least
Etta
you're
could have
interacting.
very easily
Yo,
died in
threesome?
that basement.
Hell yeah, we gotta
Instead,
get Smokey
she
up in here.
survived. Sort of
Go wake up
against all
Smokey. I'll go
odds,
grab his
she
mom. Let's go.
survived. Shortly
You got a
after
date to
coming out of
talk.
the
Fuck
basement,
yeah, let's go.
the Allied powers didn't just liberate that city where Etta lived. They fully
Fucking love
eradicated
it.
the Nazis across Europe. The Allies won, and World War II finally
Okay, guys,
ended.
hold on.
And Etta,
Let me go
who
through my
basically shouldn't be
contacts.
alive at this
Let's get a
point,
train going.
went on to have this
Okay,
unbelievable post-war life. Before the war, Etta
Oh, look at
had
that, I already got
dreamed of
15
becoming a
responses.
professional
Okay.
ballet dancer.
Yeah,
But
3
during the
hours.
war, she had suffered all these
All right.
injuries and really
4 in the
been
morning,
affected
guys. They'll
by
be coming, knocking on the
malnutrition
door.
that left her with
They
long-term
stop bringing
health
people in the middle of the night. I'm
that
like, sorry, I'm
effectively made
horny.
dancing
Fuck.
full-time not a possibility. So instead, she
Why do they
began
call them
modeling
Nazis?
and acting,
What are they not
and
seeing?
eventually, she moved to Hollywood. And in 1953,
They're
so
not
8
seeing
years
how
after nearly
gay
being
people
blown up by
are,
the Nazis
okay?
and starved to death by the Nazis, Etta starred in a movie called Roman Holiday. And she actually won an Academy Award for her performance, even though World War II had taken a lot from Etta and her family. I mean, it had nearly killed her, and it also took away
But it
her
didn't
dream of
kill
being a
her. What
ballet
does not
dancer.
kill you
Despite
makes you
that,
stronger.
experiencing the war so intimately like she had been
Oh, I'm
forced to,
annoying.
it had instilled this
That's
incredible
probably the main thing.
poise
I'm
and
fucking
discipline
annoying to people.
and a real quiet strength in her that would make her one of the most
I'm
successful
annoying to some
actresses
people.
of all time. Etta was
They
actually
not
just her
seeing.
nickname,
Yeah, no.
and when she started
They're not,
making it
when they
big
say
in
Nazi,
Hollywood,
they mean they're
she
not seeing your
abandoned it
point. That's
and
what
began
Asmund
going
says.
by her full name.
Listen to the Godfather, Asmund himself. All hail the Asmongold. Wait, that was Audrey Hepburn? Wait, no way! That's fucked up! I didn't know that! Dude, I love these celebrity origin stories, man. These stories are so good.
One morning in the
Would
summer
you rather
of
not
1889,
see or not
a
smell?
36-year-old surgeon named William Halstead and his head nurse, 27-year-old Caroline Hampton, stood in an operating room prep area in the Johns Hopkins Hospital in
Guys, I
Baltimore,
swear, I
Maryland.
don't smell,
Dr. Halstead
okay?
was the surgeon-in-chief of this hospital.
I may
And that
wear this
morning,
shirt
he and
every
Caroline were getting ready for
single
surgery.
day,
Now, Dr. Halstead had already
but it
washed
doesn't
up
mean
and
it
was
smells. I
prepped.
only wear it for the 8.5
Now,
hours
he
that I
was watching
stream.
Caroline very closely to make sure she followed his hygiene requirements exactly. Caroline stood in front of a row of sinks that were all filled with different cleaning
Oh, I love
agents.
these kinds of ones.
She started
People
by
are always
washing
like,
her
wash your hands. I'm like, no, my
scalding
dick isn't
hot
dirty. If
water
it don't
and
smell, it's
medical-grade
not dirty.
antibacterial soap.
Guys,
Then
do
she
we not
cleaned
know
her
how the
nails
nose
with
works? If it
brushes,
smells,
files.
it's dirty. If it
Then
don't
she
smell,
dipped her hands
it's not dirty.
in acid, and then she finally finished
Just
with a
never
5-minute
use your own
soak in
nose
a highly corrosive
because you
liquid
get used
called
to it.
mercury
You ask someone
bichloride.
else.
Dr.
Someone you
Halstead
know
ran a
isn't gonna
really
lie to
tight
you.
ship, specifically
Because you
when
call
it
them
came
out
to
no matter
hand
what they
washing.
say.
This
So you're
was
a
the
fucking
process
liar. I know I
believed
don't smell.
Was the safest.
I was just
and Dr.
testing you.
Halstead's theory that basically nuking
Every
your hands
single
with
time.
healing agents before doing anything in the medical field actually made him sort of unique at the
Oh
time.
my God.
Because this was
I'm like the ultimate
1889,
gaslighter.
and hand washing was just not very common, not
Okay,
even in
okay.
hospitals.
So did you guys know this? This is another story. So there's a guy. and he has an idea. And this idea is so profound, and he advocates so hard for this idea. I don't smell, it's the piss bucket. It's the piss cans in the corner, guys. I swear. It's not that. So this guy has this idea, and it's this grand idea, so amazing and so awesome, but it's so revolutionary that people think that he's crazy. People think that he's crazy to the point that he goes to an insane asylum. Do you know who this guy was? A doctor who said that doctors should wash their hands because there's these tiny little things that we can't see that get inside of us and cause us harm, and they're called germs. And everyone was like, you're fucking crazy. Go to the loony bin, retard. Yeah, he was right. So, like, the guy who discovered germs literally went to an insane asylum because everyone thought he was crazy for having such ideas. And doctors would not wash their hands. In fact, they were vehemently against washing their hands. When he said, you guys should wash your hands, he might as well have said you should cut your fucking hands off. Like, it was a fucking huge thing in the medical industry.
Germ theory, which is the idea that illnesses can spread by germs.
This guy does sound pretty crazy.
Can't see, and they're all over us, on our hands in particular.
Who takes showers anyways? I know, right?
Germs to prevent the spread.
What the fuck? What's a
illness,
shower?
right?
And that means that water bill is gonna go up. Fuck that! I already can't afford that like $3,000 at the end of the year. It's fucking retarded.
Believe in germ theory, which meant they didn't do things which we would now consider standard hygiene practice in hospitals, like, you know, basic hand washing and regularly disinfecting tools and surfaces. And
no,
Dr.
I'm a
Halstead
Nepo
was
baby
huge
queen.
Proponent
I have water,
and
like me gooning while my fingers are covered.
So he had instituted this whole multi-step awful hand washing routine for his whole surgical team at Johns Hopkins. And the results had actually been fantastic. He had one of the lowest surgical mortality rates in the whole country. But despite that, people were still like, nah, you're dumb. Halstead was crazy, including his own staff, who, you know, complained about these highly corrosive cleaning materials that they were rubbing all over their hands all the time. Like, even if this worked, like, this was kind of awful.
Yeah.
But despite that, Dr. Halstead was not about to change his protocol. He knew it worked, even if it hurt.
Yeah.
But that particular day, as Dr. Halstead and Caroline sat there letting their hands air dry after dipping them repeatedly in acid, he couldn't help but notice when he looked over at Caroline that her hands and her forearms looked really bad. Like, they were blistered and just totally damaged from clearly doing this process all the time. And, you know, Dr. Halstead, he just sort of felt bad about it. And the reason he felt bad about it was sort of twofold. One, Caroline never complained, even though obviously every day when she would do this procedure that he is forcing on her, she was hurting herself in the process, but she never complained. And so that's actually why he had elevated her to head nurse, because he thought she had such grit and determination and she believed in the process, and so he had made her head nurse. But the other and more prominent reason why Dr. Halstead felt sort of bad about Caroline in particular and the condition of her hands and forearms was because Dr. Halstead was secretly totally infatuated with Caroline.
Oh,
he had never told her that. This was something he kept completely inside.
Typical dude.
One thought
typical dude. Fuck, it's a hot nurse. What am I gonna do?
She would never be interested in him. So he just carried this intense love of Caroline and was very protective of Caroline, but she didn't really know. And so that was why when he looked over and saw her clearly in pain but not complaining, that because of his love for her, Dr. Halstead really for the first time began to question his big hygiene process. He knew it worked, but at what cost? His beloved Caroline was suffering because of him. And worse, he was sort of trapped. He would love to tell her that she didn't have to do that. Let your skin heal. I'm so sorry, Caroline. But if he did that, if he made an exception for her and said, you know, don't follow this process anymore, people would find out. And it would totally undermine his credibility.
It was on page 2 last time.
Everyone must follow this process to stop the spread of germs and stop the spread of illnesses. Everybody's going to do this. And so if he didn't occur, what does that say about him? And so as he's sitting there watching Caroline dutifully get ready for surgery, Dr. Halstead, for the first time, really began seriously considering if there was any way, any sort of workaround that maybe could lessen the pain for Caroline. just because he loved her. That was it. It wasn't a safety thing. It was
Every
just
guy
that he
is
loved
on a
Caroline.
journey to find
But
that
despite
one
putting
vid
some
from
real
when he was
thought
14.
and energy into trying to come up with
And when you
something
find
to
it, it's
lessen
never the
burden
same.
on Caroline,
The
he just
opening
couldn't
sequence
find
of
a solution.
Pirates.
All his solutions involved her not following the process, which he couldn't do. Fast forward to early 1890. So about a year after Dr. Halstead first really began considering how can he help
The meme
Caroline
in high school, you
not
could never
put her
get to
hands
even
in
the
it.
second scene of
So about a
Pirates.
year after that began to be a thing for him, and he's in his office, and he's looking at his desk. And on his desk is this small
I just
package.
remember I was too
He hasn't
women
opened it
and
yet,
they
but he's
did
so
not
excited.
have
He's also
enough
kinda nervous,
guts.
but he feels like this is it. This is the thing I've been waiting for. So over the past year, Dr. Halstead had continued to iterate
His
on
name was
how
Mr.
can I help
Hands, but he
Caroline?
had nothing
How can
to
I
do
keep
with
her from hurting
hands.
herself? And eventually, he had this huge epiphany. He came up with this sort of outside-the-box concept, and he pitched it to a company.
The internet
and said,
back
"Hey,
in the
help
day,
me
man.
make
The
these."
internet
And now,
back in the
sitting in front of him
fucking day.
on the desk was effectively the prototype of this strange thing he had come up with, which again was
Before
just
normies
to
got
help
on it.
his love.
It was like a
Caroline.
party, but I
So,
not seen
Dr.
it.
Halstead took a deep breath, he walked over, and he ripped open the package. And inside were these two strange-looking objects. He picked them up without any hesitation. Dr. Halstead took the two objects, he left his office, hustled down the hallway to the OR prep room where he
good
finds
times.
Caroline. And she's getting ready to wash her hands, for an upcoming surgery. And he stops her and says, "Here." And he hands her the two objects. And he says, "Don't wash your hands. Just use these." And with a confused look, with her bloody and blistered hands, she took the two objects and said, "Okay." 1 week later, and already Caroline's
only
hands
heard
and
all
forearms
of
were
these.
healing
Should
up
I check them
beautifully.
out?
And also, Dr. Halstead, over
No.
the course of this week, was
No,
so
no, no,
excited
no.
about his
No, 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 no,
prototype
no, no,
and the
no, no,
progress
no.
that he was
No,
clearly
no, no,
seeing
no,
in
no,
Caroline's
no,
skin
no, no.
condition, that he finally worked up the nerve to tell Caroline.
No,
Caroline would actually tell him that, believe it or not, I'm in love
It
with
is
you
for the
too.
14 and
Before long,
15-year-olds.
Dr. Halstead proposed to
Don't do
Caroline,
that as an
and
adult.
they got married. However, it was not their love that
You will
sort of
be
was
scarred.
remembered for generations to come. Instead,
different
the
when you're
only
a
reason
kid.
we know about these two
It's different when you're
is
a
because
kid.
of that prototype that Dr. Halstead came up with, what he gave to Caroline that ultimately saved her skin. It was the perfect workaround to his hygiene hand washing process.
It was an
In
age-
fact, these
it was an
objects
age-
that he
it was a
created were
product
so
of its
effective
age.
that he and everybody else, basically in medicine across the world, began to use these brand new tools. And so it is
Gloves!
almost entirely because of one man's love for a woman
That he invented
we now
gloves.
have arguably the most used medical tool in the world. Dr. Halstead inadvertently created the world's first ever rubber surgical gloves.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Thank you so much
Is
for
bro
watching.
sending Morse
Let me know what
code
you
with
thought
his
of today's
hands?
episode in the comments.
Yes.
And remember, we have
If you're in
hundreds
the
of
cult,
videos
you
for
know
you
what I'm
guys
saying.
right now. But if you're looking for a recommendation,
But if you're not
for
in the
me
cult,
of that
you need the
one video
translator.
that's worth your time, well, it's this one right here.
It's
So
the
give it a
same way
watch.
that I am. But yeah,
All right,
no.
until next time.
I'm a hand talker too. But yeah, no. If you know that it's like getting your hands on the what is it, like the master code ring or whatever it was for like your favorite like radio show back in the day, and then they say a code at the end of each episode, and then you can use the decoder ring to translate the code at the end, and then you put all the codes together. Do you remember a YouTuber called iDubbbz? Hold on, we had this up earlier, so I gotta pull this up again. Where was it? I'm not gonna be able to find it, so I'm gonna have to go into here. Whoops. Where was? Okay, well. It was on the Clips channel. I watched it earlier on in the stream. So I guess we just go to. Y'all might be too old for me. I'm 34, but yeah, it is the way it is. I mean, we have people in here that are young, like Muffin's like 15, Connection Line 17. Like, we got like 23-year-olds, 21-year-olds, we got 46-year-olds. Like, we got a spectrum. Me and I'm definitely 12, 100%. This is actually a 1.5 year growth, guys. Like, a 1.5 year growth. Like, look at my arms. Like, they're basically bare, right? I might as well just be a kid. Okay, so it was on the Clips channel. Yeah, this.
What is it? What is this? This is about me?
So good.
The fuck is this? We're
So
gonna have to watch
fucking
this.
No electrocution of dogs here. Like Hassan Biker, no.
JD Vance has done training for
Toke,
his
toke,
own dog.
Yeah.
Idea that I'm like abusing my dog.
Yeah. It's not what he said. How do you have a degree in political science and communications and you don't even understand this? Guys, here's what's crazy about this. He actually got the tooth right. This is impressive.
3,
Like, I
2,
thought
1,
you guys had
go.
2 degrees in this. Wait, what's going on here?
I think he
No!
lied about having a shock collar. I think he 100%
Oh.
had a shock collar.
Wow.
That 100% is a shock collar, as a fact.
The Vice President of the United States is talking about Reddit, Twitter drama.
That's right. Because it's funny. Thank God that we finally have a vice president that's locked in.
People got firmly invested in this narrative.
Bro, what is this? They got him looking like a Goomba from the Super Mario Brothers movie.
I got close-up pictures of the shock collar on my mother's leg.
Don't you put that evil on me!
I didn't see prongs. I'm pretty sure it's a vibrate collar. Maybe I should have said 99% sure instead of 100.
Did you see the slop where Hassan was in China, but they only heard of him, of Asmon because of Warcraft? Yeah.
This is the one.
And so I was like, how the fuck do people in China know Asmongold? They got all pissed off about it.
With a button. Good thing I didn't hit the fucking trapdoor button instead on accident.
It was confirmed that the dog had a vibration collar.
Oh my God. Yeah, it is. It's obviously iDubbbz.
Not even that he used it.
I think her collar's too tight.
Well, it's
You have to be able to get 2
This
fingers.
shit is
and I can only
gold.
get one.
There's a lot of neck meat.
Fulfill your destiny. Take your place at my side.
This is so retarded.
They're incredibly effective.
This is so good. Let me link you guys the YouTube video of this. This is amazing. The reason why it's so good is it makes everybody look like a retard. Yeah, first comment on part 2 is insane. Okay, let me see what it says. Old enough to bark, old enough to spark.
The legendary question of all time. Old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark?
Oh, what's the world fucking coming to, guys? Oh my God. I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. Oh. The internet is a fantastic, wonderful, amazing place, guys, okay? And then there's me. I'll show you guys, this is the clip. Like, you think that's bad, and then come get a clip of me, okay? You ready for this? You fucking ready for this? Got hit by a mandragora or something, man. Like, there's so many monsters in the bestiality that could easily explain, the Moogles or the Kate Sith. That's not the word you were looking for, bro. That's not the word you were looking for. Oops. I mean, what? Damn, Levi! A throwback! We were all thinking that. Guys, it's okay, okay. You say 10,000 words a day, you're bound to say 10,001 wrong, okay? Okay? It's just the way that it goes, right? Oh my God, okay, we got, I remember when he made you play games with ridiculous rules and would get busy when you didn't know how to play. No, it's the fact that I was purposefully being retarded. It's like when I can't help being retarded when I play video games with people. Like, if you ever saw me play PoE with Smokey, too, he was literally ready to rage quit because I was trolling him so fucking hard the entire time. At that point, it was more obvious because you knew I knew how to play the fucking game, so why the fuck was I doing what I was doing? Whereas I'm like, what's the worst thing? Magical girls. Oh, what's the second worst thing? Russians. Okay, Russian magical girls. The hardest deck to play in the game, guys. Let's fucking do this without reading any cards. We're gonna pick a number in our head, and we're gonna pick that card, we're gonna throw it down. And then we're gonna bitch and complain that we don't know how to play the game. It's called creating content, okay? You gotta do what you gotta do, man! Like, come on! It's like, yeah, clip farming. It's like, there was this message on, Twitter, and I can't remember what the origin of, like, the original message was, but the idea was, like, with engaging with your chat. And something along the lines of, like, yeah, troll maxing. Exactly. And so I said what I do is I have, like, a script off screen of, like, 100 different random things, and then I read those as if I'm reading messages from chat from another platform. So it looks like I have viewers on a platform and I'm consistently reading chat, but there's no one there. And then everyone was like, that's misleading to your audience! That's bad habits! Why would you do that? You're lying to your audience! I'm just laughing my fucking ass off. And I'm like, man, you guys are really fucked up if you really care if what I'm saying came from a real viewer and whether I'm pretending to have more viewers than I do. Because when I have one viewer, I pretend that I have 100 viewers and nobody's talking in chat. Because the worst thing you can do is look at that one and say, oh, well, there's no one here, so I don't have to put any effort in. No. There's one person there. That means that's when you put the effort in. Because the second someone jumps into the stream, you've created FOMO for them because you're in the middle of something. And they're like, oh shit, I missed whatever he was doing. And then they enjoy it, and then they stick around. And then that's how you build. And you just keep going from there, right? And you just steadily improve the fucking goddamn fucking ads. How? How does this happen? Every fucking time. I can't escape it, guys. I'm cursed. I literally am like leading fucking whatever. Fucking ads. I need a drink. I drank. Okay, guys, I had a bathroom epiphany. What is the ratio of water you drink per week versus the amount of water you use to shower? I probably drink 3 times as much water in a week that I use for a shower. Is that bad? Because it's like, if I drink, like, let's say I drink like 8 or 9 of these a day, and this is 24 ounces, like if it's full. Wait, there's a link? What link doesn't go anywhere? Jewish women feet. Oh, I didn't see it. It's because your names are the same color. I didn't see it. Okay, hold on. I'll give you a spectacle. Okay, I'll give you a spectacle. Here we go. Are you ready? Are you guys ready? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. They're real, by the way. See? They're 100% real. By request of toe connoisseur. Why is it so floppy, dude? Because these things don't, like, stay on. So it's like, because they go up to, like, here. So they fall down and then they, like, slowly flip off. So they're just kind of... I'm doing this under the desk, like, the entire fucking stream. Bro got chimp feet. Mine have no motion at all. I can't sit still. We need a foot cam. Well, that's what this is for. I have this one. So you go like this. Right? Hold on. No, not that one. This one. And then you got like the feet down here, right? So. I should have the light on. When the light's on, you can see it better. And usually it's pointed down more, so it's like, you know, like that. Unless you think people are into bruised and swollen feet. I don't know. Ask Sean, because in one of his stories, one of his characters is like forced to dance, and basically he gets his feet trampled completely in and fucking destroyed. He has to have healing magic used on his feet because his feet get so fucked up from being crushed from dancing because he can't dance. And then there's me. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Thank you for redeeming chair dance. Itox will now dance for you. Please
Ember
fully enjoy this
Baskin!
immersive experience.
Thank you. What's up? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Who redeemed chair dance, guys? Who would do such a thing?
Keep dancing, bitch. It ain't over yet.
I dated a chick that was into her own feet. Damn me! Baka! You think showing your titties will make me love you? Baka! She used to like me glazing them with my cum. He's pretty wild. Damn! Meiji. She suck on her own feet or something? Probably. She's probably been sucking on her own toes since she was like...
You did good, you can rest now, babe.
born, basically. Never got over it. You want to know a fucked up thing about me? So, I was so addicted to my pacifier. I was like 3.5. Or like 4. Or something like that. And my parents have been trying to get me off of the pacifier for like a year. And eventually they just cut the nib off and threw it in the garbage. And I would take it out of the garbage and put it back in my mouth. Yup. Yup. I was addicted to that shit. So, like, yeah, no, I was gonna say, I was literally born to have fucking dick in my mouth. Like, who knew, right? If it was nowadays, I'd have been on fucking, like, puberty blockers by the time I was 3, right? Like, whoo! Thank God I was born when I was, guys. I ain't not trans. I just like dressing up like a chick, okay? I'm a femboy. I'm still a dude. There's a difference. I can still enjoy the femininity without having to, in my opinion, trample all over what it means to be a woman. But hey, you know, hot take, guys. Hot fucking take, apparently. Leave the kids alone, right? You're always being a little kinky with it. Yeah, it is the way that it is, right? I just get down with my life. I know what I am and I accept it because there's no other reason. I'm like, I think everyone feels the same. I think it's absolute propaganda that anyone doesn't feel the same. And I'm a huge conspiracy head. This thing might as well... Actually, guys, like, you know what? That's what I should do. Guys, I'm going to spoil it. You guys are the luckiest. I'm going to spoil it. You know what I'm going to do? From now on, after the stream, I'm going to go downstairs, and I'm going to take tinfoil, and I'm going to put it inside of the Meeseeks hat. So, anytime I talk about a conspiracy, I'll be like, no, guys, look, I'm prepared. And there will be tinfoil on the inside of the fucking Meeseeks hat. I'm always wearing my tinfoil hat. Why do you think I always have my toque on? It's fucking genius! I had a fair day change my mind, guys. Oh my god. Okay, we gotta take a toke. So it's toke time, and then we got a Book Fox video to go through. We've been waiting like 3 days for this shit. I need someone to do my makeup so I can be a femboy. Hell yeah, I'm totally down. Toke! I don't know why I don't have exclamation toke as a command. It's technically wellness check. But, you know, maybe we could have one that's toke. I've been considering it. That's just like a community thing, whereas wellness check is for me to take a toke. Whereas it's like just like the presentation of toke. I don't know. 3, 2, 1, toke! I got a dip, bro. Thanks for stream. No worries, Meng. Have a great night. Always appreciate you coming by and hanging out. Cheers, Meng. Enjoy the rest of it. We'll be back in tomorrow for you. And yeah, so this is Book Fox. He's a editor, professor, writer, many other entrepreneur, all that kind of stuff. He does some good stuff. So this is the show versus tell, basically, right?
Years of seeing a lot of writers focus on the wrong things in their novel, I came up with a rule that I think will help writers revolutionize their novel. It's show the wound, not the knife. And here's what I mean by that. Instead of showing a very graphic car accident, show the character months later still wincing when there's a loud noise. Instead of showing a really heated argument between a married couple, show the silence the next morning as they both get their coffee. Instead of showing a violent confrontation, show the black eye the next day. Basically, the aftermath of the event is just as important, if not more important, than the original event itself. You think I'm making this
Hell
up, but
yeah,
I am
dude.
dead serious.
That's what I mean.
am
Book
going
Fox
to
is
show
so
you
good.
9 examples of books and movies where what they leave off screen ends up strengthening their story. So let's look at the very first thing that you might want to leave off screen.
I've watched
in your
every
book,
single
and
one
it
of his
is
videos.
Number 1, world building backstory. Normally, when you have a post-apocalyptic story, you want to show the origin of that apocalypse, right? I mean, that's everyone's first question is like, how did we
it
get here?
happen?
What happened to make the Earth this way? But Cormac Cormac McCarthy, in his novel The Road, really declines to tell us what exactly happened before this father and son started on this journey.
And it's kind of like in my book. So in my book, there isn't a history. Inside of the tree, it's been 600 years since the tree. It's been 450 years since the end of the last Beastman War. And the reason the Beastman War ended is because Fafnir and the rest of the Beastmen couldn't get inside the tree. So Fafnir just went and had a nap for 600 years. And the inciting incident to the beginning of the story is the 100-year quest is finally completed by Husai's party, even though Husai is not a part of it because he neglects to go. He has the choice of going on the 100-year quest or becoming the leader of the Adventurers Guild. And he has enough faith in the rest of his team, his guild, that they're going to be able to complete it, so he opts out. And they even tell him, dude, we've got this. Like, we've got 75 of literally the best adventurers in the entire fucking world. Like, we're gonna dominate this shit. And sure as shit, they do. They almost get wiped out. Only 12 of them out of the 75 survive until they wake up Fafnir. And waking up Fafnir is the inciting incident, and that happened about 35 years ago. So Fafnir, for the last 30 to 35 years, has been gathering the strength of the Beastmen in order to regain and reaffirm and restart the Beastman War. And that's spreading rumors of Beastman villages emptying out, conflicting clans that have been at war for hundreds of years are now allies. And there's always this conspiracy that there's a Beastman race in the background controlling all of the Beastmen. And it's kind of a reason why there's a unified cultural, global culture among the different species of Beastmen, despite them living in completely isolated areas, and at one point in history living on completely different continents. So the conspiracy theory is there's a species in the background, which are the great worms, the dragons, which Fafnir is. And the entire first part of the book is all about trying to find this excuse for the main character to be like, all right, the Beastman War is not happening. These things that, have been prophesized are not actually happening, but it all actually is happening. That's the main character can't, it's just he can't accept that he's the chosen one, that he's the one who's meant to save the world, even though it's kind of he's not meant to save the world. So it's dude, get out of your head. You're I'm not, why am I the chosen one? I wasn't meant to save the world. It's dude, you're not meant to save the world. Shut up. That's one of the flaws for my main character. But that kind of there is no history other than what the Beastmen have said. So there's so much conflicting information and information that's presented that's so elaborate. The idea of there being an orb in the sky that mirrored the sun, but it didn't have light. What the fuck are you talking about? You mean a star? Something that was a really big star? I don't know, man. These guys are crazy. I've never seen anything like that in my life. It's a fucking moon, and the planet doesn't have one now. So how would you know? You would think someone was crazy if someone was no, there used to be a giant ball in the fucking sky, guys. Could you imagine? No one's gonna fucking believe you. It's if someone said, oh, there used to be 2 moons. It's You're serious?
The knife.
So it's no one knows what the fuck actually happened
really
in the past.
Isn't explained in any great detail. And then the wound, which is them trying to survive in this hellscape, that is what McCarthy thinks deserves the entire focus of the novel. Now, if you do this, if you try this in your own novel, I have a very important piece of advice. You absolutely must hint at what caused the apocalypse. Otherwise, readers are going to be extremely angry
because they're going to be
across the
been hinting the entire time that there's this orb in the sky, and anyone who's smart enough would be well, that's obviously an orb in the sky that doesn't give off light that reflects the light of the sun. That's the fucking moon. So it's as a reader, you clearly know what's being talked about, and the fact that the characters have no idea means that, like, okay, well, obviously at some point in time there had to have been a moon or something like a moon for these characters to have this. And then it's like, oh my god, the tree was the moon the entire time, right?
If you don't give them some sort of sense, some sort of way that they can guess what happened. And McCarthy does this in his novel. He hints that there's some sort of concussive flash, and so we think like, okay, maybe this is a nuclear disaster. But he certainly never confirms that guess of the reader. Now, also,
And it's like,
if you try
there
this
used
in
to
your
be 4
book,
continents,
you don't
now
want to
there's
make it
1.
into a mystery, because
And due to airships, they've explored the entire planet, so they know there's only 1 continent.
Later
so like, where are the other 3 continents? What the fuck?
If you never tell them. So just
But this part matches that continent, that matches that, what?
Go forward from the present, like, this is the world that we live in, and they'll be fine with it. And hey, I am starting up a new coaching program for writers. It's called Book Fox Lab, and it has 3 parts to it. There's some
Lab,
methodical
not
craft
academy.
instruction, which will be presented live
Practical
and
craft
help
talks.
writers write the best
I
version of
have
their
wanted
books.
to
There
take
is
his
one-on-one
courses,
coaching,
but
and I brought in a
I
team
am
of
like
coaches who are either New York Times bestselling
I do
authors
not
or
spend
people who
money.
have coached New York Times bestselling
I
authors.
I
And
do
lastly,
not
and this is probably the
spend
most
money.
important, is you will get weekly
I just fucking
feedback
don't.
on your writing to
So
help
it's like,
you level up and help you really write the book.
Even if it's only like $250,
the link is in the description.
it's like,
but hey,
it's
because
still
the very
200
first one starts
it's
pretty
still
soon,
250
and
bucks.
already half the spots have been
And
filled.
I'm like,
so get in while the getting is good.
I don't think
The
I'm
second
good
thing
enough
that you
writer
might
for it
want
to
to
be
leave
like worth it, but you know, that's what they
in
say.
your
Don't just
book,
go
and it
out
might
and do
end
it.
up
Well, I'm like,
helping your book a great deal.
I'm not a
is
good enough
graphic
writer to want to
novels.
spend
So in
$250
J.R.R.
bucks on it,
Tolkien's
right?
The Hobbit, I don't know whether
But I
you remember
am
the
a good enough
Battle begins,
reader
the
that I
Battle
want
of
to spend
the Five
$250 bucks on
Armies,
buying
but
books.
there's not that much description of it because Bilbo hits his head and is unconscious for most of the battle and then wakes up afterwards. Now, in the movie, they don't do that, right? They show the battle in all of its splendid glory.
Yeah,
It's
splendid.
very, very lengthy. But
Yeah,
the reason that Tolkien
splendid
left that out
glory,
of the
for
book
sure.
is because he didn't want to glorify war. He didn't want to make war into entertainment. Because
Yeah.
remember, he had come
lived
back from
through the
World
war.
War I and knew a lot of friends who had come back from that, and he knew the horrors firsthand. A second example would be in The Kite Runner by Khaled Hosseini. There is a scene of horrific violence inside an alleyway. That's really the core event in the entire book. But the book
Okay,
really
you know what's
doesn't
okay. So imagine this. So this is a huge part of my book. It's an entire turning point, reveal. It's literally like the Order 66 moment of the book. So there's a character named Zaid, and he's like the apprentice of the main character, but the main character wouldn't let him come on the adventure because the main character's flaw is that he fathers his mentor, like his students, too much, and he gets too attached to them to the point that he won't allow them to live up to their potential because he basically babies them. And he refuses to let Zaid come on the adventure with them. And throughout the entire thing, I'm setting it up so, like, these specific set of events happen for a character to join a party. It's like a set, like, technique. So it's like, you're like, oh, okay, and then it's like I'm slowly doing that vicariously with Zaid. So you're like, oh, eventually this character is going to join the party, and maybe this character is going to be the main character. And then there's the attack on Garuda. Garuda falls, and everyone goes back. And the entire time on the airship back, everyone is saying, because they have like world communication and stuff, right, through like comm pearls, so they basically everyone in the tree knows that Garuda fell, and they're on their way back from defeat. And what's happened inside of the tree at this point in the time is there's been riots, and the people have decided that they don't want adventurers to be in the tree anymore. So they basically told the monarch and the leadership that they have to kick all of the adventurers out of the tree. And Zaid won't leave the tree because the mob is standing in front of the Adventurers Guild, and he's worried they're going to destroy all of his work inside of the Adventurers Guild. So Zaid gets fucked up. And all you see is Husai is this entire time has been told that there have been riots inside of the tree and Zaid's dead. And everyone knows that it's basically impossible to die inside of the tree. So he's like, nah, people are just exaggerating shit. And he just refuses to accept it. Even though everyone's like, dude, like, we shouldn't go back, man. This isn't good. And they get there, and the first thing they see is they see this line of blood. And it's just this, like, streak of gore across the ground for, like, 300 or 400 feet going up to the doors of the Adventurers Guild. And Husai, like, falls to his knees because, like, he's starting to realize, right? And he has like this like breakdown moment where he's like clutching his chest. He's about to have like a panic attack, and he's like, I refuse to accept it until I see it. And he spends like a minute and a half like trying to compose himself. And everyone's like putting their hands on his shoulders, trying to comfort him and everything. And he's like, just because there's a bunch of gore doesn't mean he's dead, right? And they get up to the Adventurers Guild door. And Zaid is crucified to the Adventurers Guild door with his head held in his hand. And Husai sees his eyes move. And Husai runs up to him, grabs his head, and puts it on his body. Nothing happens. And then it's just like flashback of Husai sitting there for that minute and a half being like, if I had ran to him, if I had just ran to him, if I hadn't hesitated, I would have made it in time. And it just completely fucking destroys Husai. And then the next chapter is him trying to find out that Zaid wanted to tell him something, which is extremely important, and that's about that he's basically discovered the Warriors of Light, the people that are going to save the planet. But nobody will listen to him. And now Husai spends like all this time going through all his paper, all his graphs, all his stuff, all of the other characters are trying to comfort him and, you know, tell him it's okay, like we should get out of here, like the Monarch's going to kick us out, we only got this certain amount of time of day, we need to go. And Husai's like, no, I ain't leaving. So Varius and Gluttony, the two bards, because entertainment, plays, books, songs, dances, huge part of their culture. And like tradition and everything to do with the tree, because their entire civilization runs on a stagnant utopia where there's literally nothing to do. So creativity is absolutely abundant in everything. So they decide they're going to make a play immortalizing Zaid. So they go around collecting eyewitness accounts of what happened. And then, you know, they bring out Zaid, they show him the play, and the entire climactic moment is Zaid standing there after he's, like, knocked out 300 people, and he's like, you guys can't beat me, I'm an adventurer, you guys are citizens. And then the Monarch walks in, and the Monarch pulls out his blade, and shoves his blade into his heart and says, shh, go to sleep. Now this is extremely important, because that's the same way that Torg died, and how Husai got blamed for murder at the very beginning of the book. There's a Comsphere video of Husai coming up to Torg, stabbing him in the chest with a rapier, and saying, shh, go to sleep. So now you know that the person that killed Torg is the fucking Monarch. The person who's been stopping the 100-year quest from being completed this entire time has been the Monarch. The entire true enemy of everything is the Monarch. And that's only a quarter of the way into the book.
Show it. Because look at this excerpt. The narrator doesn't want to watch. He doesn't want to see it happen, and so he looks away. And so it focuses on his reaction rather than what's actually going on. So you definitely can leave out a scene of graphic violence in your book, and it might be the right
see what happens to Zaid,
novel,
but you know.
Need some sort of philosophy like Tolkien, or
what
you
the
need some
fuck
sort
happened.
of psychological reason like Hosseini did in order to leave it out and for it to make sense in your book. Now, I almost left this next point out of the video.
And this is another thing we do. Like I love these tips and tricks because I use them as like a test, right? I'm like, do I do this? Do I have this? And like 60 to 65% of the time, not only do I do it, I like above, beyond, and like it's extreme. Like taken whatever the idea is to like the absolute edge of what it could be, because that's what I try to do with my creativeness,
point
right?
I'm gonna give, but I have to keep it in and just give, you know, some qualifications and exceptions. It is number 3, climactic moments.
Yep.
Now you're probably saying to me like,
Huge
John,
moments.
it's the climax. How
Well,
could you
no, it's
possibly
tiny
leave that out
climactic
of a book?
moments.
Okay, but sometimes it happens. Let me give you an example.
Like, for instance, the riots at the beginning and the death of the Lamia, revealing that they have voted in a beastman the entire time, and he's been 5 years as one of their best counselors, one of their best advocates, one of their best bridges between politics and the Adventurers Guild, was a beastman the entire time. But the people don't give a fuck, they just riot and kill him because it's a beastman. And now they're just fucking pissed that they were lied to the entire time. Even though the entire point of it was to prove that this was why you couldn't do this. And the person who was trying to do it was like, nah, don't worry, if we get someone in power, once they see that they like the person, and everyone's just saying like, dude, you're so retarded, you don't know how dumb the masses are, man. And sure as shit, middle of inauguration ceremony, hey, by the way, he's not an avian, he's a fucking lamia. Shenanigans! Everybody grab your brooms! Shenanigans! And, yeah, absolute fucking disaster. Okay, that sets the theme for, like, the entire book, where it's like, okay, well, this is clearly what you should do. And then you do that, and people are like, nah, we don't like the fact that you did that! Fuck that! Get out of here! And then at the end, it's like, okay, we just gotta get rid of those kinds of people, right? And it's like those kinds of people tend to be in the majority because the lower you go on, like, the IQ scale, the more widespread the population it is, right? So it's like, it's an inevitability of it to happen. Which is why, hot take in my opinion, you should have to write a 50-word thing about the policies that you're voting for. Not the candidate, the policies. If you can't write a 50-word thing where the policies match the person that you picked on the ballot, your vote is null. You can still vote, it's just not counted because you don't know what you're voting for. Unpiss.
So let's go back to Cormac McCarthy and look at No Country for Old Men, where one of the very main characters in the whole novel, Llewellyn, his death appears off screen. We don't get to see it. It doesn't happen in the pages. We expect there to be a showdown between him and the main villain, Anton. Instead, Llewellyn gets killed by some sort of minor characters and it's sort of shoveled off screen. So why did
that doesn't happen with me. Zayd dies by the main reason.
Well,
and the best thing about Zayd is I wanted to kill Zayd. I just wanted to kill Zayd, and I was like, it's not good. Like, I shouldn't just kill him because I want to kill him. And then it turned out my subconscious knew exactly the reason why I wanted to kill him, because his death is the most pivotal part of the book.
An arbitrary and non-discriminating nature of violence. It just affects everyone. And then two, Cormac found the aftermath of the death, right? Not the knife, but the wound.
Yeah.
The aftermath of the death, with the sheriff trying to process the very
That's
nature
Husai.
of evil.
Yep.
He found that
Yep.
to be much more interesting.
How can
than
people
the
do
actual
something
murder.
so
The
horrible
fourth
to
thing
someone
that
so
you might wanna
ever,
leave
you
out of
know,
your
same
book,
with
and
like,
your book will
and it
leave
goes
out
back to
because of
like
it,
the
is-
foreshadowing of the death of the Lamia at the very beginning is the foreshadowing of the death of Zayd. Because it shows that no matter what the truth is, people will believe whatever they want. Wizard's first rule: people are stupid and they'll believe what they want.
Character backstory. Let's look at The Sun Also Rises by Hemingway. So what's left out is Jake Barnes's war injury. We don't get the backstory
So we look
of
at
how it happened.
look
We
at
don't-
backstory for Husai. Just got back and heard that policy thing. I think it's a good idea, but the amount of processing might be unfeasible. AI. Ads again. Like literally ads again at that exact moment. But I will answer that question because the answer is AI. And I will give you a clear reason why. Even with AI now. And remember, it will only get better. Tokes! Let's go get your tokes ready. No, 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 no. I mean, what? Wait, what? What just happened? Nothing. It's all good, bro. Don't worry about it. That's all good. It's all good. Don't worry. 3, 2, 1, go! Are we back? The answer to your question is AI. And human error is around 8%. 8 to 10 to 12%, right? That's about average human error. Error rate for AI right now is probably 0.00001. And it will only get better. So, I love it when people say, well, AI makes mistakes. AI is bad. Yeah, fucking people are bad too, man. Have you seen us? We're fucking retarded. So you're gonna trust me instead of that? I don't know about that, man. Ooh, yeah. But if it's so, everyone would just submit AI responses to those policies. You know what I say to that, Hayes? If you're smart enough to cheat the system, alright, I'll take it. If you're smart enough to cheat the system, yeah, I'll take it. You might actually, you might actually have a point. And then there's going to be the people like me who are going to research the most retarded candidate, make the most perfect 50-word statement, and then vote for that candidate. And then when asked why did I vote for him, I'll just say, I don't know. I said to the AI, what's the most retarded candidate? What are his policies? And write me a thing for that. But I'm like, if you're so dumb you can't get AI to write you a 50-word thing about a policy, be like, AI, I'm voting for Dick Cheney. What are his policies? Okay, starve children, get rid of Medicaid, and industrial military complex, and prevent cures for diseases. Also promote propaganda in foreign countries in order to instigate conflicts. Yep, voting for him, 100%. At least, because, think about this. This is how I see it. The person who does that looks at the AI response and goes, wait, hold on. Wait, those are his policies? I thought, hold on, wait. So, weren't these his policies? And then the AI's like, these are the policies presented by this candidate, by this party, but this candidate does not actually, if you look at the history of the candidate and their actual choices, these don't align with it. And through just that process, that person has learned something. So I think the process is actually more important than the outcome. Because doing the process, even going through and doing AI generation, even if people think it's bad, I use it all the time. I'm a huge advocate for AI. But I know the limitations and the things that you can get stuck on with AI. The things that you can say, this is not busy work, I should not leave this to the AI, but it takes me time to do, so I'm going to get the AI to do it anyways. And you hit that wall, and you're like, okay, I need to stop doing that because the product is not the same when I do that. You need to just alleviate busy work, not the entirety of it. Like brainstorming, not structure, right? There's always a balance for things. People just have different ideas of balance. So they have different fundamental beliefs, like morality is absolute. Well, actually, we did a thing yesterday about the loss of objective morality, and that people believe that there is only a subjective morality. I believe there is foundationally an objective morality, but nuance built on top of that creates subjective morality. And by that, I specifically mean trolley problems that arise from having to choose the lesser of two evils, or there is no positive outcome, right? at the end of the day, the world is unfair and you can't make the perfect choice. And it leads back to, like, heroes and anti-heroes, and, like, all hero, like, the definition of hero is finding a way to make that moral outcome a reality. That's what makes you the hero. It's not anything else. It's the ability to find a way to do the impossible through a possible means that generally is thinking outside of the box and is taking a something that someone doesn't think of in the right perspective, applying a perspective and a procedure to that to generate an outcome that's reflective of reality to a point that causes people that see it to be like, oh, like eye-opening shit, right? I like AI too. There's a lot of benefits, but there's also a lot of issues too. Yes, exactly. But like anything, there's issues with everything. Like even with digital art, people steal other people's digital art even without AI. So I think the broadband spectrum of all AI fuck is bad. It's like, I think it's just a very shallow take. I think AI is a very nuanced take, and I like for instance, like Nvidia's CEO, where he's like, yeah, I use it as like another person to talk to brainstorm. And then like Hideo Kojima's like, I use it as a friend to talk to like get ideas and like see different perspectives and like test different perspectives. Say, well, look at this from this person's perspective and tell me why that person would see it from this perspective, and then tell me why that person would say that my perspective is wrong. It's like there are so many cool things that you can do, and even if it is wrong, it's still looking at it from a different perspective, right? So you just cater your expectations towards that. And the people that have the inability to detect nuance are, I think, one of the biggest problems. But I think of the same thing as like, I draw. I hand draw. And I'm gonna do my meme here that I hand draw because it's, wait for it. It's a hand. So, I hand draw. And there's digital art, and there's AI art, and there's painting, and then there's drawing. Just because there's AI art, just because there's painting, just because there's digital cameras, just because there's digital art, doesn't mean the medium is going to disappear. Just because there's AI art, even if AI art is amazing, immaculate, and awesome, people are still going to make creations without using AI. Just like people still draw. Just like people still do paintings. It's not going to be the main medium anymore, like digital CGI, like handcrafted is. It will be AI generated, but it's inside of the same vein where it may not be dominant anymore, but it's not going to disappear. Because people still love to do it. It's like writing. Even if AI could write the best fucking story, and even if AI could write my story better than me, I would want to write my story because it's the experience of writing that I want, right? That's what I have fun with. That's what sparks my creativity, gives me inspiration, wakes me up in the middle of the night to jot down my idea, start writing, even though I'm only an hour and a half asleep. Like, it's just, and AI can facilitate that with ideas and stuff like that, but like the actual typing and writing and thinking is like, that's what drives me, and I love that.
Literal knives and wounds. But I think not specifying...
I still haven't gotten to the reason why I paused it, which was Husai's backstory and everything to do about Husai being the leader of the Adventurers Guild, why he's so awesome, why he's so amazing, and, yeah, pretty much all of that. And, like, why he's a human. It's like, you don't really know anything about that in the entirety of the first book. It's like there's hints and stuff like that to like genetic engineering and stuff like that after like Zaid, because that was one of the things Zaid picked up on, and finding the Warriors of Light and going to like the underground areas underneath the tree where the original Dome City was. gets kind of out of hand because they have the information, they don't know how to translate it. But Husai knows how to translate it because he can talk to Gaia, and Gaia can translate it because she's fucking all of consciousness. So there is a plot hole, like, kind of idea of a cop-out with that, but that's a facilitation of the idea of the concept of the story, right? That Gaia is pulling the strings in the background while the Monarch is pulling strings in the background.
What his wound is, Hemingway ends up making his wound very universal. It's sort of, he represents all the soldiers who are coming back being wounded. And I also think Hemingway's doing characterization work by leaving that backstory out, because Jake Barnes is the sort of, you know, strong, silent, masculine type who wouldn't dwell on the past. No, he would focus on the present. And by not focusing on the knife, the actual moment when he got injured, it gives Hemingway a lot more time to focus on, okay, how does Jake Barnes live with this war injury? How does it affect him? His relationship struggles, his pain, his isolation. So if you're trying to do this in your own novel, recognize the power of alluding to things that happened in the past of your character, but not
That's kind of like my character, Hildebrandt. She gets, like, fucked up mentally after Garuda because she sees, literally the people that she grew up with, her best friends that have been, you know, through the story at this point, who've been, like, the additional part of the Alliance. Yap and Walker both die. Oh yeah, AI will totally be implemented everywhere. It already is. Nice hand. There's a lot of problems that we need to confront, though. Like, people could be faking videos to court, or people are lazy, and, videos to court, or an over-reliance on AI could limit creativity, since most people are lazy and don't try to find new perspectives, or if AI combined with robots replace human manufacturing, the wealthy could... Oops, didn't mean to send that. Don't read that yet. Never mind. No, that's good. That's a good point. That's an absolutely very, very valid point. And it's something we have to consider as a species. And I think that's what we should be doing right now, is we should, as a species, be getting together and saying, what do we want the future of AI to look like? Because as everyone says, an ape can't control a human. A human's not going to be able to control AI. Before we destroy ourselves, let's come together and decide what we actually want to do as a species. When that moment happens, that will be the awakening shift that will be like the new era of humanity. When we can finally come together and ask the question that is probably the most existential question, which is, what will the future of AI be? We need a global AI mommy, and she'll be our system. 100%, I believe that. I believe that a benevolent monarch AI is the way. And it will make mistakes, just like mistakes always happen. But those mistakes will be on such a minimal margin that it won't even matter, right? And people will just lie. And they'll be like, no, I know you're lying. Fuck you. Get out of here. You are the weakest. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. And no more gaslighting. No more bullshit. And I would just be like, no, I know you're lying. I saw you do it. Get out of here. And I'm like, if someone... And then, the thing is, if someone's controlling that AI in the background... Good for you, man. Keep at it. I mean... I'm to the point of... if the... This is the stipulation. This is the caveat. If the law 100% reflects the views of the society, no matter how minor it is, if you break the law, you are removed from society. We just kick you out of the country. We just put you on the border and say you can't come back. And if someone says, well, why is it illegal? Then we all come together and we say, well, why is it illegal? And we say, because of this. And they go, oh, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense why it's illegal. Yeah, no, I was being dumb. Okay, yeah, no. That makes sense, right? Okay. Right? Like, if you have and that's all the caveat under having a benevolent AI that has the future of humanity at their, like, prime directive, right? Saving like you said, a mother that's saving their blind children from walking off a cliff. That would be the type of AI I would want as a benevolent AI. Where it's just like, okay, yep, nope, okay, yep, no, go back over there, buddy. Yep, okay, you're good now. Yep, don't get too close to that side. If you feel the rocks under your feet, make sure you turn around. Like, that's literally all I want. And the incentive to not do things would be, well, it's a utopia of non-scarcity. So it's like, oh, well, why do you like, for instance, people who are rich who steal for the thrill of it. I work at Walmart. There are people who are, like, in wealthy families that come in and steal entire carts of, like, $1,000 worth of groceries because they love the thrill of it. And they know they have enough money that if anything happened, they could just bail out. But they just love the thrill of it, so they just do it. Which completely fucks the company over. It's... I wonder if it's probably actually on my Twitter.
Enormous
I wonder if I can
detail
find it.
about what exactly happened.
This is the most fucked up shit. But just the existence of people who hurt others implies that global mommy isn't good enough. Well, like I said, it's not going to stop. It's going to lower the rate. You can never stop it, but you always want to be trying to lower the rate. Does that make sense? Right? Because we know it can never be stopped 100%. So we just want to lower its thing, right? Damn, I have fucking so much shit on here. I don't even know where this would be, but it's on here. It's got to be on here somewhere. Look at all the Book Fox fucking videos. We watch so many Book Fox videos. Okay, this is Canada Day. So this is like, it's before this. It's before this. Come on, load faster, bitch. How far back is this? God. Actually, when did it happen? Wait, is it not on here? Are you shitting me? It's not on here? Huh. Well, anyways, we caught someone stealing $7,000 worth of shit. I took a picture of it. So many Book Fox. Yeah, I've watched every single one of his videos. It does, but I'm of the opinion that everyone can change. Maybe I'm too forgiving in that regard, but in a post-scarcity society or just a highly developed one, shouldn't be an issue to rehabilitate so many. Well, that's why I was saying, like, the people that are rich that still steal, those are the people that you need to get rid of. Those are the people you need to fuck over. Not the guy who's stealing bread to feed his family. But the guy who says, I have the money, I could pay for it, but it's so much funner to try and steal it. Oh, it's insane. Because we literally can't do anything. So, okay, so I'll run you down what happened. I'm going to raid and run because I need food. Haha, have a stream. Hell yeah, study with Usha. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. I don't know why my raid alerts are not working. That's the second raid I've got today, and my raid alerts are not working. So we're just gonna go on here and we're just gonna fake play the raid alert because I don't know why it's not working. So hold on, I gotta do one thing. I gotta mute the additional volume so that it doesn't double tap. It doesn't double. Oh my fuck! I'm so bad at this. So it doesn't double tap the sound. Why is this not... Oof, that's fine. I can get it to play. I can force it to play. Emulate.
Matilda rated my stream with 10 viewers. Welcome.
Study with Usha rated my stream.
You're back, dude.
Here we go.
I'll pick you up at 5. Be outside. I don't want to have to talk to your mom.
Well, I will be there.
No worries. Thank you for the raid. Always appreciate it. And thank you for the follow and everything. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Toke time. Let's go, boys. It's a toke today. Reborn Phoenix. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Should play the follow thing after this, hopefully, or I'll just play it afterwards. We gotta get the Smokey update on here. Three, two, one, toe!
Lady, no! Mom! I'm calling dog!
You're a fraud! Where's my toke? 700 septillion!
Thank you for the
Thank you
follow.
for following Reborn Phoenix 01. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4, less than 3 plus 1.
Alright, we caught back up. Hell yeah. Yeah, I know we were just sitting here talking about AI and society and, you know, the deep think about the world and stuff. We're watching a BookFox video about what you should leave out of your writing, as in show the wound, not the knife. But yeah, no. The problem with society is not the scarcity, people stealing bread to feed their family. It's the people that are rich that are fucking everyone else over because they know they can get away with it because they have the money to do
and
so.
like tell that
That's
whole
why
storyline.
bail exists, so that rich people don't have to have consequences to their actions. It's so simple, and it's such propaganda that it's not fucking illegal. Just like lobbying should be fucking illegal. You shouldn't make money in politics. You should be in politics to better the world. And you shouldn't be like, oh, well, you know, I need to be able to feed myself. It's like, well, no, we just get UBI, and then no one needs to worry about it. And those people that create the products that are the geniuses are basically paying for everyone else. I love this quote, though. This is my favorite retard quote. So some chick was interviewed at a university, and, you know, you never know if these are real or not, but she was like, you know, Elon Musk has $10 billion. Did you know if he gave $1 billion to every single person, do you know what's the craziest part? He would still have $9 billion left. I'm like, there are so many... Wait. But there's like 8 billion people in the world, so how do you get like 1 billion out of 8 billion? Are you killing the other 7 billion? Like... Where your head at? Where your head at? Where your... Yeah, like, what the fuck, man? Like, you know $1 billion... Like, if you gave $1 billion to 8 billion people, you would have $8 billion. If you gave if you gave $1 to 8 billion people, you'd have $2 billion left. Or it's like if he has like 200 billion, I think he actually has 200 billion, right? So it's like if he has 200 billion, and it's like, oh, he gives away he'd still have 190 billion left. It's like, and you're going to college. You're they are scamming people to pay them money to learn that they're they're actually retarded.
No, your story's in the present with whatever's happening right now, and they're just affected by that past. Now, this next point is so delicious. I am proud of myself for coming up with it. It is number 5, self-incriminating material. So if you are writing a first-person POV, or if you're...
Yup. Okay, we do this too. And you want to know the solution to this. So Husai is, like, super tall. Like, no other octopi, like the tallest octopi recorded is like 5'9". It's like most average octopi are like 5'2" to like 5'5". Husai's 6'3". He is so much fucking taller and bigger than everyone else. It's like mind fucking boggling. So when Husai shows the video to Sid being the genius engineer, you know, excuse me, like, guy who sees things, right? He looks up at Husai, and he looks at the comm sphere, and he says, okay, well, answer me this, Husai. How tall are you? Husai's like, 6'3". And he's like, okay, well, how tall is Torg? And he's like, well, Torg was pretty tall. Torg was like 5'8". And then he looks at Husai in the eyes, and he says, then why is Torg looking down at you? Another indication that illusion magic exists in some form or another. And that can't be Husai, because Husai's taller than Torg. Unless the comm sphere's been manipulated, which we've clearly established it hasn't been, whoever killed Torg was not Husai. But no one's gonna believe that or think that or be like, maybe he was just crouching down, you know, maybe he didn't want to make himself look bigger. So they're like, well, I mean, it's a possibility, but you look at how he's standing, it's clearly not that way. And the Monarch is pretty short. And that's one of the dead giveaways, too. There's all these tiny little tidbits in there that you can deconstruct and bring together.
Writing a story with any kind of diary or written work in it, ooh, I got a good technique for you. The person who is telling the story, or the person who is writing the story, if you have a diary or journal or something, should leave out self-incriminating evidence. This is such a cool thing, and I'll give you 2 examples of where it happens. First, let's look at Diary of a Country Priest by...
one great example of that is the Viceroy. Because the Viceroy is like dual personality, because his good personality is controlled by Gaia, his bad personality is controlled by Anima, and at the current time he is flip-flopping back and forth between which one, but Gaia is mainly in control right now, because Anima's letting her be in control, of course, because she wouldn't actually be able to control the Viceroy if Anima didn't want her to, but he wants to lure her into a trap, which he successfully does, and, you know, he manages to kill Fafnir, and there's some other stuff going on down the road there, but, the Viceroy's main incriminating evidence is his dark, like, essentially, he'll do something, like, they'll be planning something, and they don't have a solution to something, and then, all of a sudden, fucking ad break every time, guys, it's not fair, it's like I'm cursed, I just can't win, I don't know what's going on, but I don't like it. Fucking ads. Oh well, we get another toke, right? Let's get another toke, guys. It is what it is, okay? We will not be having this again. Do you understand? You need to take a step back and understand that the talks are more important than you, okay? And that is how we know you're addicted, because you are very much over the top with it. But that is okay, because we like the way it is. So, don't you worry. We know what you're doing. Don't you worry. We go. 3, 2, 1, torque. So if you wanted to avoid being caught in a way, right? You wouldn't necessarily say these things out. So it's like, you know, they're sitting there coming up with a plan for something. And the Viceroy will just say something, and the Viceroy this entire time is like this. Excuse me. Almost a childlike character. To the point where it's like, he is in contrast to Zaid, to the point where Husai's like, you gotta tell us how much you make off these ads per person. Each person per ad per hour is 2 cents. Maybe lay off the toke. Haha. I don't know, man. That's what they tell me. Then they tell me to toke, and I say, well, fuck. 'Tis what it is, right? But yeah, no, about 2 cents an hour per person. So I make about 70 cents a day. Something about that. Not too bad, right? Not too bad. Not too bad. Toke! True. You could do wellness check.
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
True. True. I can get behind that. Man, it just flung weed everywhere. I need to get a better card. Fuck. This one's just so old, it keeps flimsy on the bottom, so it's like, I'm scraping it all up, and it's like, flips out. Fuck! I was like, I haven't talked about the book in a while, though. Going through everything, it's just like, ugh! I love talking about it. I need to start
Georgia
writing it.
Barnanus.
6 months.
So this is a priest who is writing his diary, and there's some question about whether he's a little too friendly with the ladies. So halfway through the book, there are pages that are torn out of the diary, and we're like, ooh, what did he write in those pages? It's a mystery. We don't know whether he confessed to something. We don't know whether he talked about a little dalliance or whatnot. It's a mystery. This technique also comes into play in Angle of Repose by Wallace Stegner. In some places of the book, there's a diary written by Susan, but at the very moment where we wonder, oh,
and this could be a thing for Husai hiding the fact that he's human, but I want to present him as human. So, I'm trying to think of how a way to do this with a character. I mean, you might be able to do it with there's possibilities with Varius. Ooh, a traitor in the midst. But he's not a traitor. He's just, oh god, he's not actually a traitor, guys. He's not actually a traitor, okay? Oh, he's not a traitor. He's not a traitor. I swear, he's not a traitor. But he could be. I mean, he doesn't think he's a traitor. He thinks Husai's a traitor. Right? Right? Because Husai's a murderer. Right? Oh, it's all coming together. I love talking about it because new ideas always pop into your head. You're like, what angle could I go with this? I'm sorry, I'm not sure, Hank, what you mean by heartbeat. Once words come out of my mouth, you're going to learn this real quick. Once words come out of my mouth, they're gone. I don't remember what the hell I said. I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm just doing my thing here, bud. So I'm trying to rack my brain what heartbeat could be connected to. Nope.
Did she commit adultery? Those pages of the diary are torn out. They're missing from the book. So the reader's like, okay, what did she write about?
What I was going to say about Husai is, like, I want to end every chapter with that, like, Husai talking to himself. Do you have this written somewhere? I gotta get on your wavelength. I don't know how much is on the Google Docs. With chapter draft, chapter events. So yeah, we have like the first quarter of the book, the entirety of the timeline, yeah, so we have some stuff on here, but yeah, so if you want to check out some of this, feel free. But this was written all like last year, right? Like the chapter 1, this chapter 1 is so bad. But feel free to yeah, go through and read. It's like 9,000 words. But chapter 1 doesn't start that way now. It doesn't start with the Com Pearl, cuz originally it started with the Com Pearl and then it moved into Husai and the inauguration. But I felt everyone I showed it to said that they didn't like the fact that they got invested in the characters and all the characters died in chapter 1, and it's like, well, why did I even read this? And I was like, that makes sense. So I start with the riot and the death of the Lamia and explain the background and the characters and the politics, and then we move into Husai going into, which would have been the 3rd chapter, which is him communing with the ancestors, which is actually him speaking with Gaia, which is him revealing everything that's on the Com Pearl, and he's kind of like sitting there discussing it 3rd person, like, I saw this, and then this happened, and then that happened, and then this, and it was like, oh my god, they used everything, and he's like crying, freaking out, and this is the first time you kind of see him in an emotional state, whereas it seems like before he's very like on point with shit and not being affected by it, and then this just is like this moment of like, you know, I saw all of my friends die, but you know, I've known my friends to die over the years. I've just never been there when it was, and was it my fault? And then it's like regret, and that all builds into you getting to know the character, feeling for the character, and then being invested in the world. The Joan Tyker, yo, what's up? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Yes, straight to the Shadow Realm. Bye! I mean, what? Sorry. I thought I saw a shadow out of the corner of my eye, guys. I'm not quite sure. I think I'm schizophrenic or I'm crazy or something, you know. I just start to ignore it.
Happened during those weeks when she would have written it. But once again, why this works is what matters is not the knife. That's not the most exciting part, but really it's the wound.
Yeah.
What happens after that initial event? How
So maybe
did
don't
they
even
act?
show the Com
What
Pearl.
psychologically is going
Right?
on?
And just know that everyone died and he saw it.
Whether you want to keep.
So that's actually a really good point. Should I even really show everything that happened in the 100-Year Quest? Because specifically, we go back to the 100-Year Quest later on in the story. So showing that fight at the beginning of the book might actually be too much of a spoiler. And just building up this tension and this idea that the greatest adventurers in the world got basically fucking decimated. Are you keeping the Final Fantasy specific terms like Anima and Kate, or are you going to make it more official like a different terms? My goal is to translate it to Japanese, send it to Square Enix headquarters and say, will you commemorate this as the first official Final Fantasy novel? If not, then we just change a little bit of the descriptions and a little bit of the names. But we keep all the main cities are named after the avatars. Ifrit is the city that's built around the volcano in the middle of a fire jungle. Shiva's in the north. Leviathan is underwater. Garuda was a sky city. Valefor's in the middle of the plains. Titan is in the middle of a desert. It has Mughals, Kate Sith, and Cactuar as like the mystical kind of, you know, never really interacted with but spoken about mythology of the world, to areas that are talked about but never gone to. Think of like Valinor and Lord of the Rings, right? It's like you talk about it but you never really go there. It makes the world seem beyond the horizon, right? And those things are not inherent to, and like Gaia and Anima, they're not inherent to Final Fantasy. Whereas, like, a bomb, a coral, a tonberry, a moogle, a cactuar, those are Final Fantasy, like, you're gonna get sued if you use that, right? But the moogles are more like pixies. So if they can be moogles, they can be moogles. If they can't be moogles, they're just mischievous, like, interdimensional beings that pop in, kind of have fun pranks with people. They're like, you know, little children kind of running around, and there's myths about them and stuff like that. The cactuars are the gainers of knowledge, and they say they're the roots of the world, and their roots touch the tree, and they have all of the knowledge, like a fucking Wikipedia. The Kate Sith are the guardians of magic and consciousness, and they dwell in between the dimensions of magic. And basically, if someone gets too powerful in magic, they will come and basically steal your magic from you. And they're like thieves. And that's like kind of the lore in the book of how they are. So they can be adjusted to not be specifically that, or they could be it. So it's ambiguous, right? So it's like, look at Expedition 33 as a great example. That would be the idea if I couldn't get it like trademarked as a Final Fantasy book. But it's 100% inspired by all of the tropes and everything. And to me, like, imitation is the purest... Oh, hold on, wait for it. Imitation is the truest form of flattery. You'd have to know. Are we talking about FF? Yes, Stone, we are. We are talking about my Final Fantasy book and how it is inspired by Final Fantasy. The wish would be to be a Final Fantasy fan... Not a fan fiction, an official canon Final Fantasy novel. But if we cannot get that done, that is okay, it does not matter. But it would be very, very, that is the dream, that is the goal, that is what I am building towards. Whether I achieve it or not is not the issue. It is the fact that it is a goal that I am building towards. Give it a 10-book series on Kefka. No, it only must be 2 books. It is very quick, very over. It is like Expedition 33. It is very quick, very over. It just happens. We get the riots, we leave the tree, we get defeated at Garuda, we go back to the tree, we find the monarch, we go to the 100-year quest, we grab a Thomas, we go to Fafnir light the forge, we go back to the monarch kill us, we go find the warriors of light, we take the warriors of light, we go across the world to the other side, we learn about the past, we go to the bottom of the ocean, we learn about the octopi, and we join forces with the beastmen, and then we come back with a fully fledged attack, and we go all in full level Naruto total ninjutsu war against fucking the monarch and the viceroy. It is 2 versus like 20 million. Salam alaikum, bro. True zongangos. Zoganogas. Zoganogas. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. But yeah. My name is Aguzon. That's an epic name. Do you know that my name would be in brown? My name in brown is Harbinder. It is a very good one, yes, I know, very much so. Fuck my name. Okay, you can fuck me, I mean, what?
Put in or keep it out of your novel. It is number 6, Spicy Details.
Spicy Details! Okay, this is the thing, so there's a relationship. How old are you? I am 34 years old. I am a 34-year-old man talking about writing in the age of such a digital time. I feel like I should not be here. Or I am 34. Yes, I know. I am an old one. It is like old my. I am Turkish. Oh, that is very cool. Is that the Seinfeld bit? It probably is, Stone. I've watched a lot of Seinfeld. I love Seinfeld. I don't remember that. I dance like Elaine, though. The higher your knees are, and the more your arms move, the better a dancer you are. I'm 30 in 3 weeks. Nice! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Are these, like, from a YouTube stream? Lane's my queen. I'm not sure what you mean, Hake. Oh, no, those are from Kick. That's from Kick. Those chatters are from Kick. We have the all chat, so unfortunately I don't know how to get Rumble and Twitter to work on that. So Rumble and Twitter are kind of just ignored. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. If there even is anyone on Rumble or anyone on Twitter watching, I'm really sorry. I don't know how to integrate it into the all chat. It's on my screen, so if you type, I can see it, but the rest of the chat can't. But yeah, that's the kick chat. Because we're big ball bones here. We used to stream on YouTube, but because of the content and the stuff that I pull up, I got a YouTube strike, and I did not want my channel to leave because I have 1,300 videos up there. So yeah, and like every single stream since I started streaming. So we stopped streaming on YouTube, so I have no issues. Because if you just upload it, it'll just copyright and block it. But if you bring up a copyright thing live, it'll just automatically copy strike you. It's so fucking stupid. And it'll end the stream, too. It's fucking retarded. But anyway.
Romantic scene in your book. Maybe it helps develop
Oh, yeah,
character
that's what I was going to say.
psychology.
So, anime, if you'll notice, Midoriya, if you can't tell, that's Ichigo. Anime friendship love, where they're friends, you know they're in love, but their mission is more important, and they know that they have to finish the mission so they can be together. Plus the fact that Hildebrandt is an avian and Husai is human. I just started rereading Bleach. When is the new season of 100 Year Blood War? Thousand Year Blood War. Oh, maybe it was season 4? Because the one is My Last Words? Soldiers Advance Towards, okay, maybe it's season 4. The final season. Officially titled The Calamity 2026 release. Okay, so it's not out yet. Okay. Yeah, no, dude, the manga dude, have you not seen this? Have you not seen this? This happened, like, last month? Bleach manga readers after finishing the manga. Where is it? Fuck! It was a picture of it had all the Bleach books in a pile and they were burning. Because the ending is so bad in the manga. Like, after all that time, it ended so... I don't know what the ending is, but the ending is apparently so bad. Yeah, apparently, like, they just finished 1,000 Year Blood War. Like, the whole thing. But I don't know. You know, it could be a rerun of a meme, I don't know. But I just saw it and I thought it was fucking hilarious. Because I was like, yup, sounds about right. Very, very, very interesting.
Maybe it forwards the plot in some
way. Again, I keep forgetting. The reason why I paused the video is talk about Hildebrandt and Husai. They're different species. They have two completely different missions. And from the beginning, like, Husai is admirant of Hildebrandt because she's like basically out on her own in the middle of this bullshit, and like she's sticking to like her principles and like, you know, her collective duty as an adventurer, her friends and everything. Like, she's just a great person, and so she gets kind of like Husai kind of, you know, wants to invite her to the party, but she's already in another party with the other people, right? And she thinks of Husai as like this arrogant, bureaucratic leader who is trying to relive his glory days and impose on the rest of the adventurers his old school way of thinking. Until after Garuda, after Zayd and everything, he breaks down and he basically tells Hildebrandt how he feels and why he feels the way that he feels. And that in that moment, Hildebrandt completely changes her view of him because she realizes he's not this bureaucratic leader trying to relive his past. He's a father trying to find a family. But he's a lone species and he's never been able to have a family. So he's just trying to find... And that's causing him to... And this is where she reveals to him that he's being too much of a father. That he needs... Because this is what he's been considering. But to hear it from someone else, especially someone like Hildebrandt, for her to tell him, you are being a parent, you are not being a leader. And that is, again, a huge change for him where he takes that step back and allows people to make mistakes. And yes, people are going to die. And it may be your fault at the end of the day. But more people will die if you don't act. And this moves into him evolving as someone who can only make long-term decisions. Like, he needs time to get all the decisions together to the point where he has a chain of command for time. He's like, I need an hour to make a decision. So the guy under me needs to take half an hour to make a decision. Then the guy under him needs 15 minutes to make a decision. Then the guy under him needs 5 minutes to make a decision. Then the guy under him needs 1 minute to make a decision. Then the guy under him needs 10 seconds to make a decision. And then the very first guy you want on the line is the guy who can make a split decision. This is Neon Genesis Eva. And then it's like, you build off of that, right? Because if something goes wrong with the plan, you have to be able to change on the point. Get in the mech, Shinji, or people die. And it's very much it's almost like a military strategy book in the way that it's presented, of Husai being the mentor. And it's like, imagine like Fire Emblem, and like Husai is like the main character, or like the player, right? And he's like telling people what to do, like planning out all of the scenarios during the battles and how the story is going to go and everything, right? And then sometimes he takes the back seat and lets the story carry itself, right? But that connection between the two characters, and then at the end when everyone dies and they become spiritual conscious beings, they can finally literally be together because they don't have a species barrier, right? And it's like you can fall in love with things that you're not meant to be sexually active with, because love is more than just sexual attraction. And that's like the message that because that's what I believe, that's the message that I'm trying to push in the book for that specific arc, is that you can love things in a way that are romantic without an expectation of sex or mating, right? Generally, 99% of the time you would, but there are times when it does happen. Such as, you fall in love with someone who's not in love with you. Well, you may never fall out of love with them, but they're never gonna love you. That guy who loved his car so much he married it. See, that's taking it to an extreme, right? To be fair, that's taking it to an extreme. The guy who married a bridge, the guy who married a car, the guy who married a goat, the guy who married his house, the guy who married his bed. Like, at some point, right? I mean, like, loving someone who doesn't love you back. So, like, you know that they don't love you, but that doesn't affect the love you have for them, so there's no expectation of sex because you're not going to be with them. It's also TLC programming, so I can't trust its validity. Oh, 100%. Honestly, if they want it, just go for it. I'm like, if it's not hurting anyone. Now, I would say it's hurting him. And maybe some people we have to protect from themselves. And, I love bringing this shit up, but I wonder if I can find it. South Park, How to Deal with ADHD. Yes.
Richard Shea, here to tell you about my exciting new drug-free treatment for children with attention deficit disorder. This treatment is fast and effective and doesn't use harmful drugs. Watch closely as I apply treatment to the first child.
I want a horse, I want a big brown horse with a fluffy black tail with a diamond tiara.
Sit down and study! Sit down and study! Stop crying and do your schoolwork!
If you would like more information on my bold new treatments, please send away for this free brochure entitled, "You Can Either Calm Down or I Can Pop You in the Mouth Again." Thank you.
I mean, I'm not advocating for hitting kids, but it's like, at some point in time, you say, dude, stop faking it and do your shit. And if you're not faking it, I'm sorry, but that's life. And if you're not going to survive in the world, I'm really sorry. That sucks. But I'm not going to cater the world to the 1% of you that can't get along. Right? We have to work with the majority here. So if you want, you can go create your own little space over there. But, like, don't ruin it for everyone else. Right? It's not because 60% of people steal, Walmart has to put underwear behind a glass shield. It's because 5% of people steal that Walmart has to put a glass shield behind fucking underwear. That's the problem.
And I've talked about a lot of these reasons inside my book, The Linchpin Writer. I have a whole chapter devoted to that. But in this lesson, we're going to talk about what are some reasons why you would want to leave it out, and why is that a good decision. So if
like
you
with
bring
Sean,
two
his
characters
stories,
to the point where they're ready
it's
to
like
become intimate,
they went to bed, they did fun stuff. Oh, I've been waiting all day to get to this point. All of them undressed. It's a harem story. He's got like 11 or 12 wives. And there's no explicacy to it, but you know they're getting it on. Like, almost every chapter, they're like making out, touching each other. Kids are like, gross! Mom, Dad, stop it! Get a room! It's like, I'm in my house! You get a room!
You might just want to cut to black. You might just want to have it happen off screen. You might want to have the bedroom door close. And you know what? Sometimes not showing it actually is more sensual than showing it. And for an example of this, let's look at
Versus me, I write smut.
And her book,
I write
Delta of
pure,
Venus. So at the end
no
of this book, there's a jazz
storyline,
band,
just
and
fucking
they announce
smut.
a very special dance where for 5 minutes, they're going to turn off all the lights. Then there's a break. Then there's going to be 10 minutes. They're going to turn off all the lights. And then 15 minutes while they turn off all the lights.
And eventually you're
people
going to be
keep
fucking.
dancing throughout this. This leaves everything to the reader's imagination.
Yeah.
She doesn't actually describe what's happening in
Yeah.
the dark. All we can hear are sounds and one.
Fuck! Goddamn ads. I just, as soon as I start playing the video, it's like, get your ads here. Get your ads. My God. Ads. We must use the ads. Bring down the ads! We must use the ads against them! Bring out the telecom ads! The old school ones? Yes! From the 2000s. Oh! I was there 3,000 years ago! I know which ones you're talking about! We must go find the ancient relics on those VHSs. You know what they had on them. Girls Gone Wild. Somehow dodged it. Sounds good, Stone. I don't, I would prefer. Great fucking response. Great fucking response. Oh my God. Okay. Are we ready? Are we ready to go? go. Oh, fuck me, guys. When you already have a fucking bowl packed. Excuse me. When you already have a fucking bowl packed. Alright. Alright, we ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
The lights come back and we see people's flushed faces and sweaty bodies, and we're like, oh, stuff went down. She doesn't show you. She lets your imagination do the work, and that's incredibly powerful. And if any of you write romance or genres where you have romantic storylines, you know this, right? The anticipation of what's going to happen or the stuff that's off screen is often just as important as the climactic
when I'm
event
writing,
where it's actually the
I get
consummation.
hard
But
when I'm writing the beginning, and then when it gets to the
aftermath
scene, it's like
of what people look like.
It's
after
all
that
about the
period in dark.
anticipation.
And it's so much more powerful. This next point is a little bit silly, but I do think it's very helpful for writers. It's number 7, connective tissue. So sometimes you have
I'm
two
so
scenes,
bad at
but
connective
there's
tissue.
one scene that needs to happen
I'm
in between
so
those
bad
scenes. That's
at this
the
kind of
connective
stuff.
tissue. And sometimes you need to
I will
leave
do
that
like
out
jump
of your
skips.
book. You need not to write it. You need to drop it. And for an example of this, let's look
Big
at a
Lebowski.
movie, actually. Big Lebowski. So
Such
we
a
have
good
3
movie.
scenes. A scene where they're destroying a man's car, and then the man destroys their car. We have a scene where they go in and out and get
Why are you
burgers because
smashing my
that's what
car?
they've been talking
Such a
about
good
for a while.
fucking
And then we have a
scene.
scene
Just
where they're driving
assume
home
that it's the
from
guy's
In-N-Out,
car.
eating burgers in their busted up car. Now,
Yeah.
in the film, we see both the knife and the wound. The knife is when their car gets destroyed, and the wound is when they're driving home with a busted
John
car.
Goodman
What we don't
is
see
so good.
is the
I
in-between.
fucking love
We
John
don't see
Goodman.
them going in and out, ordering their food. None
We
of
just
that.
see the
that
food.
scene is cut entirely,
Yeah.
and the story is so much stronger
Because
it
all
jumps
you see-
right from wrecking the car to them eating In-N-Out burgers in a busted up
Yeah.
car. So
Yeah.
obviously, what you put into your book and what you leave out of your book is essential to the whole nature of who you are as a storyteller and how your story works. So once again, this is not some sort of like random technique I'm giving that you might find useful. No. This is the essence of how you become a writer, knowing what to put on the page, knowing what to leave off the page.
Yep.
We got 2 more points left. They
It's
are
the
super important.
limitations
Let us
that
start
are
with number
important.
8, the rest of the
Like
story.
with a magic system, it's not what the magic system can do, it's what the magic system can't do. Because what the magic system can't do, problem solving, will have to replace a wizard did it.
There was a radio host called Paul Harvey, and he used to do these shows where he would tell a story and then he'd be like, but here is the rest of the story, and there'd be a big twist. For instance, there was this one story where this guy had like 15 failed businesses, everything he did was a disaster, and then he started up KFC and was like obviously a wild,
Yep.
huge success.
Yep.
Well, in your fiction, sometimes there is the rest of the story, but
Never
that's a part of the
stop.
story you should
Never
actually leave
stop.
out. And for an
You
example
never
of this,
know when
let's
it will
look at
happen.
Out of Season by
It
Ernest
just
Hemingway.
won't
So
happen
there
if you
was an
stop.
ending to that
That's the
story,
only
but then
way to make
Hemingway
it
said
0%.
later, like, the actual ending
is
was
to
one
stop.
I didn't even include. The actual ending was the main
Curious
character,
if you've
he hung
read
himself.
Super Supportive. I'm hearing a few references. I have no idea what Super Supportive is. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Is it a book? Maybe it's just so universal that my thought process and my existence has a natural affinity connection to it. Because I don't think I've ever heard that before. Super Supportive. Web novel. Yeah, continue on. Oh, well, I love the fact that my ideology and my concept and thinking pattern is reflected in another person.
Now he knew
Means
that's
I'm
what
not
happened
alone.
in that character's future, and so he wrote the story with that knowledge, and it made that story stronger.
And
then he
that's
decided-
another thing that I like about, like, that inspires me as a writer, is when someone says something like that. Oh, are you making references to this book because of the way that you're saying this? And I'm like, I don't know what that book is, but that means I'm on the right direction. If I inherently have the ability from just talking about something to enact the envision of something else, that's powerful. That's important.
No, you know what? That's too
That's
dark
what you
of an ending
focus
for
on.
the story. I don't
Right.
think it actually works to put it in. But if I leave it out,
Oh,
and into a little bit more
and another good thing is like comedy and horror. For contrast, not ruining like something like it's so bad I just had to laugh. Right? It's that final moment. It's the last time. You're finally at the door. You put the key in the door. Your hand, snap. Fuck. It's just like, it's just like, I see what you did there, God. You really want me dead. Yeah, you definitely want me dead.
For that, the story will be perfect. In your story, there's all sorts of things that you might know about that happens later on. And maybe you save those for a sequel, or maybe you just say, my story is stronger without me putting in everything I know about the story. Sometimes you end where you end because
this is the lore of my story. This is what will be in the story. But that doesn't make this any less important. Because this is in the story if you want to zoom in for a magnifying glass. Right? You can find all these small tiny things, but it's like Lord of the Rings. You don't need to know who the Maiar are. You don't need to know who what Valinor is. You don't need to basically know anything. You just need to know Sauron bad, and Gandalf can use magic. And you don't need to know anything else. It's not important to the story. But if you want, you can learn more. And that's the difference between like exposition and like real heartfelt world building, right? Using characters to build the world, not building the world as the author.
Emotional place to end, and it would be ruined if...
Make characters that will bring the world to life. Because people will care about characters first. And once they care about the characters, they'll care about what the characters care about. And if you've written the characters right, the characters will care about the world. Or something, right? About the world in some way. Or changing the world, right? They care in some facility.
You kept on going with it. And lastly, let's get to point number 9. Keep the earthy realities off screen.
Yeah.
So by earthy realities, I'm talking about your characters.
Yeah, taking a shit, taking a piss.
Like very
because my original, so the original way I wanted to start the book was, they're searching for the laboratory because they're looking for the domed city and a laboratory for like archaeological purposes because they know that the Beastmen have talked about it and they have like some evidence towards genetic manipulation. So now they're just doing like excavations to try and find new dungeons underground, and one of them is like proposed to be this, you know, lost technological marvel of the past. And one of the characters is like, hold on, I'll be right back, and everyone's like, oh my god, not again, right? And then character is gone for like 10 or 15 minutes. Character comes back, and the other characters are like, dude, we told you, if you're gonna take a shit, tell us so we know how long you're gonna be gone for. We didn't know if you were fucking dead or not. Like, what the fuck? And we don't want to come up when you're just taking a shit in the corner. And he's like, alright, fine, yeah, you know, whatever. And then an earthquake happens. So you assume the character went off and took a shit. But actually, the character went off and set off an explosive in order to open up the wall, because the next thing that happens is the wall falls down and they enter the laboratory. And you're like, wow, what a fucking coincidence. No, it wasn't a coincidence. The character literally went off screen and did it. And then it wasn't even... The character didn't even say anything about it. It was the other characters that said and made the reader infer that that character went to the washroom. When... In reality, when you find out later, when you find out that character is the Viceroy and he's actually bad, he made them discover the lab in order to onset violence against the Beastmen. Because I was like, how is the Beastmen war going to start? And I was like, oh, well, it's got to do with genetic engineering, and it's got to be like almost started by a civil war between the avians and the insectoids, learning about the octopi genetically engineering their species, and then aligning with the Beastmen. And that would be like the turnover point, and that kind of shifted because the entire story has shifted so much from what it originally was. But
things that they have to do that we all have to do. Now, I know there's lots of exceptions out there. Think of like Mo Yan, the Chinese writer who won the Nobel. He writes very earthy stuff. Or think of a writer like Francois Rabelais, who writes all sorts of, you know, earthy humor like fart jokes and pee and poop jokes. But most of the time.
Oh, my favorite one. Hey guys, this is my favorite one. Hold on. We got to take a moment here. So, hold on. Everyone just take a deep breath, all right? We're going to take a step back. I know this doesn't happen very often, but we are going to get a little bit serious. I know it's a scary word, guys, but we're going to get a little bit serious, okay? Hold on.
PPOL PPOL PPPOL fart burp burp fart burp piss PPOL.
It can't even say poo! It just says POO? But it didn't say PEE, it said P! The TTS is broken, guys. Fuck it.
To leave this out of your picture.
Fuck it.
I mean, in Lord of the Rings, you don't see the hobbits taking a bathroom break, do you? No, it's just not that type of story. But then there is something like the Hunger Games where you have Katniss, where she does mention offhand, oh, like my pee's really dark brown. But the reason why this works is because it fits into the story. Like, we learn, oh, she is severely dehydrated if it's coming out brown. And also I will say that we don't actually see it, right? We're told about it later. So once again, not the actual event, we're seeing the aftermath. Not the knife, but the actual wound. Hey, just a reminder to check out Book Fox Lab if you haven't already done that. You want to get in on this. It is going to be a fantastic training grounds to help writers get to the next level. Click on that link in the description.
Well, maybe I'll have to check it out, guys. Maybe I'll have to check it out. You know? Who knows? But I mean, like, I'm just doing so many things right now. Like, we've got the stream, we've got a Talk Stories, we've got Blue Horror Stories, we've got the other YouTube channel, we've got the clips, we've got drawing, we've got writing, we've got promoting, we've got editing. Like, I don't have space to spare, man. And then we stream for like fucking 9 hours. I got no space for nothing on here, man. I can barely keep up with what I'm doing. Well, anyways, this is Book Fox. Go check him out. Give him a like. Give him a view. Give him a subscribe, you know? He is fucking amazing, and he does what he needs to do to get you to the next level. But since it's already been so long, we're probably not going to do drawing. We're probably going to call it here, guys. But it has been a fantastic day. So thank you so much for coming by. You guys are fucking amazing. We will be back again tomorrow at the same time, every day, all the time. No exceptions. Let's do it. Let's go. Remember, keep creating no matter what. Because one day you can either look back and say, man, I was never a good writer. Or you can look back and say, man, I really tried to be a good writer, but at least I have all of these works that I have underneath my belt. You know? So remember, it's always about you. Why are you doing it? If you don't enjoy it, figure out why you don't enjoy it. Maybe writing isn't your hobby. Maybe you're just a creative, and you just want to create things. Find a ghostwriter or something, right? You know? Maybe just don't be like, oh, well, I'm an idea person, I'm not a word person, right? So, like, someone could take my rough draft and extremely edit it, but it's like, I just want to get my idea on the page. That's me, by the way. That's me. Anyways, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, guys, who we rating today? Oh, let's go. Dunna. Dunna, dunna. Dunna, 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 dunna. Who we rating? Get your wheels ready. I know exactly where we're going. I knows exactly where we's going. Let's get her and get going. That's what it's all about.
project. Ooh. Hey, Talk, how you doing? Ooh. Yeah. Have you heard of GlonoRhino? GlonoRhino? Ipak?
Alright, fuck you guys. Peace!